to offer me sanctuary. I am untouchable, a rotten reminder that knowledge can be the bane of all who seek and thirst for it. 10 years of night have passed quickly since, and the dust does not shake easily from my feet. Nor does the memory of what I uncovered simply dislodge from my mind. This recording will be my final testament, and this piece of rock by the River Nile my last resting place. Thank God for that, for I cannot continue in this wretched shell. To those who are listening, heed my story. Forget the relics of the past, for they are surely cursed by things far fouler than the modern mind can ever comprehend. I must speak quickly, for the sun is low in the sky, and soon my pursuer will be upon me. My name is Dr. Samuel Russell, and if you're listening to this, let my tale be a warning to the curious. When all this started, I was an ambitious type. As an archaeologist, I dreamt of the day that I would make an earth-shattering discovery, one which would lead to fame, a sentence in the history books, perhaps even a paragraph, or a whole volume. A name not to be forgotten at the very least. This was my desire, my passion, to find a fragment of mankind's past which would rewrite a chapter of our story as a civilization. By the age of 32, I was convinced that I had found just such a thing. The public does not realize that many archaeological breakthroughs have been made decades after their initial discovery. So many digs, so many ruins uncovered, so many bones unearthed. Too many, in fact. More often than not, these relics lie packed away in crates and boxes in the bowels of academic institutes and museums, waiting to be categorized and understood by future generations. In some instances, this can take years, and in the case of my discovery, the dusty old crate which held the tainted promise of fame and fortune had been left to fester for over a century in the dark. I had been searching through the archives at the Kelvingrove Museum in Glasgow, Scotland, after traveling there from New York to study the South Uist mummies. A colleague, Dr. M. Greeley, was kind enough to allow me access to the museum's basement area where vault...
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Skyrim modding. I gotta get us back into our plugin file here. But we're cluttering more today. And we're going to try and figure out scripting. At least scripting the, like the tablet. Because the scripting's a little bit different than it is in the Morrowind creation kit. But, yeah, we're going to keep on keeping on.
After all, it was a relatively easy task for an expert to identify such things, the language or hieroglyphs used, where the material was quarried from, etc. After much wandering around the labyrinth of dimly lit containers, cases, and bookshelves, I finally found it. The wooden crate had a number of old weathered traveling stamps on its side, which read Al-Faim, Cairo, Boston, Vienna, London, Glasgow. It certainly had done the rounds, no doubt being handed from expert to expert as they scratched their heads trying to identify it. The crate was nailed shut, and as I prepared to pry it open with the crowbar, it was at that moment that I first noticed it. A sensation which would grow with time, becoming a constant, unwanted companion through these past few years. I can only describe it as the feeling of someone walking over my grave. Dread and foreboding, a coldness running up my spine and the blood draining from my face. It was not unusual to feel uneasy in such a quiet, isolated basement, but there was something uncanny about the experience. A momentary breathlessness, as if suffocated by the earth, with the taste of sand in my mouth. The uncomfortable feeling passed, and my zeal for new discovery soon quelled such thoughts. Plunging the sharpened end of the crowbar underneath the crate's lid, and with some effort, it finally gave way, offering up its secrets to me. Wrapped in cloth, the stone tablet lay there, cadaverous and solemn. Its appearance immediately surprised me. I had encountered other Egyptian tablets before, but this one was unique. Older, cut in a strange, haphazard fashion. Its grayed edges cracked and crumbled like ash. It was obvious why the archaeologist of 1883 had difficulty reading it. The face of the stone had been chiseled at, vandalized by some implement. It indeed seemed as though the tablet was barely legible. Someone did not want its message to be read. Upon consulting with the museum's archivist, they could only tell me that the letter sent with the tablet was the last known mention of the archaeologist who had discovered it. His name was Dr. Fitzsimmons, apparently a well-respected academic of his time. Accounts were blurry, incomplete, but it appeared as though Dr. Fitzsimmons had discovered the tablet somewhere in the Saharan desert in Egypt, before falling gravely ill with sickness. In his letter, a feverish, nonsensical mess, he repeated the bizarre phrase, "a thing of ash," several times, a description which for some reason made me shudder. It was clear that Dr. Fitzsimmons had been struck down by a terrible illness shortly after his discovery, one which had left him delirious, and his disappearance was probably the result of his premature death in a foreign country. With a little persuasion, my friend at the museum was able to procure the tablet for me so that I could study it more closely. Indeed, most of the museum's older academics seemed relatively uninterested in an illegible inscription from the past. For them, the message was lost to eternity. But it was not lost for me. It fascinated me, occupying my every thought, almost to the point of obsession.
I'm just going to have this show a message box. Now there's two ways that we can do this. The first way is the nice and easy way, a debug way. So if this was the only item that we were going to have show a message box, then we can do it the debug way and just type in the script itself what the message is going to say. But maybe we want to use one script for a number of different items that are all going to each show their own message. We'd want a property for that. So I'm going to show you how to do that in a moment, but the first method I'm going to use is debug.messagebox bracket quotation, and then we're going to type hi there quotation and close bracket, and that should simply show up a message box which will say hi there, and then you'll click prompt A button, E button, depending on what you're using, control or keyboard, and it'll just go off the screen and it won't do anything. It'll just say hi there basically. So that's nice and simple, and we go control and S to save, or you can just go file and save. That should compile successfully. If it doesn't compile, you've usually made an error, and sometimes it will give you errors down here, and they do give you a good hint as to where you've gone wrong, and it does sort of mention the exact line down where you've gone wrong, so that's quite useful. I might be able to sort of show you that in more detail when I get into my more in-depth scripts, because I'm bound to. So instead we are going to make ourselves a property. Property is a variable. A variable is basically sort of like a container. It stores information. It could be a sort of integer, a digit.
Yes, we know.
It's going to be a message. So we're going to, and I can never for the life of me find it again on the Creation Kit wiki, the sort of list of different properties that you've got. But the common ones are message boxes, object reference, if you're exactly pointing to something that's in the kit, in the render window. You've got books, keys. So you've got to specify the item type, basically. So if we were doing a book, then it would be a book property. If we were doing an idol, it'd be an idol property. So you just need to really learn what those are and mess around with it. So mine's going to be a message property, and then we're going to type what we want to call this property. So mine's going to be df127 message space and auto. Auto is going to let us autofill the property. Now it's going to autofill the property if you name this exactly what your message is going to be called. So as an example, I'm going to go miscellaneous message, click new, and I'm going to name it an ID. So if you put this ID exactly the same as this is going to be, or vice versa, then it will autofill. It will find it in the kit and go, that's the exact one.
Oh, that's what that does.
So I'm going to do that
okay.
to make things easier. And what was it? df127 message. And I'm just going to type hi there for this. Now, like I said, that's going to do the same thing, but what it allows us to do is we could add this same script to another item, and we wouldn't have to rewrite the script, but we could change the message, and we could point this to a different message if we wanted. We'll see that in a moment, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And I'm going to let that compile. There we go. Click off that. And then once you've stated your property, you actually have to fill it in, otherwise it doesn't really know what it's pointing to. So as you can see, it's default here, it's empty. Edit the value, and then you could pick from a list of all the messages in the game. But we just want ours, and like I said, if it's named exactly the same as the ID, autofill, hold on, we'll clear that. As long as it's clear, autofill, click OK, and it's found it there. df127 message, click OK. So just edit the source, that's what it's doing, simple as that. Okay, I haven't put it in. On activate, we need to tell it what to do now. So it will be df127 message, and it's as simple as dot show.
Show,
Brackets.
not shoe. Show.
I put show there, I put shoe, I think. There we go. And save. So when you put that in, that has to be the same as the property. So any property that you've stated that you're going to use, if you put something in here, if you were to put test.show, save it. It won't compile because we haven't stated what test is as a property. So you have to state the property. So try and save. There we go. Let's just make sure that's right. Okay. Okay. Now we can go in game and we can test that out and press whatever options there. We haven't done options for this. Display edit. And you do it that way. Methods. If we just go up to our activator and click on it, it'll say hi there for our message box, and then when I click OK, I put a little delay in there just to show the notification afterwards. And when we click on the object, it'll show a different message. So
Okay.
I hope you found this tutorial helpful.
That is very helpful. That is very, very helpful.
As we dug further, we found more. Shovels, trowels, and then bags. Old supplies, all manners of provisions. While the desert was quite capable of covering anything in vast amounts of sand, as we continued digging, that horrid sense of dread, which I had experienced the first time I set eyes on the tablet, welled up inside when I first thought of what it might mean. I suspected that the area had been deliberately filled in by someone, covering whatever lay below. Both relics from 19th century archaeology
Yeah, that's why it's
and
not showing
objects
up
from
there.
the dawn of history. There was little doubt in my mind that the belongings were from Dr. Fitzsimmons' excavation. And as we uncovered an old empty box with the date 1883 on it, there was little doubt in my mind that the belongings were from Dr. Fitzsimmons' excavation. As we
Yeah,
uncovered
that's
an old
not
empty
right.
box with the date 1883 on it. It seemed likely that he had found the tablet elsewhere, and like me, followed its directions to the unknown tomb. But why had he left his equipment to be reclaimed by the sand? Worse still, why would he have buried such a discovery? What was there to fear beneath the desert's surface? Unperturbed by such ruminations, we continued. For 3 days we dug deeper, and at night, as the cold and dry desert wind blew through our camp, I slept little. There was a palpable sense of urgency amongst the group. and while the student archaeologists I had hired were grateful to be given the opportunity, they began to complain about the situation, accusing one another of rummaging around in their belongings. One of the students, a man by the name of Hircine, even claimed to have awoken just as the figure of an intruder left his tent, scampering off into the night. As the most experienced member of the team, I had to calm their nerves and told them to focus on the dig and the incredible discoveries of which they would all be part of. But this seemed to only act as a catalyst to the tensions, and by the fourth day as we dug, each member remained silent, eyeing one another suspiciously. The silence was finally broken later in the day by a celebratory yell from Hircine. Clawing at the sand, each of us worked furiously, digging, shifting buckets of golden grains away from the focus of our efforts. And there, finally, it stood. The sealed stone entrance to a tomb of unknown origin. A completely new discovery in the realm of archaeology. Well, except for poor Fitzsimmons, but I was sure that I would honor his memory in any papers I published on the subject. It quickly became apparent that the tomb had indeed been previously opened, as several blocks at its mouth lay discarded in front. Square holes wide enough to fit the body of an archaeologist, a tomb robber, or perhaps something from inside. A peculiar thought, but nonetheless one which gripped me for a moment before passing. As the sun dimmed in the sky, I packed my haversack with a voice recorder, dynamo flashlight, and a camera to document any immediate findings, and gave orders that the others should set up battery-powered lamps and remain outside with radio contact. Partly to make sure that as little of the inside would be undisturbed as possible, and partly because I wished to be the first of our group to lay eyes on what the tomb contained. I did, however, allow Hircine to follow me, as he had been the one to first recognize that we had found what we were looking for, and it felt only right to include him. As we slid through the open wounds in the tomb's exterior, disappearing into its embrace, I could feel the blood drain from my face, sharply, and the dried taste of sand returned to my mouth. I will not lie, this did make me apprehensive, but I did not wish to share those misgivings with the other archaeologists, as they were already nervous of the dig. I had feared that the tomb's ceiling could have given in at some point to countless eons of sand and wind, and it appeared that those concerns were justified. A long stone corridor led off into the darkness, with broken rubble and sand from above obscuring most of the way. Thankfully, one slab from the ceiling had landed at an angle, holding back the unknown tons of material on top. This gave us a tight gap through which to continue towards whatever secrets the tomb contained. As we crawled along small openings and across ancient sands, which had festered for an age within that silent place, we whispered quietly and treaded carefully for fear of causing a dangerous cave-in. Finally, the passageway opened up into a small room, and as my flashlight illuminated the cold interior, at first I was disappointed. The tomb seemed to contain only one chamber, but quickly this disappointment bled into utter excitement. While the room was in bad condition, an entire section of the roof had fallen with the age, allowing piles of sand and earth to reclaim that world beneath. But quickly this disappointment bled into utter excitement. While the room was in bad condition, an entire section of the roof had fallen with age, allowing piles of sand and earth to reclaim that world beneath. Something wondrous lay at the heart of the ruin. There, entombed for thousands of years, was a relic unlike any I had seen before. Rising up above me was a statue at least 5,000 years old, if not even more ancient than that. I rushed over to it, utterly
It should work now.
Reaching out my hand, I touched its cold and jagged blackened surface without thinking. Two aspects of its appearance were immediately captivating. It was entirely made from onyx, jet black volcanic glass, and it was of a style and form I had never seen or heard of before. It was shaped something like a man, with arms and legs, but its appendages were misshapen, as if twisted by a genetic malformity. One arm was longer than the other, and its legs gave way to a curved stoop as it contorted at the hips. Stranger still, the statue was faceless. No eyes, no mouth, or nose to speak of, and yet its head bowed down towards me in a frozen pose. Its surface crumbled and uneven. Yes, there were no eyes, but in every way it felt as though I was being looked at. I took out my voice recorder to document my thoughts, when it occurred to me that in all my excitement, I hadn't heard Harking's reaction to the statue itself. Turning around to face my colleague,
Okay.
I was greeted with an emptiness I cannot describe as my heart thumped.
There we go.
What felt
That'll
like
work.
frozen blood through my veins. Harking screamed and stumbled backwards, falling to the ground.
It's kind
Quickly,
of
he
silly.
scrambled to his feet and ran
But
up
that's
the tunnel
okay.
back towards the entrance. At first, I thought he was merely spooked by the strange statue, but no. The horrific truth was much worse than that.
What's going on, Satish Kumar? Hope I'm saying that
We were
right.
not alone in that room.
I think I am, but I could be totally
Nor had we
botching
ever
it.
been.
Unless there's something
Something
else
ancient
you'd like
had
me to
been
call
watching
you,
me.
but I'm doing all right. How
From
are you
behind
doing?
me, I heard nothing but the sound of sand, powdered, grained, shifting, moving with
Okay.
purpose.
Anyways, we got that to work.
Spinning around, I caught only a glimpse of what was there, uncertain but definite in its existence. Almost human. A thing which lacked substance. I'm not sure how it appeared at first, for terror had taken me and its face turned towards me from the corner of the room, and in that instant, I recognized that it bore a startling resemblance to the statue at the center of the tomb. Charcoaled, misshapen limbs and all. Looking, yet not looking. Seeing with eyes which were not there. The madness which then took me was all-encompassing. No longer did I care about a cave-in or the fear of being buried alive. I had to escape. I rushed from the room into the precarious corridor and scrambled over fallen blocks and through layers of festering sand. And yet, as I reached the entrance, I heard the thing in the tomb, an utterance of some unknown origin, a language which I did not recognize or comprehend. Yet some sounds are universal, transcending all epochs and cultures, and in that moment I was certain that the indefinite figure in the darkness laughed. By the time I neared the outside, I found the rest of the group attempting to console Harking from his delirium. As I
It's
slid back
trying to crack. Oh, so I'm basically creating a mod
the air seemed
in
strange,
the Elder Scrolls
colder,
5
almost filling
Skyrim.
my lungs with each breath. I opened my mouth to speak, and as I did so,
And I am doing so because I am
his
working
reaction
to
took me by
build up
surprise, for he screamed
a good
at me.
portfolio of
All
mods
four of my colleagues jumped frantically to their
so
feet
that someday
as they scratched and clawed their
I
way
can
from hole
apply
to hole. I chased
at
quickly
Bethesda
after
Game
them,
Studios,
inquiring what was wrong, but they only
because
confirmed
that
their
would
escape.
be the absolute
I then
dream,
found Harking cowering
to be a
in his seat.
designer at Bethesda
And
Game
as I
Studios.
entered, he pleaded with me to spare him. I spoke
What I
nothing
wanna
but
do.
broken words, but it
What I wanna
seemed
do
as
with
though
my
recognizing
life.
my voice sent him into a more pronounced
Where I want to
madness.
be.
He screamed with such despair that I stumbled backwards in shock, falling to the ground outside. A searing pain suddenly etched across my face, as one, then two of my
I do kinda like
colleagues
that.
began to attack me, kicking at my face and hands as I lay helpless on the ground, each kick showering me with the grit of the desert. As blood poured from my nose and mouth, I realized there and then that my team was going to kill me. They were going to beat me to death. That realization gave me a life-saving surge of energy, and as they continued their attacks, I was able to crawl to my knees, then to my feet, before running away as fast as I could. I fled our camp, confused.
Yeah, I mean, I love Bethesda. I love their
and
games.
afraid.
And like it's been a dream of mine for a very, very long time. And at this point, I'm just like, well,
The desert did not
you know,
want
if I
me.
want to do it,
My
I got to
insides
work
were
hard at it,
frozen, and while I had
show
no
them what I'm
no
capable of,
provisions to speak of other
all
than
that
the haversack
jazz.
I took into the tomb with me,
So it's gonna be pretty
I
cool.
welcomed the unrelenting Saharan sun as it finally rose above the sand dunes, baking the landscape
Gotta-
below. Yet, I felt no warmth, no comfort. I felt only ice, as if my insides had been steeped in snow. The pain spread to my bones, and while I could bear the sensation, before long I could think of little else. Utterly lost, I knew that whether I could feel the heat or not,
Whoops.
it would soon kill me. And so I had to search for our
Damn
camp, hoping to reason with my team, who it seemed had been devoured by some form of hysteria. Or if they could not be reasoned with, perhaps I could have at least taken some provisions. Just what had happened to them? But to no avail, I was lost, and the thirst, utter thirst which could not be quenched, had grown so strong that my mouth felt like sand, removed of any moisture. A torturous feeling which continued unabated and unrelenting, as if springing forth from some infinite source of horror. I staggered through the desert, shivering to the bone, and yet suffering from the fatal symptoms of severe dehydration, while the sun shone bright and unforgiving in the sky.
Ooh, that is close.
I staggered through the desert, shivering to the bone, yet suffering from the fatal symptoms of severe dehydration, while the sun shone bright and unforgiving in the sky. I continued on, with each and every icy breath, looking for hope, some way to survive my cursed situation.
Cool.
But I knew that the thirst would soon kill me, and before that, the searing pain and confusion of sunstroke would arrive.
Okay, now we could use
a particularly lucky person,
some
but it was at that moment
icicles.
that luck perhaps tried to shine on me. For as I descended a steep sand dune, I saw before me a long, thin crack in the desert floor. A ravine of some sort, and 30 or 40 meters below, a small subterranean pool of clear water sat like an oasis in shadow. In my weakened state, I knew that I risked falling to my death, but I had to try the descent, or otherwise the thirst would kill me. With each movement of my leg and tight grip of my hands, I squeezed down through the slit of the rocks towards the water below. But despite my caution, a shard of stone which I was grasping onto gave way, and I felt what should have been my death. All I remember is clipping my elbow and dragging my face off the opposing rock wall before smashing abruptly against the stone floor. I do not know how long I was unconscious, but the sun was no longer high in the sky and the night was approaching. The thirst continued, as did the coldness within, and my throat felt as dry as...
Okay, it doesn't look as weird as I thought it did at first.
Nearby, I could see the pool which could save me, and eventually managed to get
I
to
do
my
want
feet
some
in
icicles,
anticipation of
though.
a soothing gulp
Some
of
icicles
clear
are right
water.
there.
But no sooner did I step towards the pool than I saw the liquid begin to change, turning from its healthy transparency to a blackened ooze. By the time I stood over it, nothing faced me other than an oily sludge, foul-smelling and curdled. I could not understand such a hideous transformation. Collapsing once more to the ground, I admitted defeat, and the thirst, which so painfully engulfed me, persuaded me that death would be a sweet release. There I lay, waiting for my demise. And yet, I did not die. I only festered. Hours turned to days, and my torture continued without mercy, with no end in sight.
Okay, not bad.
Then, on the third night, as I lay beside the poisoned water, I heard the footsteps of someone nearby. I looked up, and in the moonlight I could see out of the crevasse.
This room's
into the
pretty
world
good.
outside. The stars shining bright in the night sky. My heart began to falter as I saw the shape of someone peering down at me from above. With all the energy I could muster, I yelled upward for help, hoping beyond hope that whoever was staring down at me could get me out and back to civilization. But there was no answer. Instead, the shape just glared at me and then, without making a sound, slowly started climbing down towards me. There I lay, and as I watched the figure scramble across and down the rock face,
Yep,
I began to
not
dread
bad.
its every movement.
Actually, I like that a lot.
How I wish I had remained silent and allowed the nighttime passerby to have moved beyond the ravine and continued on its journey. But no, I had yelled. Playing dead was useless to me now. The figure's back arched and convulsed in the moonlight.
So this software is, I'll show you.
See that its arms were of different lengths, and its movement.
I will show you. So this is on Steam. This is Steam right here. And this is something that you can get for free off of the Steam store. This is the Skyrim Creation Kit. I'll go to the store page. Store page. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Skyrim Special Edition Creation Kit. Now, I have some things installed that have improved like the performance of the creation kit. You can look that up on YouTube. It's pretty cool. But this is really just the base thing that you would need. You need Skyrim well, I mean, I assume that if you were to do it, you would do it on Steam anyway, but you need to have Skyrim Special Edition for Steam, which I do. I have it right here. You need Skyrim Special Edition for Steam, and then you download this, and then it launches this program, and basically, after everything's installed and you open this, you basically want to check these 5 boxes. It includes all of the assets from Skyrim and all of the DLC that come with it. And then you can make your own levels and modify certain things that are in the game already to make your own creations. And so that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm making my own quest/level. It's a lot of work, but it's something that I want to do as a career because it's just a dream. It's a dream. Something I want to do. Developed? No. So Unreal Engine 5 is actually developed by Epic. But the Skyrim Creation Kit is actually the game engine that was developed by Bethesda. Excuse me. By Bethesda Game Studios. It's their engine that they created that they released onto Steam, much similarly to how Epic released the Unreal Engine on the Epic Games Store, because they use they use the Unreal Engine 5 for all of their games like Fortnite, and you can use the Unreal Engine 5 to really make some great games. I haven't done anything with Unreal Engine 5, at least not yet. I've done some things with Unreal Engine 4. I've done some things with the Unity engine. But I've loved Bethesda games my entire life. Like, their games to me have always been extremely fun. I adore them all the time. Morrowind is my favorite game ever. I love Fallout 3. I like Fallout 4. I love Oblivion. Skyrim's a great game. I love Skyrim too. And it's just that kind of work environment that I want to be in. So I'm just doing my game development journey and figured I'd stream it because I think it'd be kind of cool. And it's a cool thing to document and portfolio and all of that. So yeah, that's just kind of what I'm doing. And alongside that, we're listening. You can see in the top right of the screen here is basically it's a time bar because we're listening to Mr. Creepypasta. We're listening to his nonstop horror radio. He reads and narrates creepypastas that people have written, and a lot of them are really good. Like this one right now is called The Pyramid. I believe The Pyramid is a series, but yeah, The Pyramid is a good one. And since we're listening to him, I figured I'd put the stories and who they're by. Like up here, you can see the story, who it's by, how long it's been going, and there's kind of like a circle that kind of gives you an idea of how long it is. But yeah, just kind of the setup that we got going.
My mouth and throat,
it's really fun.
Returned.
I think for the most part,
prison, I knew I had to escape and find water, or perhaps even find my team, who I hoped had survived the madness which seemed to have taken them.
There's kind of one more thing I want to do.
It was clear to me that we all had been affected by our discovery, and that while it seemed outlandish, There was only one word to describe my situation. Cursed. Though it took a monumental effort, nearly falling to my death several times, I managed to climb to the rock face. Though it took a monumental effort, nearly falling to my death several times, I managed to climb up the rock face, taking a similar route as the creature from the tomb had, but in reverse, and found my freedom. The sun beat down upon me, and yet the icy chill in my bones remained. At the time, I hypothesized that it was a disease, an illness or poison of some form contained within the tomb which perhaps invoked severe hallucinations. For weeks, I searched the Saharan desert, looked for a sign of civilization, hoping above all else to find water to quench my horrendous thirst, and a fire to take away the perpetual coldness. On 2 separate occasions, I did locate a small pool of liquid, but as I approached, both turned to the same blackened, horrid sludge as before, an undrinkable festering ooze. And yet, again, no matter how dehydrated, I did not die. While I experienced all the agonizing realities of thirst, the world would not relinquish its grip on me. And then there were the nights.
I guess it's
While
not really
others would
necessary.
prepare for a comfortable sleep after the sun had set, each time that swollen globe of light dipped beneath the horizon, I knew it would not be long before the thing from the tomb, that something of ash, would find me. Relentless, climbing along the sand dunes, no matter where I was in the desert. It would appear in the dark, chasing, stooped and malformed,
And it is
lifeless
a
and yet of
female.
intent. Its charcoal appearance, crumbled and powdered, sought nothing else but to reach me. For what purpose I did not know, but I was certain that its reasons were steeped in an ancient and inhumane mind.
That thing is a little bigger,
All I
which
could
is
do was
kind of
run.
what I wanted.
And so it was that I found myself a fugitive of my previous life, running from an ancient horror after sunset, and getting any rest I could during the day.
That is kind of what I wanted.
Finally,
I wanted the bear to be a
one night,
little bit
as a
bigger,
small sandstorm cast its
but
grains
not
across the
quite as
horizon,
big as what the other bear is going to
and
be.
I moved quickly through the desert to ensure the ashen figure did not catch me. I did indeed find civilization. A small Egyptian town. Its name meaningless to me, but at the sight of it I cried, sure that it and its
What
people
the hell?
would prove my salvation. Several of the houses still had light beaming through their windows, and unable to contain my joy at the possibility of seeing another human being, I walked into the
Oh,
nearest
yeah,
open
it's
doorway I could
so
find,
this
yelling
one
for help. The
is
first
not
person
going to be
to see me
female.
was a young man in his teens, who screamed both in fear and rage at the sight of me. Quickly, others from the town appeared, and their reaction to me was violent and brutal. I was hit across the back of the head with a stone, and then I staggered through the town streets, unable to comprehend why they hated me so much. A mob soon formed, and it became clear that my life was in danger, as it had been before with the archaeology team. The same madness, the same terror, the same violent anger. They chased me, throwing rocks and beating me with sticks and other accursed objects. Luckily, I was able to make it to the town's outskirts, weaving and dashing along the lanes and through small gaps between houses. Soon, the sandstorm obscured me, and the townspeople did not follow, cheering that they had driven me out. I rested for a moment, unsure if the taste of grit in my mouth was due to the storm or my constant, agonizing thirst. I sat in the shelter of a dune, utterly heartbroken, and as the wind howled, bringing forth the sands, I looked out into the night and saw the malformed figure of my ashen pursuer wandering through the elements towards me. Each night I would walk, and each time I stopped to rest or ceased moving in the hope that the thing of ash would not follow, it soon appeared out of the night, clambering, shifting, decrepit, and yet unstoppable, roaming over the sand dunes in search of its prey. With no town or village willing to take me, for there had been many, and nothing in front of me but an endless escape, I knew the only recourse left to me. I had to return to the tomb. Perhaps there I would find an answer, a hint of why this had occurred, reaching out from the darkness of time, and therein a solution. Something to end my suffering. For years,
Which one is better for game developing and content creation? Like you mean for the creation kit or Unreal Engine 5? Really kind of depends. So like content creation wise, I think that the creation kit's a good idea because you already have so many assets that, you know, Bethesda gives you from Skyrim, and you can even do it for Fallout 4 too. But that's really good for content creation because you're not spending so much time doing a lot of like what I consider to be kind of tedious, not unnecessary, but tedious tasks, such as very, very base level scripting and getting certain mechanics in place, like engine mechanics and gameplay mechanics. A lot of that can be kind of tedious because they are absolutely 100% necessary, but the creation kit already has all of that built into the engine because the creation kit is really meant to modify or add on stuff that's already included. Now you can get into the code and do some things with it yourself. That's what people do. But in terms of game developing, like if you were developing a game like from scratch, then you're going to want to use Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine's probably, well, Unity's pretty good too, but Unreal is just an insanely powerful engine. It's really good. But the creation kit's really easy for content creation stuff. That's why I like it a lot. I can't. What is EDS tasks? Where'd you see that? Did you see that somewhere? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
the stone carving showed the people praising the sun outside the tomb, and I saw the thing of ash in the end reveling in their deaths. But this tablet had not been worn by the sands of time, nor broken by the chisel of an archaeologist who had found it. No.
Oh,
this tablet
template
told the
data.
entire story.
I see.
It appeared that the statue had been dug out of a cave in the mountains nearby. This would suggest it to be much more ancient than even the Egyptian civilization itself. Of an unknown origin indeed. The statue was taken to a town or city where the strange creatures seemed to emanate from it at night.
Take care of that later.
After much death, the statue was placed in a tomb at the foot of the mountains where it had been found. Those praising the sun were brought there to die, sacrifices which perhaps would sate the
I gotta
gods.
see how big this guy is.
That place wasn't a tomb at all. It was a home, a shrine for something wretched and evil.
That is pretty big, but I
And the
almost kind of
ancient
want him
people of
bigger.
Egypt hoped to keep it there by offering themselves to it. And I, someone who had escaped its clutches, was cursed to walk the earth indefinitely, no water to sustain me, and feeling only the chill of death, until that thing would find
Oh, that
me
might be too
and
big.
end it all.
That's probably too big.
Shuffling, clawing, crawling, the creature had returned home, and I was in its lair. Its powdered body skewed and hobbled into the room. It stared at me without eyes or mouth, without humanity.
That's
far
a
older than
pretty good
legends of
size.
myth. Something
I
found
want
the
it. I
earth.
want the thing to be
It kicked through the sands and
massive.
came
I want it
towards
to
me,
be
dislodging
huge.
what
I
lay
want it
beneath,
to be the
revealing
biggest
something
bear.
more terrifying than anything creeping. It kicked through the sands as it came towards me, dislodging what lay underneath.
Well, thank you. I really
revealing
appreciate you
something
saying that.
more terrifying than
'Cause
any
it's
creeping evil in
it's
the
really
world.
fun. I enjoy doing it a lot. And I
I knew
can't
then
wait
why I
to
was
do more
always
of it.
cold. For it was the iciness of that horrid place which I felt. And I knew from that moment onward
Okay.
why I always
That's a pretty big bear.
tasted sand.
I like that a lot.
My mouth dry as the desert outside.
I will
For
be
my
right back.
body
I got to use the
had never
bathroom real
left
quick.
that tomb. Eyes wide, mouth filled with sand, cold to the touch, the rotting corpse of Dr. Samuel Russell lay stricken on the tomb floor. I screamed at the sight of my own dead body, and yet rushing past the statue, somehow I made it to the passageway and back out into the desert. A place I would never escape from. "10 years have now passed since I first entered that cursed place. I have been unable to hear another soul without terror being their response. Nor have I had one sip of water, not one cool, life-giving drink. For when I am near, all that gives me life is soon corrupted into a black, festering sludge. And the coldness, an ever-present chill from the tomb in which it lies, remains potent. My mouth dry with sand, as it is filled in its resting place, as it always shall be. How many towns have I entered at night? How many times have I been chased and beaten by those no doubt fearing for their lives? How many people have I terrified with my crumbling, ashen appearance? That of a walking abomination, a man not allowed to die. That is, until that ancient evil is done with me. Sometimes I question if I even am Samuel Russell anymore. I have rested during the day in the sands of the Sahara, the sun beating down, yet my bones as cold as the frozen winter. Each night, that ashen figure from the tomb comes for me, and somehow I've been able to continue on, to keep moving, to stay alive, if you can call it that. I do not claim to understand it. How can my body be lying dead in that ancient place, and yet here I am, walking the earth? I suspect that whatever purpose that statue has was not completed when I fled. Was I too to become one of those things, cursing those who happen to enter my home, to hound and hunt those who leave, as I too have been hunted? I do not know what remains for me, but I refuse to be like that thing out there in the desert. I refuse to be taken by it, to be made its slave, or worse. At night, when I see it nearby, I often wonder, is that all that's left of Dr. Fitzsimmons, chasing me, his successor? All conjecture, but this is all that I'm left with. And now here I sit. I've made it to the Nile River, and as it passes me, the waters turn rancid and thick, a black flowing mass of corruption. The sun has now set. My story has been told, but I will try and record as long as I can. One way or the other, this ends now. There it is. I can see it now, in the darkness, shambling nearby. I will sit by this river, on this rock. I will sit and wait for my moment. For in all the years, only when I fell into that pool of sludge did the creature refuse to follow. Perhaps if it can be killed, I can be freed from this torment. A decade of thirst and ice has worn away at my soul. A decade of terror from the bleakness of lost history has chipped away at my humanity. And I refuse to give up any more of it. What other curses lie beneath the Egyptian sands? I often wonder, and I know you wonder too. If you're listening, heed my warning and leave whatever foulness haunts the tombs of old. Leave them to the desert and to the sands of obscurity. This is the last testament of Dr. Samuel Russell. And here comes the thing of ash, clawing up the rock towards me. I am not afraid. My suffering has extinguished my fears. If no one ever hears from me again, know this. I did something worth being remembered, worth being written about and recorded for all time. I pulled that ashen monstrosity into the river, and we both now sleep in its depths.
can see my house from here, atop this small cliff at the edge of the woods. I suppose he could see it too once. But it's my time now, my time to look upon the things taken from me. My time to take root in what has become my new home. My father and I came here from Sussex in spring of 1742. We were poor, barely getting by, and not far from a life of poverty in the streets. Truth be told, we fared no better than that. Father was out of work, and we lived in a small hut that barely kept out the wind and snow. We went days at a time without food, and sickness came easily. Mother, she didn't make it. Father and I barely scraped by that winter, and with nothing to show for it but a long, pitiless bout of mourning. I was only 5 at the time, helpless, and Father swore that he would never lose me the way that he lost Mother. Needless to say, it was a tough decision. But he supposed we'd find a better life in the colonies, even if the only way to see us across the Atlantic was in a redcoat with a musket in hand. So after a number of months at sea, we found ourselves in a small fort south of Boston. My father served His Majesty in the New World. We were sent here directly with little to no welcome or introduction. They said Father would find everything that he needed here on arrival, from training and briefing to housing accommodations. They said they needed all the help that they could get. No time for formalities. Their sense of urgency made Father nervous. We never really had a chance to protest or reconsider, especially since we had already come so far. We were escorted to our new home within a week. Fort Wayland, they called it. A fringe installment with no real strategic value. Apparently, the place served another purpose. At first, some spoke of it with sarcasm and dissent. Annoyed to have been stationed there for such a ludicrous reason, they regarded it as nothing more than their commanding officer's paranoid response to an old ghost story, though some say they saw it with their own eyes. In any case, that fort was not meant to guard against any man. It was meant to keep something more sinister at bay. We had hardly settled in before we started seeing something too, whatever it was. They sounded like children, about the same size I was, except they made no sound but for the rustling of leaves under their feet, or at least what I assumed were feet. I never really saw them clearly either, just fleeting glances, before they scurried back into the brush of the treetops or from wherever they came. They weren't human, that much was certain. They terrified every man within those fort walls, armed or otherwise, especially when they learned that their weapon fire was useless. Every shot missed its mark. After all, no one can hit what one can hardly see. When we arrived, hunting parties still regularly ventured deep into the woods in an attempt to rid us of whatever haunted them. And a few men even deserted. Rather, that's what we had hoped. They were never seen or heard from again, and nobody liked to entertain the idea of the alternative. Yet, for all of the constant fear and worry, there was only a single obvious victim, only one person for whom we could reasonably assume an unpleasant end. In spite of all of his amassed forces and paranoia, it was the captain, they claimed. The men said they found his quarters empty one day, ransacked, and the floor covered in fallen leaves and twigs. Just as the other unfortunates, he had vanished without a trace. Strangely, everything fell quiet after that. No more sounds of children pattering around the woods. No more sightings, no more terror. It seems that they had claimed what they were after. They had no interest in the rest of us. Before long, the whole ordeal faded to an unpleasant memory, and a sense of normality finally set in. But then, Father had already watched over those woods for the better part of 12 years. His service earned us enough money for a new life in this land, and we took the opportunity as soon as it presented itself. Father resigned from military service, choosing a civilian life to raise me and open a general store. When the military pulled out and stationed elsewhere, the fort itself served nicely for the foundations of a trading post, and that is where we stayed for the remainder of my childhood. When we finally scraped together enough money, Father left to open a store in South Boston. It was a dream that he had spoken of from the moment we arrived on those shores. I had helped run his business over the years, so he invited me to move with him, to settle down and start a family business. Still, he left the decision up to me. I was 17 and he considered me a man, and looking back now, I wish I had. Instead, I chose to stay behind and strike my own path through life. I had made friends with some other boys during my time there, hunting rabbits in the woods after the danger had passed. It was something I loved, and several of us decided to make a living hunting and trapping, selling our wares at the trading post in my father's old store. For the following 5 years, life had been good to me. The forest had blessed me with an abundant bounty and a respectable living, as well as the attention of a young girl I might have married one day. I had built a happy life for myself, and I thought that I had come to know every corner of these woods. But then, they returned. And they showed me a place I never knew existed, a place with which I've since become all too familiar. They arrived slowly at first, a few rustling sounds on hunts that I took for foxes or squirrels in the underbrush. Then the sounds grew in number, more frequent, more hectic. And they followed me. They were no animals I knew, these things that so boldly approach without fear of man. On one of my longer outings, they haunted my camp. I began to see them in the shadows just beyond the firelight, clearer than I ever had before. Mischievous little imps, bodies like knots of wood and vines, tufts of grass and flowering plants atop bobbling lumps with a visage semblance of heads. They danced like elated children in and out of sight. They made sounds I'd never heard from them before. Scratchy, wet clicking noises like ghostly giggles from broken throats. This behavior was new. Where they had once hidden from me, they now clearly sought my attention. In fact, they seemed to beckon. Truly, I sensed no hostility from them, and from the depths of the woods came something else, new, a sweet scent hanging on the breeze, warm and welcoming, in the same manner as freshly baked bread. Perhaps more so. I'd not have thought to call it merely pleasant. No, it was more compelling. That scent, that bewitching aroma came from them. It was a portent of their coming. It grew stronger with their every visit. It was like nothing I'd ever smelled, terribly powerful, and it stirred something in me. I know now that they used it to lure me, and I'm sad to say that it was to great effect. Totally unaware of myself, I began to track my quarry on a very specific path, a narrow and invisible road marked by that damnable odor. When it would fade off, I would sink into melancholy and fatigue. Dissatisfied with a typically brisk and invigorating air of the wild, I would make camp when it left me, sometimes early to ease my growing weariness, and there I would remain until the scent returned. And it always did. Those woods nearly chewed me to the bone before I found my way through, and the imps of leaf and root led me faithfully to my fate. I crawled my way through a gauntlet of dense thorn bushes from dawn till dusk, and they left my clothing in tatters that barely clung to my form. I was an utter mess, caked from head to toe in the drying filth of the untamed acres I left behind. I had no provisions left and little energy left for travel. One can imagine my relief when I finally emerged into a clearing, and in that clearing awaited a small, crude, precariously constructed cabin. I was astonished, to say the least. It was deeper in the woods than I had ever bothered to explore, deeper than my trade would ever take me, and much too far from my sign of civilization to be worth the trip. For whatever reason, the latter half of my journey proved little to no gain to sustain me, let alone to make a living. Worse yet, I could find no source of clean water within reasonable distance. Who would build a home here? And how could they possibly hope to survive? Of course, I was not in the proper state of mind to give these questions the consideration they warranted. Near death and with no way to survive the trek home, even if the imps would grant me control of my senses to do so, I could only rejoice at the chance of rescue. So I approached the cabin, hoping beyond hope for a hot meal, a cool drink, and a warm bed for the night. It was only in the first few steps of the clearing that I escaped the bewitching scent trail. For the first time in what must have been months, I left home in the middle of the summer that year, and I arrived at the cabin to find leaves crunching beneath my boots. And with that sound came another realization. It was the only sound I could hear. In fact, it was the only sound I had heard in quite some time. For days preceding, as far as I could tell, I had been the only source of movement or life in those woods. I hadn't heard so much as a single bird chirping in the canopy. I had been too entranced by the scent to notice. But no life resided there, other than the trees, myself, and whoever occupied the mysterious cabin that stood before me. The thought unnerved me, though not enough to sway me from seizing the chance. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door. Each step through the crunching forest floor betrayed my presence, rendering any attempt at stealth effectively useless. Something about the place seemed so ominous, so damning. Part of me felt the urge to flee. But another part felt welcome. Little did I know just how welcome I really was. But I would soon learn. As loud as my approach sounded in the otherwise total silence, nothing answered my intrusion, yet somehow I still knew that I wasn't alone. I couldn't see it, I couldn't hear it, but someone or something was watching. It had been watching my entire journey through its territory, watching with eager intent. It summoned me here, and for a reason. Nobody answered my knocks, so I slowly opened the door about the width of my wrist and peered inside. There, at the far end of the nearly empty room, I found a rather disturbing surprise. An old, thin man curled up on a bed made of leaves and grass, and I recognized his face. Captain Hircine, who no one had seen since we found his office, abandoned all those years ago, had apparently been living here in seclusion. I'm unsure just how long I stood there staring at him. I had not seen the man since I was a small child. I'd given him up for dead, like everyone else. Yet here he was, alive, and looking like he'd seen the worst of every year since his disappearance. He had wasted away to nearly nothing. Now a little more than a rickety skeleton, thinning skin pockets with liver spots. He had balded significantly. What little hair had skirted that shiny hemisphere had grown long and matted with filth. The only familiar part of him was his uniform, although it had changed just as much. It had grown dirtier than I had ever imagined any garment could, and rended nearly to shreds. Captain Hircine? I hesitantly called. He started as I did. He had seemed ill, laying with such stillness that I thought he'd taken to his deathbed. The sudden movement was jarring, but I couldn't blame him. It must have been the first word that he had heard spoken by another in years. "Who's there?" he croaked, thinning his eyes against the fresh light shining through the gloom. At first I was speechless. I could not bring myself to reply. "Who's there? Who calls me by that name?" he hoarsely demanded. I knew you," I stammered. "My father. He served under you, Fort Wayland. Do you remember?" He stood on weak legs and hobbled towards me as quickly as they would carry him. I recoiled a bit when he thrust his face uncomfortably close to my own. He gazed at me with bewilderment, as if through a dense fog. "Wayland, you, the young ones," he muttered. His foul breath stung my eyes. He paused at length and looked away. No. Another time, another life. I have no name now. I care for them. They need me. He trailed off, meandering off back to his bed of grass. He lay down and faced the wall, dismissing my presence. I raised my voice, shouted, poked, and prodded, but to no avail. It didn't seem that he was ignoring me so much as, in his mind, I simply ceased to exist. I could hear him muttering in his fitful sleep something about elder trees, saplings, and how he wished to join them. Clearly he had gone quite mad, though if he had indeed been tormented by the same entities that led me to him, if he had suffered that bewitching odor and the dancing of the imps for all those years, his state of mind made perfect sense. I could not imagine what he must have been through. Begrudgingly, I gave up trying to rouse him. He would answer my questions in the morning. Until then, I was content to rest on the other side of the room. Honestly, I should never have closed my eyes in such a dreadful place, much less while sharing it with a madman. However, I had no strength to brave those woods any further. I doubt the imps would have let me wander far anyway. I had little choice. My sleep was restless that night, even painful. Torrential dreams of howling voices calling me. Clouds of dust rose and swirled about me, obscuring my vision. It grew thicker, settling atop my tongue, in my nostrils and ears, and over my eyes. It solidified around me like a crystallizing tomb, and I soon found myself held tightly within that crushing fist of the earth. The weight of ages grew tighter against my body, constricting me until it squeezed the last breath of air from my lungs. I should have died then, but I somehow remained awake and alert enough to sense the minute rumbling, the minute rumbling of something weaving through soil. Roots working their way around my arms and legs and snaring them as my eyes darted in panic behind the closed lids. There was no escape. They wound about my torso. They pierced my chest with surprising sharpness. Through the burning agony, I could feel their narrow ends blanketing and squeezing my heart. The pain grew ever more intense, throbbing through my arteries and veins, just as my limbs fell numb. I heard a faint voice. "We've a new one, my lords," it said. "He is young and strong. This one, a man of the forest. He will serve you well." And it fell silent. Waking was bittersweet. I gulped deep lungfuls of air in shock, breathing so quickly. Breathing so quickly made my head spin and my heart pound, but I didn't care. Each sweet breath warned me to never take life for granted again, and I wouldn't. I stretched my limbs and flexed my digits, and I sighed as I felt the blood flow through them once more. I thanked God it was only a nightmare. It was a horror I hoped never to experience again. Yet despite my relief, I awoke in terrible discomfort. I had gone to sleep hungry, thirsty, and exhausted, and it had grown far worse in the night. My skin had lost its pallor, and I felt lightheaded. My vision had turned hazy, my mouth felt like a sweltering desert, and I was starving. I had never felt so ill in all my life. Most disturbing of all, a curious rash had spread through my chest, violently red and swollen, and it burned like fire. I originated from the point where the dream roots had pierced my flesh. The agony I suffered that night, whatever had caused it in waking reality, had been real. Had I been in a more stable state of mind, I might have suspected ill intent from the deranged Hircine, but I could think only of my parched throat and gnarling hunger pains. I could hardly move, and Hircine was nowhere to be found, so I crawled desperately for the door, slowed by my sudden weakness. But I could not stop. The pangs of hunger were relentless.
Very sorry about that.
Leaves on the forest floor to ease the pain, if I had to. And I nearly did just that. I was already holding a crumpled mass to my open mouth before I saw something far more appetizing.
Oh, I had to go to the bathroom. I switched laundry over.
I
Helped
saw
make the
Harrison
bed. Had to do that.
just past the trees in a
Now we can get back to it.
Tending to a small vegetable garden. Behind him sat a basket of crudely woven tree bark.
Some
containing
normal
what appeared
bears right here.
large, distorted turnips. They looked edible.
The Skolgan matron's a little bit bigger, kind of guarding the...
I rose and
the
scrambled
doorway.
from the grave faster than I thought any of my ailments would permit. Desperation is our greatest motivator, it seems. All I could see was food, and my aching body would not stand between me and those peculiar vegetables. I tumbled and clumsily overturned the basket, spilling its contents onto the muddy patch of their growth. Still, I heard no protest from Hircine. If he was even yet aware of my presence, he seemed much too busy dotting over those roots still buried to care. The strange vegetable pulsed in my hands like a feverish heart, and it felt warm, alive, in a way no plant should be. But its alien nature did not sway me. I didn't even bother to brush away the mud. I just bit in through the filth and released sweet fluid that quenched my burning throat. The husk, rich and succulent, tasted of cooked flesh and the purest goodness of earth. It washed my pain away, made me whole again, and it would sustain me for a time. The sudden relief was overwhelming. It calmed my mind and relaxed my body, and I fell into a more peaceful slumber. Though not before catching a blurry glimpse of Harrison's face gazing down at me. He wore a satisfied grin. I awoke in the cabin with the last light of dusk spilling through the half-open door. I'd been out for most of the day, and Hircine had apparently carried me. How he managed to even budge me with his waning muscles, I'll never know. In hindsight, I suppose, it might not have been him at all, but some other unseen hand. He sat across from me, watching me as he bit into one of those roots that had saved my life. He wore that same grin all the while, munching the life-giving vegetable with yellowing teeth, some broken or missing. He stared into my eyes at length, and he chuckled through a mouthful of strange turnip. "What's so funny?" I asked, finally able to speak. He chuckled again, and he stared at the rash on my exposed chest. It had turned leathery and thick, like a nasty scar. I touched it, and I could swear that it moved beneath my fingertips, however slightly. I recoiled in horror, and his chuckle turned into a full-belly laugh, juice dribbling down his chin. I was confused and infuriated. "What in the bloody hell is this?" I demanded. "What's happening to me? What have you done to me?" A seed. A seed," he murmured. I narrowed my eyes at him, dissatisfied with his answer. He continued, speaking louder this time. "I planted a seed. Planted it there." Pointing to the leathery scar with one bony finger, I clutched my chest with a looming sense of dread. What have you done to me? "Oh, done to me, old man?" I demanded once more, moving to strike him, but I froze as he stood. He gave no reply, only removed the thin garment covering his torso, unveiling a horror I shudder to remember even now. Especially in knowing that one day my fate will become the same. His body, withered as it had become, was covered in the same leathery scars. They wrapped about his distended belly and over his ribs like a menacing talon, much darker than my own, swollen and visibly undulating with parasitic life. Some scars had darkened like bark, some with small, fleshy branches, and some hosted flaps of softer skin, not unlike leaves, riddled with inflamed and bursting veins, reddened with his lifeblood. "Here, you see?" He laughed in madness. "This is the gift I give you." The sight was too much for me to bear. My gorge rose and I nearly vomited, but he shouted at me furiously. "No, you mustn't waste the feeding root. They gave it to you. You will be grateful." swallowed hard. A cold sweat glazed my skin as I beheld his grotesque form. What are you? I stammered. A menacing smile crept across his lips. I am Ascended, boy. Evolved. I eat of the root every day that they might grow. I tend to my masters in their need, keep them safe and hardy. I give them my flesh, and soon, I will join them. I will give them. I will become one with the Elder Trees. This is my reward. I gasped a series of deep, panicked breaths. You call this a reward? I tried to calm myself and gather my thoughts. What is this place? What are they? And why did they bring me here? They need you. Need me for what? Why me? They will tell you. You will hear them soon. I grew tired of his cryptic nonsense. Well, I want no part of it. I just want to go home. Don't you see? He gestured to our surroundings, the forest clearing the cabin. This is your home. Your new home. You've been chosen. I wouldn't hear another word of it. I gathered all of my strength and ran for the door. I threw it open in a rage and sprinted blindly into the woods. You know where to run, Hircine called after me. Then they'll not let you leave. I ignored his warnings. Nothing would keep me there, not if I could help it. Nettles and twigs stung my bare feet with every step. Bare bushes left me covered in cuts and scrapes. I had no idea where
Get
I was
out
going,
of
but
the
I didn't
way.
care. I only wished to push as much distance between me and that horrible place as possible. I would not be their prisoner. I ran through the night, even through total darkness. It wasn't until I tripped for the third time and sprained my ankle that I finally stopped. I fully expected the imps or something more terrifying to pounce on me and drag me back to the clearing. They didn't. They didn't need to. And I soon learned. As I stubbornly crawled ever farther into the forest, just as Hircine said, the voices finally caught up to me. Or perhaps it would be inaccurate to call them voices. They use no words, only express the force of their will. With demanding aches in my head. They needn't have spoken, for I understood them all the same. They were the trees, the oldest and wisest of them, the elders. They called for my return, and their fury stirred the scar upon my chest. I could feel it writhing much stronger than before, and it made a noise, a diminutive whine. I could feel it tightening around my heart in anger. I rolled about in agony, clutching my chest and begging it to stop. It wanted me to eat again. To feed it, and its hunger was ravenous. Just when I thought that it would kill me, it loosened its grip and allowed me to move, but the voices never ceased. I had no idea what I could do. I desperately brushed my hands through the leaves and dirt in the dark. Surely there had to be something that I could eat, something to quiet the stirring of the parasite. At last, I found a small scattering of berries that might have been poisonous, but I took my chances. I filled my mouth to capacity as fast as I could, and my jaw ached as I chewed and swallowed too quickly. I sighed with relief, certain that I quelled the hunger of the seed in my chest. However, only moments after I swallowed, the juices and pulp came spewing forth from my throat and onto the dry leaves. The berries hadn't even reached my stomach before they were rejected, and the voices in my head sounded once more. The roots, they hissed. The parasite gave one more punishing, breath-stealing squeeze. The parasite would accept only the root that sated it before, and that's when I understood. The thing in my chest, the seed, was no gift at all. It was a leash. I had never seen that strange vegetable before my time in the clearing, and I suspected I would find it nowhere else. Doubtless, they grew only at the feet of the elder trees. I would have died that night had I not stumbled upon a small stream, the first I had ever come across since I left my home months before. Perhaps, I thought, it was the water source that fed the root patch, and I could safely assume that my captors agreed as the pain in my chest and the voices in my head began to subside as I followed it to the south. I followed its winding trail until morning, and it led me faithfully to the path, where I gorged myself on my only available relief. Through mouthfuls and short breaths, I looked around in sorrow at my prison, defeated. The seed was within me now, and I could survive nowhere else. Of course, Hircine knew this all too well, so it was no surprise to find him waiting for me.
You cannot leave, boy,
he gravely declared as he trudged towards me through the mud.
Your old life is over. You serve us now.
I could give no reply. I knew he was right, and I despaired. Just as I finished off the route, the voices called again, louder this time, and Hircine heard them too. The largest of the trees groaned, and they seemed to lean inward toward him, almost as if bowing in respect.
It's time,
he declared.
At last! Oh, I've waited for this day. Thank you, my lords.
I watched his great roots rose from the soil and wrapped about his legs, climbing his body and piercing between his ribs. His pain was obvious, yet he laughed through the blood pooling in his mouth, giving thanks until his last breath. Before long, he fell still and silent. His glassy eyes focused on mine as the last of the roots sealed him into a wood cocoon and dragged him beneath the soil. It was the strangest, most frightening thing I had ever witnessed. Soon he was gone forever, and I was left alone to contemplate my fate. That night, as I rested on the newly vacant bed of grass, I heard from him one last time, speaking with a wordless force of will. Same as the elder trees, these were his parting words.
Serve us. Care for us, as I cared for them before you. Here you have all you will need. Serve us well, and in death, live forever among us.
And that was 25 years ago. I have lived here alone ever since. I keep the elders healthy, I tend the saplings and the feeding roots, and I sate the seeds in my chest to live. I am the tree keeper, just as many before me. And one day, some unwitting child will take my place. Over time, the trees will take back the forest. It will take the dwellings of man, and we can only hope they will spare us, if only to serve them. Until then, I will give them my flesh in labor, and to feed the seed that will preserve my soul in ancient wood. I sit and think often about how fragile we are. We as a race have clawed our way up, not by natural defenses or abilities, but ingenuity which makes us strong, where we were once lacking. I think of how we sit now in our sprawling metropolis, that we call Earth, and consider how easily it may end. It takes very little force to harm a human, and in certain instances, it takes even less force to kill a human. There are dark things out there, black, evil things which can, without a doubt, both destroy and desecrate our very essence. You may think that it's some metaphysical ideal like vice or sin. It's not. There are very real very physical entities which, if we knew of them, we would beg to end ourselves by any and all means. The darkness out there is vast and timeless, and we are not quite ingenious enough a species to combat this force, so we wait in our vast cities, blind to the forces that work behind the scenes. We humble ourselves in labor and mindless entertainment. I hope that there is a force out there that is not as alien and much more benevolent than the evils which lurk. A force that will stand for humanity, a force that will stand primed to defend to the last man. I hope and pray for this force, believing that one day my desires will be manifest and will be free from these warnings and doomed hours. I sit down and I take another sip of my coffee and wait. I know that there's no such thing waiting for us in the bleak darkness. I sit and wait and prepare for what's coming. There's no doubt about it. We fear rain. We wear our trench coats and our umbrellas and all that to avoid getting hit by some lousy droplets of water. But what is it that makes us fear it? It's not something we learn. It's something deep that resonates within us. An inexplicable repulsion towards getting ourselves wet during a downpour. It's not a learned fear. It's instinctive. Instinct. A small word for such a huge idea. I've lived in the countryside for 4 months now, and I'm now back in the city. The neighbors used to tell me to nail the windows shut for about 2 or 3 weeks right after I started living there, but it was the beginning of summer, and with all the heat of the sun, I wasn't going to do something as stupid as that. At least, I thought it was stupid. The one that rises just before the rain starts to fall on you. In the city, people will always say it's the smell of watered earth, of dirt getting wet, bacteria and plants receiving the rain. But the people have never been in the country. They haven't the faintest idea. You see, the cities, the huge metropolis, has not always been there. Mankind has been living in nature for more than it has been living in the cities. That's why we still have the instinct to fear the rain. It's not the smell of earth, dirt, bacteria, plants. It's their smell. They come out in the rain, and they seek to mate. But they cannot hold their own, for they must retreat hastily, as soon as the rain gives in and the water stops. I didn't nail my windows shut, and as soon as the rain came, I started hearing it. Have you ever heard the tiny, almost unnoticeable hum, or high pitch that TVs make when they're turned on? Have you ever felt a pressure on your chest when a low-pitched beat is heard? Those are the things that fill the air. That smell and those moans, high and low thumping moans. It's the smell they follow. I come home a bit wet from the rain. I started hearing those noises sometime after I entered my house. Then the scratching on my door began. I went to check it through the window, and what I saw was horrible. What at first looked like a giant worm was in fact a humanoid thing, with its lower body being one long leg or tail. Its small, atrophied arms were strong enough to allow them to crawl, slither, and its face, It looked like it had been petrified. The only thing that looked like it was in use was its nose. It moved, and as soon as I got close to the window, its face shifted towards me. The window was slightly open, and now I know it turned because it could smell me. It moved towards the window, but it wasn't strong enough to pull itself up inside, and I had enough time to close the window. Soon enough, it turned, trying to sense the smell, my odor. And after a while, more came, from the hills. From the hills came an entire legion of those things, 300, 400 maybe? Thoughts of monkeys running up towards the high rocks and climbing trees came to mind. These are the things we feared since the dawn of time. After a while, the macabre scene became something I couldn't stand. The noises were so much I couldn't sleep, and the things were so ugly and disgusting, yet I could not stop watching. Soon I saw the old stray dog that always wandered around. It was a dirty dog. It must have been 15 years old. Too old to run. Too old to live. They grabbed hold of his paws. 1, 2, 3, 5. The dog started howling and tried to bite one, then the other. Soon they overpowered the poor animal, and then it happened. From their chests came out a sting. 1, 2, 3, 5. They all started stinging the poor beast. After that, they all turned to see towards the east. Then they started crawling as fast as they could towards the plains. They disappeared as fast as they came. The dog lay motionless. It seemed like parts of him breathed at intervals. Parts of his body pulsated. Then suddenly, the dog jumped onto his paws and looked renewed. It started running like a young pup. Then it went running towards the plains, and then disappeared out of my sight. When morning broke, I took nails and wood planks and nailed my windows shut. Not even one hole was left. I even checked for other holes in the walls, the door. God, I was starting to get paranoid. I left the house to go get some groceries from the neighbors. They had their own farm and had lots of things for sale, but we're talking farms here. The distance I had to travel was about a mile or two to get to their house. When I got there, black, menacing clouds were near. The neighbors were cold and quick. They gave me my eggs and milk, some honey, and meat, but told me if I wanted to live, I should stay for the night. I remembered the last night, but I still hadn't made the connection of rain and monsters, so I declined the offer and hurried back, while the farmer behind me yelled that I should stay if I valued my life. The rain started midway towards my house. I was wet within the first 10 seconds of rain. It was a real downpour. I felt the smell of rain once more. And then I heard the sounds once again. The high-pitched noise, the low thumping. I wet my pants when I saw the first of those things crawling towards me, its nose like a black eye moving towards me. I dropped what I was carrying and I ran for my life. Even though they crawled, they were pretty fast. I was beginning to lose my breath when suddenly, once again, the image of monkeys climbing through trees came to me. And I remembered it could not lift itself through my window. I realized I had a small hope for surviving this, but I still had some hope. While I was running, I turned to see left and right. All I needed was something above the ground, something that they couldn't climb up to. The farmer's barn. I could see he left his old wood ladder on one side. All I had to do was set it up and climb it, and then raise it so that they could not follow. It was heavier than I thought, but I was truly terrified of what would happen if I didn't raise it. When I had put it in place, one of those things, faster than those of its kind, tried to stab me with its sting. I could see it like it was in slow motion. I grabbed the sting with both hands while the thing kept trying to nail me with it. An egg came out of it. While I tried to keep it away from me, I pushed the thing to the side, and the egg fell to the ground. It started to move and pulsate, but then it stopped. The exterior turned to stone. As soon as that happened, I heard the clamor of other things, stronger and more penetrating than ever. I saw that the one thing which tried to stab me was now writhing like it was in pain. I didn't hesitate for 1 minute. I felt rage within me, so I started to kick it, then stomped its head in. I ran up the ladder, then raised it towards me up onto the barn's roof. I don't know how I managed to, but I fell asleep. The next morning, I was woken by the farmer's wife yelling at me. She kept asking why I was there. I put the ladder and went down and found a little stone ball and the skeleton of a dog with its skull bashed in. Why hadn't I seen these things until now? Why did this happen only in a place like this? It all came to me. The egg, the rain, the smell of wet people. What about those flashes in my mind? Those memories of a time long gone? The people around me. The people around here. The environment around here. It's all very much like the one that was some thousands of years ago. The only thing around here that's changed are the houses. The only new thing. It's the only new thing. And those memories of the past came to me because this thing, it's primal fear. We've been running from the rain and water for so long, even when we're unevolved chimps, we ran from it. And ran from the ground as well. I left that place as quickly as I could. I only spent one more night in those plains. I heard those screams and thumps. This time they came from my house, and my aroma alone. I'd killed one of their eggs. I knew it was because of this. How else could one explain all that ruckus that happened when the infected dog dropped the egg? They beat on the door, they slammed their bodies against it. They kept moaning and scratching, hitting and weeping, smelling my fear. However, the rain stopped quickly, and they ran away. I'm recording this now because I'm scared of them. They came back to the city, but maybe I should have let them take me. Instead, I've brought this plague with me, back to the city. You're on the other side of my door. And it's raining outside. It has been for a long time. Because even now, even though we don't know about it, deep inside we still fear them. God, the rain needs to stop. It's been 3 days. It caused me. I don't know how much more of this I will be able to resist. They can smell my...
Yeah, you're pretty big. Oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah, you are a little bigger.
Listening to the rain to the outside. Trying her best. Not while he was watching her. He had been watching her for a while now. She didn't know when he had actually entered the cafe, but she had felt his gaze lying cold and heavy on the back of her neck for several hours. Janine was not the type of person who could relax and enjoy a day. She didn't celebrate life for what it was, or live in the future, or anything. Janine was a warrior. Had been since she was young. Janine often felt like the only sane person in her small circle of associates. She would never call them friends. They were happy, brash, and confident, ready to attack life with the kind of vigor only the truly ignorant could muster. She always wondered why they couldn't see what she saw. Murder, rape, economic collapse, drought, rampant racism, and corruption.
What the hell?
That had latched onto every facet of
That
government.
thing's sleeping.
How could they be so upbeat, so happy, when the world they lived in was the belly of something?
It's dead, isn't it? I want to know how it died.
What was happening around her that she now rarely left.
Oh shit, it was sleeping.
She secluded her way from the outside in this disgusting reality, first trying to cope with the isolation by chatting with her boyfriend. They failed to relieve her of her loneliness. She turned to her TV. But what little entertainment they offered.
Look at the size of that thing. That's actually really cool.
So she hit off her TV. She just couldn't bring herself to think on it. Really, this trip began.
Maybe it needs to be 3.5. Maybe it's just too big.
But the world had changed. And grime that covered her little urban sprawl hadn't been washed away in rain. The moon was still there. We're still desensitized. Cracks. The air still stank. Fumes. Really nice. Somewhere in the distance, the sound made her wince, and she felt herself making a check of her own body to ward off the fear that was boiling in her gut like fire. Her body was wasted from lack of decent food, her skin was pale from lack of sun, and her hair was greasy. She knew. She smelled ripe, like feet and spoiled milk. And she could taste what she had eaten 3 days before, congealing between her yellowy teeth. That was just the outside. Janine knew she was faring even worse, just beneath the surface. Her stomach felt shot through with the occasional pain of hunger or indigestion. Her eyes ached she was she knew. And she wondered. She chanced to look over the laptop. Sealed almost to the opposite side. His lanky gray clothes and gray hair and white Janine wondered if someone in charge was over to Dick for defying orders service policy, but she highly doubted that anyone would want to get closer. Janine could still tell there was something deeper. The boneless way his head lolled to one side, the utter stillness of his posture that was only rarely broken by a low, silent breath. The way he never once spoke, or even acknowledged the people around him. And then, there was his face. Janine wasn't quite sure if it was a trick of the light, her own tired eyes, the remnant of the pills in her blood, or some combination thereof, but it seemed to her as though the man was deformed in some subtle way. The face lacked any facial hair. His brows were bare. His skin was pale and clean and utterly devoid of blemishes, like the face of a newborn. His nose seemed to be small and flat. His eyes were perfect ovals with wet, gray orbs set in fleshy sockets. And his lips were thin and colorless. All of those features were worrying enough. But there was something else that unnerved Janine on a far more primitive level. In the entire time that he had been staring at her, the man hadn't smiled or frowned, hadn't parted his lips to breathe, hadn't flared his nostrils, even blink. He just stared. Those icy, stagnant water eyes of his bored into her from across the room, studying her, judging her, sizing her up. It was the kind of gaze that she always thought a rapist or serial killer might give a potential target. And yet, there was no lust in those eyes, no interest, no mirth, just something that she couldn't grasp, something small and half submerged within those eyes of his, like the slimy end of a worm in the mud. Outside, the rainfall intensified. A man shouted for a cab. A woman screamed at someone whose response was lost with a clap of thunder. And a man's gaze stayed on her, never wavering. I have to leave, Janine thought, feeling the suffocating grasp of oncoming panic begin to tighten around her neck. She shut her laptop, wincing at how loud the click of plastic on plastic seemed to reverberate off the tiled walls of the cafe. She stood up, tucked her $600 distraction into her backpack,
Okay.
and walked towards the front door with as much haste as she dared show. The man followed her tentative, stiff movements with his dull eyes that never blinked. She opened the door and stepped out into the rainy night, glad to be free of his gaze.
Yeah, I love a rainy night.
The rain was refreshingly cold against her warm skin.
Yeah, I love a
Janine
rainy
found
night.
little
Bam,
pleasure in
bam,
watching him.
bam.
She was a woman,
I love a rainy night.
alone, at night,
Just a beautiful
in
sight.
the vast, dark city, which stank of smog and fumes, and the collective funk of thousands of sweating humans clustered together. She wondered if the stink would stick to her skin, if it would ever come off. Had tried to find one small speck of light in the gloom, but the foul stench that invaded her nostrils, the piss-tasting coffee of the cafe, and the constant noise, and the frightening gaze of the smooth-faced man had proven to her once and for all that she was living in an abattoir. I might as well just leave, she thought, briefly allowing herself to envision her smiling doppelganger riding away from the filthy metropolis in her beat-up Chevy, the sickness in her body being blown away on the fresh rural breeze. But no. She knew that those places held their own dangers too. There were no safe havens in the world. Slap, 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 slap. She stopped in her tracks. Slap, 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 slap. It sounded like bare feet on the concrete. Who would be out here in the weather without shoes? Slap, 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 slap. Probably some druggie, she thought, her mind immediately conjuring an image of a wasted, dirty person in rags, grime-encrusted clothing, reaching out with a gnarled, grungy hand, with entreats for change uttered from between missing teeth. Slap, 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 slap. Janine began to pick up her pace, but to her horror, she found that her withered, nutrient-starved muscles had not yet adjusted to their renewal usage. Slap, 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 slap. I can't turn around, she thought. If it were some bum or junkie, they would have called out already. This is something else. The thought quickened her heart, sent nausea rolling through her stomach, and tightened her throat at the same time. All the images that she had come across that had kept her up at night, all those reports and news stories that she had read, despite her knowing that it would add more weight to her already fracturing spirit, all came rushing back to her like a tidal wave. Slap, slap, slap. She turned a corner and forced herself to run despite the sudden pain that the movement brought. As she did, she turned and gazed behind her. There, still following at the same pace as before, bathed in the eerie, gaudy hues of a dozen neon lights, was the smooth-faced man from the cafe, his pale skin and his eyes glowing in the dimness like some abhorrent fish from the darkest depths of the ocean. Slap, 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 slap. He wasn't wearing socks. A hysteria-laced giggle worming its way out. She ran faster, feeling her tendons burn and her lungs ache. She didn't care. She had to get home. She was blind to the odd stares the other people were giving her, and she was deaf to the inquiries that some of them made, asking if she could get home. She just ran until her apartment came into view. She crashed through the door, inhaling the sour, stale smell of the apartment as if she had been underwater and she just now tasted fresh air. She slammed the door shut, not caring about any complaints the neighbors might raise, and bolted every one of the many locks. When this task, made more arduous by the trembling in her limbs, was completed, Janine wobbled and stumbled over to her ratty couch and fell into the familiar comfort. Her body was screaming at her, begging her mind for sleep. But her mind was overflowing with the possibilities of what could have happened to her. Brief flashes of her own screaming face and tearful pleading as dead eyes gazed down at her from a smooth face. Janine knew that sleep would evade her this night, and she was almost glad for it. I know I'll have nightmares about this for a while, she thought. Maybe the sunrise would help me sleep. She gingerly propped herself up and looked out the window at the city skyline. The deep, pitch black of night was already beginning to give way to the light blue hues of dawn. Soon, the first traces of violet and purple would appear from over the horizon to herald the beginning of a new day. Heaving a trembling sigh, Janine placed her head in her hands to vent out the night's terrors, hoping that what warmth the sun could bring would comfort her. She was in the process of wiping away the last of her tears when there came a knock at the door. Janine looked to the door, at the many deadbolts and chains that hung from it, and decided to chance a look. With a steadier step, she crossed the room and peered out through the keyhole, hoping that she wouldn't see the smooth-faced man on the other side. To her great relief, it was only Mrs. Wilkes, her neighbor from across the hall, a woman of 78 who owned a great deal more cats than the building code allowed for and would often drop by. Janine suspected to keep her company when others didn't. "Janine, are you all right, dear?" she asked. "Yes. You can go back to sleep. I'm sorry I woke you," answered Janine, trying to keep her exhaustion and fear out of her voice with a kind of practiced facade that only the truly depressed can muster. There was silence. Then Mrs. Wilkes said, "Well, all right, but you do know that you can talk to me if you're feeling unwell, right?" Janine felt her lips curl into a small but genuine smile as she replied, "Thank you, and I will. Good night." Mrs. Wilkes returned her "Good night," and shuffled back to her room, closing the door softly, letting a heavy silence fall. Janine sighed deeply and felt her way back to her couch. Her heart had stopped its mad tempo, and her mind was already growing cloudy with a powerful urge to sleep. All around her, the silence was beginning to invade her limbs, cocooning her senses in a way that was almost comfortable. Just a little sleep. Maybe I can call the police tomorrow, she thought, as her eyes began to slide closed. A noise. Muffled and faint, yet still close by. tore through the silence and forced Janine's eyes open. She sat bolt upright, feeling a tidal wave of dread sweep through her body. The sound came again, closer this time, close enough for her to realize that what she was hearing was undeniably real and not some figment of her overworked mind. But it wasn't the distinct sound of tiny rodent claws behind the plaster. It was something larger, something that made a dry scraping sound like a reptile scuttling up a wall or slithering across the ground. Again she heard it, this time growing closer as whatever it was circumvented the width of her apartment. Janine stood, stock still, her limbs shaking, her hair prickling, her mouth chalky. The thing that was making the sound had made it to the far end of her room, where her bed lay above a small grate. The air vent. Oh, please God, no, thought Janine, as the realization struck her, its horrible truth piercing through her logic and skewering its reality. She closed her eyes and held in her tears as the lid to the air vent fell to the floor with a clatter. She felt his gaze on the back of her neck, even as his cold, horrible, soft fingers wrapped around her throat. The smooth-faced man's grip began to tighten, grinding her vertebrae into powder and reducing the fine, lattice work of veins and muscle that lay beneath her skin into pulp. She smelled the familiar stench of mingling sweat, pollution, and cancerous smoke invade her nostrils. The police found her nearly a month later, with her throat crushed, and her eyes wide and affixed with pure terror. There were no fingerprints to be found, nor was there any saliva, hair follicles, or threads of clothing. Whatever had killed her had come in the night like a phantom, and had left before sunrise.
Upon my soul, she was a lovely thing. Pale skin, dark hair entwined with the green weeds of the sea. A pity she looked dead. We hauled her up in the tuna nets along with the dolphin heads and fins. Those warm-blooded bastards would trail the fishing fleets and try to steal our catch when they could. Cunning they were, too, but the dead ones not as smart as they might be, since the razor's edges of our nets would slice them up if they weren't quick enough. She was whole, I saw. As we laid her on the deck, perhaps she'd fallen from some rich man's pleasure vessel in a drinking perry out at sea. No whore more likely than not, and naked she was, as on her born-in day. But as I leaned over to touch the blue-tipped breasts, I was surprised to feel her move beneath my hand. "Hi, Cap. She's not altogether dead, I think." The others came closer then to take a look. Those turquoise lips, they parted in a gasp, and she opened her eyes as red as blood. Of a sudden, she sprang up and dashed across the deck. She crouched amongst some of the boxes there, and we could see she wasn't no human girl at all. How lithe she was, how lean. Her lips drew back to show her teeth, small, white, and sharp, like a barracuda's, moisture beaded, shining on her face and arms. The muscles in her thighs were taut, but stretched deep by our razor's nets. Her breasts were large and pointed. Her fingers and toes were wet. Rainbow-colored scales speckled her body in places, growing over her skin like the heavenly sores of some angelic leper. She was an apparition of a soldier's blackest, sweetest dreams. Anthony, our ship's first mate, was the first to break the trance induced by them round red eyes. Cautiously, he gazed about as he forced himself to venture closer to the thing we'd just caught by chance. Anthony was the most respected sailor on our boat, a Scot, tall, red, broad at the shoulders, who had once served in the Queen's Navy. The monster girl was silent,
as she eyed him from her fortress nest of boxes. Then she made some sound down in her throat. A seal or dolphin, maybe, like was how it rang inside my ears. The cat clutched his brother's arm and shook his sister's son and roused the rest of us to waken. The shock of first finding her then dipped away like spindrift against a boar's hull. Now was all just curious as hell, and Anthony was standing closest to the girl. He took another step and held his hands out so that to let her get the scent of him by way of introduction. She didn't seem to take too much to that, because soon as he was near enough, she bit off a piece of his finger. "Aye, you dumb animal!" Anthony hollered and waved his damaged finger in the air. It was bleeding horribly. He pulled a kerchief from his pocket and wrapped it tight round the tip of it. "Ah, you need to be afraid, gal," he called out. Anthony was a godly man and wouldn't curse the devil himself. "I did not intend to harm you." The rest of us set up a general roar, but the mate said, "Quiet down, you fools, or else you'll frighten the girl or fish or whatever this thing is, and you wouldn't be wanting to scare a wild animal when it's cornered and hurting, and a female to boot." "Aye," the captain agreed, in a soft voice, parroting Anthony as was his wont. "And I'm betting if she's scared enough to dash for it, she's primed and able to tear the insides out of anyone that got in her way." That's when some sailor said he feared she'd slaughter us all. "Kill her, cat," cried another, "before she comes at us with that shark-toothed mouth of hers." Then Anthony, who had the most reason to wish her harm, raised up his bandaged hand and bade us to relent. "You gents are being hasty here," he said in a peaceful voice. "Mayhap she's not so vicious as we might suppose." And he hid his bloody hand behind his back. "Mayhap she's a gentle thing when she's at home beneath the sea." "Aye," the captain interrupted. A gleam came to his eye. "She's not a monster come into our midst, lad, but a treasure, rare and beautiful she is too. A valuable oddity, a priceless curiosity. Boys, we could peddle her in any port for coins enough to last us years to come." He put his arms around the shoulders of the men closest to him and went on. "Fellow sailors, brothers, merchants, relatives and friends, if we handle this thing correctly here, we'll all come out as rich as kings." And then the eyes of all of us glistened with the golden light. The captain had hit upon the thought that each of us had been afraid to see. A treasure trove, indeed, she was. But what to do? How to proceed? Once caught, how did you keep such a ken of the sea? It was my thought, then, to give her tuna. Why else would she pursue the nets? A poor dumb thing I thought her to be. Human in form mayhap she was, but without a soul. She were no more than a beast. And beasts were such that man were commanded to rule in those first days of creation of the world. She wouldn't take the tuna from the deck where I'd tossed it. But she took it soon enough from the bleeding hand of Anthony. And then she made her noise again. A light struck up across the first mate's face. "I hear her, brothers. She speaks the Queen's English." But seeing that we did not hear nor understand the words of the female gave him pause. "But it's as plain as milk," he offered towards the cap. "As clear as me mother's words when I sat upon her knee." "Aye, you daft man," the captain inquired. "You say there's words inside them chirps and whistles." Anthony turned around, gazing wide-eyed at the creature, as she went on with those noises, those blood-red eyes of hers staring back at him just the same. "She says it's me blood that's done it. The bit of flesh that she consumed." He turned to look at the captain. "She says that's why I can hear her in my head." He pulled the rag from his torn finger, and we could see the white tip of the bone as he dripped his own blood onto a piece of tuna in his hand. The girl thing sparkled her bloodshot eyes at him, but reached for his injured digit instead of the fish. Gently, slowly, she seemed to move as she raised the bloodied finger to her lips and nibbled at the damaged flesh. "Have you gone mad?" cried the captain. "Feeding yourself to the sea beast!" The creature pulled Anthony's finger away, which now had only gnarled halfway to the second knuckle from her mouth, and began to yammer on once more. We stood in awe while he nodded his head, as if he understood her yips and yaps. She be trying to get back to her home, gents, he said with certainty. And where would that be? Laughed the captain. 1,000 leagues below the ocean's surface. Nay, it'd be off the coast of an isle about a week's sail west of here, Anthony replied. She told me so herself. She said she was making her way home when our nets snatched her up. This jewel of the ocean be royalty, Captain. Her king rules the sea, and she, his favorite wife. You saying this thing, this fish woman, this web-toed female, be Neptune's fancy? Asked the captain. But Anthony kept right along, as if he hadn't heard him. Our nets have done too much harm to her legs. And he gestured towards the gashes running up and down the merwoman's thighs. Now she's asking for our help. Her kingdom's built of gold and pearls and precious rubies, and she swore to me, on the sanctity of her husband's throne, that if we return her home,
Neptune's
we'll be
fancy.
paid in all the priceless gemstones this barge can haul. Aye, responded the captain. Why be as rich as kings when we can be as wealthy as gods?
Vincent V. Cava.
There was a low rumble from the crew when he said that. Visions of golden underwater towers jutted up from the ocean's rocky floor and danced and twirled through our heads like barmaids in a tavern when the grog is flowing heavy and the music be merry and the drunks be clapping along and encouraging them. Bah. From amidst the crowd arose a voice hoarse and
Help your friends out, what are you doing?
That broke us from our fantasies. It was old man Job, a half-blind, half-drunk scoundrel that had joined our crew about 3
A
years
little bit of
prior.
shit talk there as well.
Job
Thought I'd just
wasn't
educate
much
him.
use for
What are you
sailors,
doing?
and he wasn't much use for whaling
That's
fishing
funny.
either. But the captain kept him round because he mopped the decks and cleaned the heads for a bottle of rum, a place to sleep at night, and a little bit of food to go in his belly. When he wasn't out at sea, Job slept under the stars and begged for his meals. I'd have felt sorry for the old vagabond if it wasn't for his nasty demeanor. Cold and hostile. Callous from years of
Okay.
living in air with rats. Couple that with the
So-
fact that he'd been caught a number of times stealing from the crew, and you could see why I thought so little of the wretched bastard. Truth be told, none of us cared for him. But we tolerated
Now
him,
we
Job.
can move on to this
Took on
hallway
the
area,
duties he
but not the big
Every
area
sailor on
yet.
the ship then turned his head towards
Oh.
the elderly old man. He was sneering
This
at
one's
the
just
girl, still
kind of
crouching amidst the stacks of crates.
Off.
Trail of Anthony's blood.
Oh,
trickling
that's because I
down the
accidentally
turquoise
moved
lips.
it.
A fool's errand ye be suggesting, Anthony, he said. He snorted a little.
Anyways,
Pig, then spat a thick wad of
let's
phlegm from his mouth.
put some
It landed
stuff
at the
up.
first mate's feet, and a bit of it caught the toe of his boot. A dangerous one at that. We haven't the rations for such a voyage, and what if sails rovers? Have you not considered such a thing? We can restock off the coast of Portugal, Anthony replied. From there, our destination's only 3 or 4 days out, depending on the wind. And he once again began to bandage his bloody finger. As for the pirates, my vote is that the risk is worth the reward. Job pulled a flask from his coat and took a swig, then fired an eye at the fish girl so sharp it could have pierced her the scaly skin. I don't like the thing, Captain, he said, his voice grinding like a stone pedestal being put to work. It's an abomination of God. We shouldn't be trusting it. Then the captain's voice erupted into fire.
Okay,
Shut
let's
your
see
vile
about
trap, old man, he shouted. Did you forget your
a
place
balcony?
on my ship? Next time you think to instruct me on anything, I'll suggest you bite your tongue, lest I'll be cutting it out with the blade I keep on my boot. Anthony set course for the port of Libsyn, so we can restock. Friends and brothers,
That's
aim
not
to
really
get
the
rich.
texture I'm looking
In a
for.
week's time, we'll never be needing to pluck another fish from the briny blue again. And with that, we raised the mainsail and changed course, setting off west towards our dream of wealth and fortune. Morale was high amongst the crew 3 days into our voyage. The men sang shanties about mermaids and treasure when we were working, and when we weren't, they talked of the extravagant things they aimed to purchase with their share of the loot. You could feel a buzz throughout the ship as every sailor was excited to see what a treasure lay at the end of our journey. Every sailor set Joe.
Maybe it's cliffs.
He hadn't spouted off since the captain had put him in his place.
I can kind of see that.
The bad eye that the old man's heart had yet to thaw when it came to the web-toed female. Anthony, on the other hand, had grown as close as heat to a flame with the girl. She was moved to the first mate's private quarters, away from the curious eye of the men in our
Whoa,
vessel.
that
The door
is
was kept closed for privacy,
humongous.
but remained unlocked as per the captain's
That
orders.
is way too
Periodically,
big.
Cap would send a sailor down to check on him, just to make sure the Scot and the fish girl weren't engaging in the perverse, ungodly acts on board
Oh,
the ship.
these are regular
As
balconies.
I said before, Anthony was a man of the book, and I had my doubts that a deviant thought ever crossed his mind. That isn't to say our first mate wasn't acting strange round the girl, though. He took to feeding pieces of himself to her nightly, and I had the dubious honor of assisting him on those first couple evenings when the captain had ordered me to pay them a visit. First, Anthony would instruct me to fetch a tuna from the deck, a big one. As it turned out, the girl had an appetite on par with that of a horse. When I returned, he would unsheathe the knife he wore on his belt and roll the sleeve of his shirt up round his elbow. Much to the displeasure of my eyes, Anthony would then dig the blade's edge into his forearm and carve free small slivers of flesh. Inside the mouth of the tuna is where he'd place the lump of skin and muscle so that she could eat it with her supper. She devoured her fish raw, like I hear the heathens of the Orient do. Head, bone, and tail, all with the bits of Anthony's flesh inside. I'd watch her eat it while I helped him dress his wound. The smacking of her lips as she savored the uncooked tuna in her mouth was difficult on my ears. Every bite accompanied by an abundance of nauseating noises, slurping and sucking sounds would fill the first mate's cabin while she licked the poor dead fish's eyes and grinded its bone between her pointed teeth.
We need a
A
ramp,
gruesome sight
like a
indeed.
small ramp.
But I came to reason that Anthony was letting the she-thing consume him for a purpose. It was explained to me through my discussion with the first mate, however limited they may be, that over the course of each day, Anthony lost the ability to understand the girl's tongue. Only when his flesh was inside the merwoman's stomach could he make heads or tails of her high-pitched whistles. And how clever of him it was, I did believe, to continue their discussions and gain her trust, as to ensure she did not go back against her word.
It's not bad.
I was glad that it was he and not I that bonded with the creature. She appeared almost human at passing glance, but moved and acted like a wild animal. Gaze into her eyes, and all you'd see was a feral beast staring back at you. This I found to be unsettling. I wondered, too, how the Scot felt safe sharing his cabin with her. But alas, men have done far stranger things for the promise of wealth. On the final night before Libsyn, the she-thing even managed to bite my hand as I was offering her a fish. An accident is what I believe it to be, mayhaps. I should have paid more mind when delivering a hungry animal its meal. Nevertheless, her teeth had broken the skin and drawn blood, enough that I needed to bandage myself. Happy to oblige I was when Anthony dismissed me from my quarters for the evening following that encounter. By the time we docked in the port of Libsyn the next day, our rations had run bone dry.
This
The cat
is
sent only his
the
most
way.
trusted men out for supplies and ordered the rest of us to stay on board. He feared that turning us loose in the city might have led to some unwanted queries from locals about the special cargo we had hauling. When sailors reach dock, sailors tend to drink. Now, a boozed-up sailor can still be of use to a captain in a lot of ways, but keeping a secret ain't one of them. All this was for the best, as I was not wanting to take any extra responsibilities the day anyhow. From the moment I had awoken that morning, my joints had ached terribly, and my head had felt misty and muddled. Anthony had locked the girl away inside his room while he was out leading the captain's chosen few through Libsyn. I, along with most of the crew, stayed on the ship, and waited for he and the rest of the men to return with provisions so we could be on our way. Without the freedom to leave the boat, there wasn't much to do except drink myself to sleep and hope my joint pain passed. So that's exactly what I aimed to accomplish that afternoon. I was taking a cat nap in me hammock when I felt a cold
Me
friendly
in
hand
me
wrap around my
hammock.
forearms. The sensation shocked me something fierce, but a sudden feeling of dread kept me from opening my eyes right away. For you see, I was sure as birth and death it was the fish girl that had snagged me. With Anthony out acquiring rations and groggy mind, reasoned that she had come to me looking for a meal. After all, it had been I alone who assisted the first mate during his grisly suppers. Those icy fingers were gripping me tight, and the damp hand had me certain I was about to wake and find her standing over me, grinning down with that mouthful of daggers, and staring through me with those blood-red eyes. When I finally mustered the courage to look, I saw that it was Job, who had stirred me back to the waking world. I stood up in me hammock and readied myself to crack
Me
him with the
in
back
me
of my
hammock.
hand for rousing me from my nap. There weren't a lot of men on the boat that I would strike, but Job was the lowest in the pecking order, and a known thief at that, so I had no qualms with belting the old bastard, especially after catching him sneaking around the berth when he should have been topside scrubbing the ship's head. To top it off, the pain in my joints was throbbing worse than ever, and I had attributed that to my sudden wakening. But the look of distress on his face gave me pause long enough for him to speak, and I lost the urge to strike him once he opened his yellow-toothed mouth. "You needn't be upset about me raising you from your slumber," he said. Even the sound of his whispering grinded awful-like inside my ears. "I came to talk to you about that monster we pulled from the drink a few days back. That thing that's got our first mate wrapped round her scaly finger, and our captain fantasizing about treasure that may or may not be real. There be not something altogether right about that journey we embarking on. To me, it stinks to hell and back. Last eve I hid behind the Scott's door and listened to the thing that he was saying to the creature. Well, he weren't talking of no jewels or kingdom, I tell you that. I can't say for sure, 'cause I couldn't understand the monster's tongue, but his words, they sounded treacherous. She put a spell on him, I be thinking. One that somehow gives her the key to his mind. Mayhaps her power lies in that fact that she be eating little bits of him nightly.
Damn it, stop it.
I watched you help him feed her, and that's the only reason I can fathom why he coddled with such a beast in the first place. Witchcraft it is. Now, I'd be thinking that he and she may be leading us to our deaths. We must be wary, you and I, for to blindly trust a soulless creature such as she is as mad as taking the devil for his word. I yanked my arm free from his grasp and told him that he was lucky I wasn't the type to rat him out to Anthony about his eavesdropping. He turned to plead with me, but my bleary mind had been made up, and I was in no mood to listen to the ramblings of a dirty old thief. "To hell with ya!" he shouted at me. "You're just like the rest of them, then. Just like the captain. So blindly be your greed you can't see the danger right before your eyes. Well, you don't believe me, then I'll prove it to you." Job then stormed from the berth with the fury of a tempest. While I strained to forget the old man's warnings long enough to fall back to sleep, we were putting a lot of trust in Anthony to lead us to the promised land. True it was. The first mate had never given any of us a reason to doubt it.
According
But
to
I
our
wondered
records, you
then,
got a
as
little
I lay
feeders
in my
recently.
if this was cause enough to follow the lead without question. We raised anchor and
Okay.
set off from the dock the next morning. Once the shore had disappeared behind the horizon, the cap called every able-bodied soldier up the deck for a meeting. When I had arrived, I was surprised to see the fish girl standing beside Anthony in the cap. It was the first time she had been topside since we caught her. She was dressed in a garment
Let me take a
as
look.
to cover up her lady parts. More animal than woman she might have been, but the captain had insisted
You know,
that
it wouldn't
keeping her
surprise
covered
me if we
was a
did.
Christian thing to do, so he made sure to have her
One
garbed in
sec.
front of the crew.
Let me
It was
take
the
a look.
first mate's sleeping shirt she was wearing, and it hung from her thin frame, swallowing up her figure like a young boy sporting his father's coat. "Friends and brothers," the captain sang out, "our stern is to the coast, so there'll be no turning back now. The next time we drop anchor, we'll be doing it by the bay of this fair sea queen's kingdom." He waved a hand towards the girl, but she paid him no mind.
It is in our
She was
library.
still acting skittish and feral, just the same as she'd been since I first laid eyes on her. Our first mate, Anthony, continued the captain, had been communicating with
Let
the
me know if
female.
it's working.
It is he, and only he, who she trusted with the coordinates of her kingdom. So follow
Okay.
his orders, sailors, and we'll all be wealthy men by the week's
You're
end.
welcome.
Anthony took a step
you
forward
too.
to address the crew. He may not have been
Okay,
the
bye.
captain, but he had the ship's reverence just the same. Maybe more.
Okay.
Ahoy, fellow sailors! When we set off this vessel 4 days ago, we did so as fishermen and whalers. But when this voyage is over, we'll be running home as men with influence. Men of means. Hear, hear, cheered the crew.
Here, here.
In a few days, we'll be reaching our destination, he explained. The entrance to this girl's kingdom.
Yeah, this
lies within a
balcony
place
is,
that
like,
people call the Golden
Getting
Grotto.
smaller and
When
smaller.
he said that, I saw an eager smile stretch across the captain's face. It's a place plucked straight out from the fables we read as children. A cavern where the water's liquid gold, and the walls are encrusted with diamonds. When we find the Golden Grotto, we'll be so close to the treasure, we'll be able to reach out and touch it. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket. I've been taking the liberty of drawing us a map based on me conversations with the girl. Now, if you be needing me, don't hesitate to call down to my quarters. I'll be in there with the lass discussing the customs and diplomacy of her people. Such things will come in handy upon our first encounter with the royal party. Anthony and the she-thing then departed from the group. Most of us went back to cracking and jollies and laughing about our good fortune after that, but not Job. I spotted him hovering off the back of the crowd, all by his lonesome. He just kept right on staring at the Scot and the girl until they disappeared back down below the ship's deck. Only now do I think I know what he was gaping at. He had spotted something wrong regarding those two, something I believed that I had spotted as well, but had been too afraid to admit. And now that these events are behind me, I can permit myself to recognize the signs that I had so willfully ignored. It wasn't Anthony that had broken free from the group first, once the meeting had adjourned. It was the girl. He had followed her all the way below deck, and not the other way around. Like a child tailing his mother on an afternoon stroll through the marketplace. Job saw it then, and I see it now. Illness would befall me not long after the meeting. By that very evening, I had come down with a sudden fever that set my skin ablaze, sent throbs of pain coursing through my muscles, and left me confined to my hammock. And so I slept, soaked in sweat, as the crew carried on their duties topside without me. It was during my malaise that I had began to experience horrific nightmares. Visions that buried themselves so deep inside my head, they tortured me to this day. I dreamt of a city beneath the ocean, looming up from the seabed like the unholy Mecca of Lucifer. So real these visions seemed throughout the duration of my delirium that I couldn't tell the difference between reality on board the ship and the fabrication of my ailing mind. There were castles built of black, jagged coral, so razor-sharp the barbs and spines jutting from their immense bastions would rip a man's skin upon contact. Spires standing hundreds of feet high, erected from the bones of sea creatures more massive than any whale, were scattered about the place. Each underwater structure was enormous and intricately decorated, adorned with thousands of seashells, or draped in colossal curtains of kelp. I had no body during these bizarre fever dreams. Instead, I moved about the sunken city like an ethereal specter. In the center of the district was a church with pointed steeples. Its walls were sculpted from one large piece of smooth, black rock extending upwards from the earth. Its roof a dark sea-green mass of repulsive projections, wriggled as if it consisted of millions of monstrous worms. At first, I thought it was made of seaweed, and the moving parts were simply a product of the ocean's influence. But as I ventured closer to the wicked house of worship, I found this not to be the case. Nay, I fear the truth is far more unsettling. For to my dismay, I discovered that the thing draped over the top of the church was in fact alive and conscious. It was like no creature I'd seen before, at sea or on land. It had no head or tail, and I could not for the life of me tell you where the beast ended or began, but it writhed about and moaned loud and deep, as though it were suffering and horrible. The moving bits were tentacles of some kind, the tips of which were flat and white, each as long as a full-grown man. An enormous green slug covered with feelers is how I describe the unfortunate thing. Foolish may sound, but I couldn't help but feel sorry for the monstrosity. To my eyes, it seemed as though the slug were a prisoner of that church. The unhallowed cathedral steeps rose up through the beast's flesh, skewering it alive so that it could not swim away. Closer to the terrible place I journeyed. Unable to stop myself, I realized that I was not in control of my actions. A chanting arose from the black church, drowning out even the cries of its monstrous captive. The voices were not human. They sounded of singing dolphins, but unlike the girl, there was some semblance of language in their words, albeit ones I could not understand. Through the doors I traveled ever nearer to the chants, and there I witnessed horrors that could warp a sane man's mind. The underside of the slug thing above the church was now visible. The creature had no eyes or ears, or at least none that I could recognize, but its enormous oval maw, large enough to swallow a merchant ship whole, spanned half its body. Every one of its teeth was as big as a baby humpback and as sharp as the devil's tongue. Columns arranged in a circle ascended up, piercing the creature's pink, spongy belly so as to pin it in place. The interior walls were carved in runes, the likes of which I'm certain no man has seen since before the time of Christ. There were no pews inside the structure, and aside from the pulpit and the column, the chamber was completely bare. But I was not alone inside the church. There were hooded figures in black robes as well. They floated between the pillars in the center of the room, and I knew then that they were the origin of the strange chants I'd been following. The shrouded beings were busy performing their depraved religious rituals and did not acknowledge my presence. So I watched in silence as they worshipped and sang their ominous incantations. In response, the immense slug above cried and moaned throughout the strange ceremony, but never did the dark monks react to its bellowing. When the chanting came to an end, all but one of the worshippers removed their robes and dropped them to the floor. They were males, the same race as the fish girl, and bore the same sharp teeth and webbed fingers as she. Colorful scales even speckled their bodies in a similar fashion. They formed a circle round the one figure still cloaked and lowered their heads in what I assumed to be a prayer. The monk was bigger than the lot of them, at least twice as large. I wouldn't have noticed till the others removed their garments, but now the size difference was palpable. It was their leader, the archbishop of their ungodly congregation. It turned to face me, and I realized that I wasn't as invisible to these things as I had thought. From the sleeves of the high priest's robes emerged a gigantic webbed hand. Though they were unlike those of the mer people surrounding it, more monstrous in appearance were these, with grayish-green skin.
Come on, it keeps going underneath the map. I just want it to be right in front.
Of a strange, unearthly design. Mesmerizing, I found it to be, both stunning and frightening at the same time, unique to any piece of jewelry I'd ever seen in my life. I feared with all of my soul to look upon the face of the horrible thing, but as I said before, my actions were not my own to control. The thing then raised its claw and removed its cowl, revealing its awful features to me. There would be no mistaking the priest for human as one might. The girl or the other worshippers of that sinful underwater temple. Nay, this creature was no more man than the beast imprisoned on the church's roof. Its head was a swollen, misshapen mass of blue-gray scales, and I'm not ashamed to say that I still shudder when I think of it. A dark green fin ran down the middle of its skull, disappearing into its robe. I found myself somehow grateful that it was still wrapped in its ceremonial garments, because the sight of its naked, bloated body may have been enough to break my psyche. Nevertheless, so hideous was the priest's face, froggish and fish-like in appearance, that I'm sure even the most courageous men would scream aloud if they were to lay their eyes on it. A series of gills flapped on the side of the creature's neck, and tusks extended from between its flabby gray lips. Its glassy eyes, yellow and unblinking, sat too far apart on its face, protruding outward like a pair of rotten cabbages as they studied me. Without doubt, the unhallowed congregation was the most appalling vision I'd ever seen. I attempted to scream, but alas, I could not, though the slug expressed enough displeasure for the two of us. It started to thrash above our heads and cry at a deafening pitch. The other worshippers then started up their dolphin chants again, but this only seemed to trouble the sea monster more. It shook the foundation of the building, yet even that did little to cause the priest to break its awful stare from me. My mind was swirling with the horrid sights and sounds occurring inside the submerged church, but just as I started to believe that they would drive me mad, my vision began to darken, and the blare of the creature's screams faded away to nothingness. When my sight had returned, I was again lying in my hammock on the ship. I had my body back, and no longer did my skin burn to the touch. For the first time since Lipson, the fog that had settled inside my mind had started to disperse. My fever had recessed, and with it the visions of that wicked temple and the city beneath the sea. Though the images I bore witness to managed to stay with me, as I could still recall those terrible dreams whenever I closed my eyes. I would come to learn that I'd been laid up for 3 days. And in that time, things had changed aboard the ship. The merriment that had been buzzing through the crew just days prior had vanished, only to be replaced by nervous whispers and a sense of trepidation. Out at open sea, surrounded by nothing but the deep blue depths, sailors tend to gossip just as females do, and once my strength had returned to me, a few of the fishermen made it their duty to catch me up on what I'd missed while I was wrought with fever. The recent trouble seemed to be stemming from an altercation that occurred the night the illness took me. As I slept so sick that I was well nigh dead to the world, an incident occurred that had rattled many of the men on the boat. And not surprisingly, it was regarding Job and the girl. The story as it had been told to me was that Anthony had been topside that evening, navigating the ship through a patch of stormy weather, so as to ensure the winds did not blow us off course. When the seas had calmed, he returned to his cabin to find the old man, dagger in hand, harassing the fish girl and declaring that he aimed to kill her. The old man was bleeding awful from the side of his neck. The merwoman had taken a bite out of him after he'd made an earlier pass at her with his blade. Gushing his wound was, too. A crimson pool had collected at his feet, but despite the blood loss, Job had a fire burning so bright inside him that night that he had moved beyond all reason. Anthony ordered him to halt, but the old man refused to yield to his commands. He wanted only to bury his dagger into the merwoman's heart, and there was no threat the Scot could make that would deter him from his mission. All else had become trivial to the old man. Job backed the girl into a corner and raised the knife over his head and readied himself to come down on her with the point of his blade, but the Scot was quicker and stronger than he. Before the gray-haired beggar could drive his dagger into her chest, Anthony dashed across the room and sunk a knife of his own between the blades of his shoulders. The men who had witnessed this said Job then folded like a book, crumpling to the floor an instant later. As it turned out, the first mate's knife had delivered a fatal blow, but the old man did not pass quietly into the afterlife. He groaned and howled for minutes. Some of the crew tried to tend to him, but the beggar's injuries were too severe. Anthony's knife was buried down to the hilt. In time, Job's breathing shallowed, his eyes began to dim, but just before his soul would leave his body and travel to the heavens, or down to hell, where I believe it may have been destined. He raised a finger toward the first mate and uttered his final words. "She's his master now."
The cap did not reprimand Anthony for killing Job. After all, he was only a beggar, and as I said before, the old man did not have many friends aboard the ship. Nevertheless, he was given a proper eulogy the next morning, and his body was buried at sea. The Scot, however, was absent from the ceremony, and it was then that the rumors began. Those who witnessed what happened did not believe that lethal force had been necessary. Anthony was one of the strongest sailors on the ship and could have easily subdued the frail old man without the use of his knife. The girl he was harboring was an unnatural, frightful thing. Strangely beautiful, though, she was. And with the death of Job, much of the crew was beginning to grow nervous about her presence on our vessel. Mayhaps the old man's final words were getting to him. This is something I cannot say for sure, but a bit of mild panic had broken out amongst the men, and it seemed to have spread like a plague while I was ill. A lot of them knew little about the feeding practices I'd been assisting Anthony with in secret before my fever struck. I'm sure their fears would have swelled considerably if privy to that information. So I thought it best to keep my mouth closed when they started prodding me about such things during our discussions. No need to fan the flames, I thought, especially when we were so close to our destination. Anthony might have been able to quell concerns himself had he appeared on the deck now and again, following Job's death, but for much the time I was sick, he'd been cooped up in his quarters, battling an apparent fever of his own. Word amongst the men was that the captain had checked on him, and upon seeing his condition feared for his first mate's health. He ordered Anthony to relinquish the girl so another sailor could mind her while he recovered, but the Scot had somehow talked him out of it. Ill he may have been, but Anthony was still a persuasive and powerful speaker. He managed to convince the cap to send him a hand instead, so as to help him feed the girl, since I was too delirious from fever to offer my assistance. The man's name was Jacob. He was a young fisherman from a poor village. He had learned everything he knew about sailing while working aboard the ship. He, too, had been questioned by the others about Anthony and the girl, but refused to talk of them. However, once he heard that my fever had passed, he sought out to converse about our shared experiences. Anthony approached me the afternoon I woke from my watery nightmare, and requested that we speak in private. He found an isolated spot at the hull of the boat. It was only there, where he knew others would not hear our discussion, that he felt secure enough to open up to me. The young fisherman spoke in a hushed tone, and I knew from the cadence of his voice and the way his hands gripped me tight around my shoulders, he was very troubled. "Anthony has mandated that I do not speak of my chores outside of his cabin," Jacob whispered to me. His silky blonde hair had fallen over his face for a moment. He looked almost mad. "He knows his practices are unconventional and fierce. It would upset the crew if they were told how he goes about the girl's feedings." I nodded in agreement. For in the many years I've walked this earth, I've come to recognize that even a fool alone in distress is far more rational than a collection of great thinkers when dangers are hanging over their heads. "But you've been present for them too," he continued. "You were helping feed the girl before the illness fell upon you, before I was chosen to take your place." I remained silent as it was not yet my turn to speak. Something was weighing heavily on the young man's heart. A secret he felt a need to disclose. "The only thing that's kept me sane during the time I spent with the Scot was knowing that you had not run screaming from his cabin after witnessing those horrors." Jacob paused for a moment and bit his bottom lip. His face was rife with terror. I bade him to carry on, so he took a deep breath and glanced over his shoulder. Once he saw no one was in earshot, he resumed his account. "The things he did, the way he fed himself to her." Then his voice trailed off again, and his dark brown eyes fell to his boots. It was difficult for him to relive those moments. I placed my hand atop his shoulder to soothe the young man's worries. "Aye, friend," I replied with a smile. "It is a dreadful habit he's developed." I assumed that Jacob was speaking of the very same practice I had witnessed Anthony partake in with the merwoman. His disgust was something I found reasonable. Watching the Scot carve the flesh from his arm was a sickening sight to behold. But Jacob was acting as if he'd crossed the path with the devil himself. When he spoke, his voice quaked with fright, and his lips quivered like the puckered strings of a lute. I thought mayhaps his fear were understated. But when the young man opened his mouth again, I began to reconsider the notion. Dreadful! If only one could describe such things with a word as modest as dreadful. Nay, there's no way to express the horrors I witnessed inside the man's cabin. Tell me how you managed to keep your sanity. I saw you those first few days. When you weren't assisting him, you walked about the ship as if nothing were the matter. How did you keep your conscience clear, knowing full well what he was allowing the creature to do to him? I shrugged my shoulders. But before I could answer him, Jacob started up again. He said it was for the good of the ship, but I won't be a part of it anymore. Now that you're well, I'll be informing Anthony that I no longer wish to aid him while he feeds himself to that terrible thing. If that doesn't frighten you, then I beg you to take my place. God, how he allowed her to eat him alive. The way she sank her teeth into his chest and stomach. That awful hymn he would recite that burned my ears. He sang them aloud with a smile on his face as she devoured him, as she sucked the blood from his veins. I tried my best to calm him, but Jacob had worked himself into a frenzy. His face bore the desperate look of an injured animal, and all of my words appeared to fall on deaf ears. It seemed as if he was losing his mind before my very eyes. Of a sudden, the young fisherman spun around and ran off. He stormed below the deck, and I knew he was heading to the first mate's quarters. I didn't try to follow him, though. The last few things he'd been yammering on about had made me hesitate. From what I could gather, Jacob's time with Anthony sounded far different than my own. Never did he let the girl bite him directly into the flesh, while I assisted him, and the part about her drinking his blood sent a chill through my body. I pondered, too, about the hymns the young man spoke of and found myself thinking back to the dark monks of my dreams, wondering if they and the first mate's songs were one and the same. Moments later, I would hear a scream rise up from the berth, and I knew at once that it came from Jacob. By the time I arrived below deck, a dozen men had gathered around the first mate's quarters. Jacob was shouting and holding his arm, and I could see the sleeve of his shirt was stained a deep red. "You blasted beast!" he shouted. "You godforsaken animal!" Anthony was in the doorway. He had put himself between the crew and the girl. Blood was smeared across her face, and it looked as though she was still chewing a piece of the young man in her mouth. I peered back at Jacob and realized then just how much muscle she had torn from his arm. Jacob's wound was spilling like a waterfall. I could see the bone of his forearm, a flap of his flesh, attached by only a single piece of skin, dangled loosely from the mangled limb. "Ah! It burns like fire! Like a flame to my flesh!" The men were trying to console him, but the young sailor had fallen into a panic. The captain had entered the berth by now, having been lured by all the commotion. He instructed some of the crew to take Jacob topside and help him dress his injury. It took 4 men to pull him away, kicking and screaming from the first mate's door. I stayed behind. Jacob was bucking like a wild horse, and though my health had improved, I was still weak from my fever's lingering effects. Once he was gone, Anthony stepped outside of his cabin and closed the door behind him to address the cap. "He burst in like a madman, Captain," Anthony explained. "No fair warning at all, not even a single knock. It startled the girl." This is the first time in days that I'd gotten a look at the Scot, and I understood then why the Cap had been so worried about his well-being. Anthony looked to still be suffering from what had been ailing him. His face as pallid as a phantom floating through the fog, and it seemed as if he'd lost considerable weight. His movements were sluggish. Even each of his steps demanded the will of the world. Even his curly hair that had been such a vibrant, fiery red just days before had dulled to a drab orange. Anthony gazed out at the remaining men through a pair of glossy, tired eyes, set deep in the sunken sockets of his face. And a strange thought then crossed my head. The look of a man waiting for death to take him. "How much farther, Anthony?" asked the captain. "The crew was restless, and I can't be having any more of this nonsense on this ship." "We'll be reaching the grotto before next eve, Captain," Scott muttered out. And when he said that, the Cap's eyes gleamed. For the briefest of moments, driven by the promise of riches, he was. So much so that he'd begun to let the treasure consume his every waking thought. The Cap scratched his beard while he contemplated the first mate's answer. "Good then. he finally responded. And how are you feeling? I strong enough to make the journey, but I need me rest. The captain turned to face the rest of us. Well, you heard him, he barked. Let him rest. Tomorrow we drop anchor, and there'll be no more disturbing him till then. Fever struck Jacob that night. Just after dark had begun to settle in, and by the time the sun had fully sunken below the edge of the sea, the young fisherman had been reduced to an unconscious, babbling, sweat-soaked mess of a man. The crew was in an uproar. Their fears had more than doubled once word of poor Jacob's condition had traveled through the ship. I pitied him, knowing full well how terrible my own illness had been, and prayed that he made a swift recovery. I believed that our fevers had been connected. After all, the only 3 men who had fallen ill on the ship had each felt the merwoman's teeth pierce their flesh. Mayhap her bite was venomous. This is something I now know to be true, though. I would have no idea just how potent her poisonous mouth could be until a good deal later. The Cap himself stood guard outside Anthony's door that night, so as to prevent a repeat of the Job incident from earlier. This worked well enough to suppress any budding untrust. The night passed along without a skirmish, and before I knew it, the sun had begun to reappear over the eastern horizon. The morning passed by easily enough. Though tensions throughout the ship were still high, I found myself sharing laughs with a few of the men who were waiting to hear word from the Cap. It wasn't until midday he made his way up topside to speak to us. His eyes were red and swollen from the lack of sleep, and his arms hung loose and heavy, like pendulums from his shoulder. When he spoke, I could hear the fatigue in his voice, but his eagerness for adventure and hunger for wealth still apparent. Today is the day we make our fortune, men, he said to us. Today, we become rich. And then, in a moment so timely that it must have been orchestrated by the fates themselves, the excited shouts of a crewmate called down from the crow's nest above our heads. I see it! I see it! Len Ho! By the time we drifted into the bay, the late afternoon sky was beginning to rust, and it looked as if the heavens were cast from copper. The island was so small a man could set out on foot at dawn, explore every nook and crevice of its terrain, and still return back to where he started before evening came about. The beach was littered with palms. Birds with bright feathers and hooked beaks grazed its sandy shores. Beyond that was a lush garden, full of ferns, colorful flowers, and exotic trees. Anthony appeared topside with the girl shortly after the beaches first came into sight. He navigated the ship to a cove tucked away in a rocky corner of the isle. Here is where we were told we could expect to find the Golden Grotto. The mouth of the cave was too narrow for our ship, so we lowered 3 whalers into the water and rowed out. There were 6 of us to a boat. Mine brought up the rear, while the boat with Captain Anthony and the fish girl led our modest procession. Most of the crew stayed on board of the ship, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I envied them. For it, as my trust in the Scot had been waning since the prior day's incident with Jacob. The other men in my whaler must have felt the same way, for the faces were grim and cheerless. There was gloom hanging in the air, and I felt less like a treasure hunter and more like a doomed soul embarking on a one-way voyage down the river Styx. Our boats were rigged with harpoons, but we were fishermen, not soldiers, and the Cap was the only one amongst us 3 vessels carrying a pistol. At a glance, the grotto was by no means remarkable. After hearing Anthony talk of it, I had been expecting marble statues and jewel-encrusted archways, but the mouth of the cave was small and ordinary, and our heads nearly touched the ceiling as we paddled inside. We used torches to light our way through the darkness. I thought my nose had grown numb to the stench of fish, but the smell inside the cave was so harsh and overpowering that it caused my eyes to water. Black rock formations rose out of the water's surface like tentacles of a kraken, and our voices bounced hollow off the walls. Aye, the grotto was a peculiar place indeed, but peculiar for all the wrong reasons. The Scot had promised us a wondrous vault full of precious emeralds and rubies. But the deeper into the cave we traveled, the more I felt my dreams of riches drift away. The walls were made of stone, not diamonds, and even the slightest hint of gold was absent from its murky waters. A steady unease was growing throughout the group as we sneaked our way down the grotto's narrow canal. So deep we had journeyed into the treacherous cave that the mouth of the cave was no longer in sight. The flames from our torches were casting strange shadows on the walls. They danced and frolicked across the rocks like ghastly spirits. A feeling of dread was beginning to swell inside me like a rising black tide, and I feared I might never gaze upon the sky. Eventually our party came upon a dead end. But this only gave my worries even more reason to flourish. Now the promise of treasure seemed further away than ever. I know that I was not alone in this thought, because after some time it was the Cap himself who turned to Anthony and began to question him. "Where are the rubies, Anthony?" he demanded. "Where are the pearls and the emeralds you spoke of?" His words were full of rage, but the Scot said nothing. His only response to the captain's interrogation was to stare so cold and distant that I briefly thought he might have been dead. "Answer me!" shouted the Cap. And when he said this, he lowered the barrel of his pistol between the first mate's eyes. "Where's the gold? Where's the diamonds?" The girl leaned over the edge of the boat and dipped her webbed fingers into the water. Aloof and childlike was her demeanor, as if completely oblivious to the ruckus the Cap was raising. The torchlight reflected red
And that's
off her
tall.
scaly skin, and I remember thinking that she looked like hell incarnate. The captain cocked his pistol so as to impress his point upon the Scot, but Anthony sat in silence, never flinching, only breathing. "Captain!" one of the men shouted out. "There be something in the water!" The lot of us then spun around and saw 6 heads breach the water's surface. Now I know you may think me mad, but I'd recognize the creatures. The creatures from my nightmares. I was now face to face with the very same wretched monks that had tormented me during my fevered dreams. A chill ran through my body once this realization came to pass. That fishy smell had somehow grown more potent, so much so that it left its foul flavor in my throat. Every time I drew a breath, time seemed to stop as we stared, in awe, at the horrid things treading water before us. A scream rose up from behind me, sharp and jawing. It pierced the moment like the tip of a dagger, and when I turned in its direction, I saw that it was coming from the Cap. The fish girl had ambushed him from behind while his attention had been diverted. Her arms were wrapped tight around his shoulders, and those sharp teeth of hers had buried themselves into the side of his neck. He fired a desperate shot, but alas, the Cap was too far gone. The bullet missed completely, and when he tried to cock his pistol again, his fingers betrayed him, and he dropped his weapon into the dark waters. The blood running down his throat looked black against the glow of the torchlight. Again and again she tore away at his flesh, opening his wound larger with each bite. Anthony did nothing to stop her. The other men in the boat pulled at her arms and legs, but the girl's grip was strong and they couldn't pry her loose. I glanced back towards the mermen just in time to see the last of them dive out of sight. Seconds later, our boats were rocking back and forth, and I knew they intended to tip us over. Out of instinct, I snatched the harpoon and jabbed it into the water, though I couldn't see a thing beneath the surface, and my spear came up empty each time. A mate in the second boat did the same, but the merman lunged up and grabbed hold of the harpoon's shaft, then pulled the poor bastard overboard. He breached just long enough to let out a horrible cry before the creature pulled him back under. The girl continued to feast on the captain, but his screaming had sunk into a pitiful groan. No longer did he have the strength to struggle. His throat was red and gnarled. It looked like raw meat. My boat was the last to capsize, and by the time it hit the water, the wicked things were already swarming the sunken sailors, just as piranhas do. They glided through the water with incredible speed and grace, attacking from every angle and tearing into the men with ease. The cave was pitch dark now. The torches had been extinguished, but I could feel the creatures moving all about me. My crewmen's garbled cries told me just how deadly those waters were. But even the sounds of the slaughter didn't disturb me as much as Anthony's voice when I heard it, chanting out amidst the madness. Flat and colorless it sounded, as if the first mate was under the influence of a spell. He recited those blasphemous prayers, the very same I had heard in my nightmares, as the creatures massacred our friends and brothers all around us. I shut my eyes and began to swim. The fish people were faster than I. This I knew, but I reasoned that fleeing was my only chance to survive. I couldn't see a thing in the darkness, so I used the screams of my fellow sailors to guide me. I swam from the carnage as fast as my arms and legs would allow me. So sure was I that I'd soon be meeting my death that I had already begun to make a peace with the thought of their teeth shredding my flesh. I could hear the blood-soaked cries of my crewmates even after I emerged from the cave. I gazed over the cove as my eyes adjusted to the twilight, and I saw the ship still anchored in the bay. The sight was indeed a relief, but I knew I was far from safe. As long as I was in those waters, I was nothing more than prey. I felt myself grow weary. My heart was pounding inside my chest like the stampeding hooves of 1,000 horses. My muscles were aching terribly, and my vision was growing blacker by the minute. Once or twice as I made my escape, I thought I caught the fishy stench of the cave. But every time I peered over my shoulder expecting to see those things chasing me down, I found that I was still alone. My mind was fading fast, and I feared if the fish people didn't kill me then, the cove's warm, tropical waters would. But just before darkness grabbed me, I felt myself plucked from the seas as if by an angel and pulled aboard a boat. When I opened my eyes, I saw the worried faces of my crewmates staring down at me. One of them attempted to ask me questions, but I'm afraid to say my memory completely leaves me at that. Next thing I recall, I was back in my hammock aboard the ship. I had awoken from yet another deep sleep. So long I napped that we were already more than halfway home. Many days had passed since that bloody afternoon. I was told by the crew that they had lowered a rescue boat into the water when they heard the crack of the captain's pistol. But the screams pouring from the grotto had deterred them from entering the cove, and so they waited until they spotted me making my escape. The men said that my eyes were wild when they pulled me from the drink, and that I yelled and blathered like a madman. But my warnings had frightened them enough to turn back and leave the rest for dead. I passed out by the time they brought me aboard the ship. Not long after, they raised the mainsail and decided to make a hasty departure. I spoke to Jacob while I recovered below the deck. His fever had left him, and he was eager to talk about the nightmares he suffered through. When I told him of the grotto, he said the scene I described unfolded just the way he experienced in his dreams. He saw that awful city as well, and witnessed those monks and that wicked high priest performing the same depraved rituals that I observed. That was all many years ago. I left the fishing business and moved as far inland as I could. Jacob, too, retired early. He traveled back home to live and care for his elderly mother. But even though we went our separate ways, the two of us made sure to keep in correspondence. You see, we shared a mutual bond. Those awful dreams still haunted us, and they were often the main topic of conversation in our letters. We believed it was the fish girl's bite that induced it, and that mayhaps her venom still flowed inside our veins. I looked forward to hearing from him because he was the one person I felt I could speak freely to about my nightmares. Through our discussions, we tried to decipher hidden meanings in our dreams. We researched the ancient runes that were carved inside the dark church, and tried our best to translate the monks' language, though we made little progress in our endeavor. In his letters, Jacob often spoke of a book that he was searching for, an ancient tome written by a mad Arab that he believed would hold the answers to our questions. To my knowledge, he never tracked it down. But I wonder if the book could have helped him once things took a turn for the worse. I started to worry for my friend. A little over a year ago, his words began to sound paranoid, and I noticed a rapid decline in his penmanship. He told me his dreams were now unbearable, and they had been weighing heavy on his thoughts. This concerned me most of all. Then a few months later, I stopped receiving letters from him altogether. I wrote him many times, inquiring about his well-being, but never received a response. And so, after some time, I've decided to pay him a visit. His village was out on the coast. It was the first time in years that I had seen the ocean, and I was surprised to find myself undisturbed by the sight of it. Nay, in fact, I found comfort in its rolling blue waves. His mother answered the door when I arrived at Jacob's home. I introduced myself as an old friend, but a look of grief struck her face when I uttered his name. And right away I knew my fears had been confirmed. She said that a terrible tragedy had occurred. It seemed as though Jacob's final letters had only revealed a small sliver of his tormented soul. His mother told me just how much he'd changed over the past year. He'd become detached, standoffish. She said he was full of anger, and that he often woke up screaming in the night. The man I knew was a devout Christian, but she said he had renounced the church. And when she asked him why, he would only talk of crazy things, as she would say, like ancient beings and sleeping gods. His behavior, too, had begun to scare her, but she was old and feeble, and feared if she spoke out then, he might strike her. And then, early one morning, while his mother still slept, he stripped himself bare, walked naked through the village, and threw himself from a pier. He fell like a stone into the sea. A few fishermen setting out for the day witnessed the whole thing unfold. They said he was ranting and speaking in tongues, and it seemed as though he was talking to the ocean itself. His body was recovered, and a memorial service was held in his honor. At the time, I felt pity for him. I thought mayhaps his dreams had worn away at his mind, like waves do against the face of a cliff. But this, I now know, is not entirely true. Mayhap it was my proximity to the coast. But soon I too began to have a new vivid dream, that they haven't stopped since I ventured out to Jacob's village. Each nightmare seems more real and frightening than the ones that came before. In them I see more underwater cities filled with monstrous creatures like the high priest from my fever dream, but now their history is told to me as I sleep. These deep ones have lived for millennia below the ocean's surface. It is they who rule the fish girl and have carnivorous brethren. They view these mer people as abominations and an early failed attempt to breed with the human race. But they tolerate their existence and let them worship in their sunken temples. They are used in religious rituals, sometimes given up as a sacrifice to Father Dagon or Mother Hydra. Other times they're utilized by the Deep Ones to manipulate man. I am sure now that there never was a golden grotto, nor was the girl really a queen of the sea, but the venom of her bite was powerful, and I think I can still feel it taking effect even today. The thought of land now repulses me. For a week I've been in this village on the coast, and have not been able to peel myself away. I want to go home, but the ocean won't allow it. It beckons me. I can hear its voice calling in the wind, gusting over the water, begging me to take the plunge just as Jacob did. He wants a sacrifice. And the more I dream, the harder it is for me to fight these urges. There is a realm of wonders that is unknown to man, dark, cyclopean cities beneath the sea, magnificent, inconceivable spectacles. The Deep Ones build churches there and worship all-powerful gods, sleeping gods that will return, and when they do, it will mean the end of the world. I used to think man ruled the sea, that the creatures dwelling in the depths were ours to hunt and kill, but the venom in my blood has pulled the veil from my eyes and revealed the harrowing truth. We are nothing in this world. Its true kings will show themselves soon enough. I can hear the prayers of those monks now, even when I'm awake. They haunt me and remind me of this fact. He sleeps, they tell me. He sleeps. But I know that he will not sleep forever, for the day will eventually come when he rises from his slumber.
Something lives in the warehouse. I don't know what it is, but it's probably been there for a long time, long before I started exploring the place, at least.
A massive warehouse just outside the city limits of my mid-sized hometown in the middle of nowhere. There's at least 5 stories to the thing, and I've only ever explored the first and second. It's big enough that the mazes of shipping containers are all hiding new surprises, nooks, crannies, home to dust, pests, an occasional odd trinket that I'd pocket. Nothing massive. I've looked in a couple of the old crates, too. Stuff stored there was mostly just clothes. The place has been abandoned for long enough that most of it's just rotted away, been eaten away by moths as time goes by. Thing is, the clothes, or whatever else used to be kept there, aren't what really makes the place interesting. I started noticing the pattern of weird noises somewhere around my 5th or 6th trip. Scraping sounds, like someone was moving a box on one of the floors high above me. Something that sounded like footsteps, but far slower than a human's. The rustle of something soft being moved around, something far too close for comfort. The acoustics of the warehouse seemed to conduct sound particularly well, so even though I could tell most of the noises were far away, I could still discern what they were, or what they might have been. As freaky as the sounds were, I was only mildly concerned, and nothing came from them for a while. Nonetheless, I wondered, was it ghosts? Squatters? Looters? Someone else? Eventually I found out that it wasn't just someone else, but something else entirely. It was easily my 15th or 16th trip there. I opened the door and the rusty hinges creaked in protest, but I learned to ignore them at that point. Nobody ever seemed to be worried about the place, so I wasn't concerned about the cops being called or anything. As usual, the hinges didn't seem to scare away whatever was making the noises because they started up again as soon as I had begun my walk towards the second floor. As my flashlight shone across the stacks of metal and wooden crates that bordered my path, I heard whatever it was moving around on the floors above me. The slow tap, tap, tap of footsteps. The scraping of crates. None of it concerned me. This time, though, I was more curious than anything else. I could keep exploring the warehouse methodically, sure. But the noises. The hell is going on? I was filled with a sudden determination. Screw looking around the rest of the place. I'm going to go see what's up there. I kept walking towards the stairwell that would take me to the upper floors of the building. Purpose fueling my steps this time instead of just a hobby or vague interest. As I ascended the stairs, I briefly paused on the second floor landing, considering abandoning my investigation and going back to my old pastime. Then I shook my head to myself. I already decided, and the noises aren't going to stop anytime soon. I turned and kept climbing. Might as well. I was having trouble determining where the sound originated from. At first, I stopped on the landing of the 4th floor and listened, tilting my head, trying to decide from the intermittent sounds of moving crates and slow footsteps if they were coming from this floor or the one above me. Okay, they might be from this floor, I thought, but they might be from the 5th floor. I shrugged and I turned to climb the stairs going up. I'll get up there and listen, decide that way. The moment I stepped on the 5th floor landing, I knew that the sounds originated here, not from the 4th floor. The way the warehouse carried sound made everything seem louder than it actually was, so the clattering boxes and even footsteps were clear. I reached for the door to push it open and it froze, suddenly, apprehensive. What if it's dangerous? I thought. Maybe it's a homeless person off their rocker. No, I already committed, I thought, resolved. Not going back now. I slowly pushed the door open and leaned around it, ready to close it in front of me at the first sign of something being wrong as I shined my flashlight around the room. Instead of the cluttered space that I had expected, this floor looked nothing like the others. Where the other floors had boxes stacked all around the place, surrounding the support beams and bordering the paths, all the boxes on this floor had been removed from the center, instead lining the edges of the main room. The only exception to this was a pile of crates stacked in the middle. The rest of the place was clear, water dripping from the ceiling and into the floor next to the crates. But drip, drip, drip. Strangely quiet in comparison to the other noises. What the hell? I murmured aloud to myself as I stepped fully into the room and let the door swing shut behind me. I swept my flashlight around again, scanning the towers of boxes as I approached the one in the center. About 3/4 of the way there, I heard something to my left. I stopped in my tracks, whipping my flashlight around to face the source, and saw something vanish behind a stack of crates, too fast for me to know what it was. I paused, frozen for a moment. Do I investigate the movement? Or the crates? I swallowed nervously. I'm closer to the crate, so I might as well take care of that first. I slowly moved towards them, keeping my flashlight in the place that I'd seen the movement for a few moments more. When nothing else happened, I relaxed a bit and turned to face the center crate. I inspected the one directly in front of me. It was wooden, nailed shut, firmly enough that I certainly wouldn't be able to pry it open without a crowbar. Luckily, I wouldn't have to open it to know what was inside. The block letters printed on the side read, "Feathers." Feathers, I murmured to myself. I guess for stuffing pillows, things like that, I surmised with an internal shrug. I turned my flashlight upward to scan the pile. It looked like all the crates were the same. I frowned. Why feathers? My brain froze in place when I heard something move to my right. I whipped around, and one more time my flashlight caught something vanishing behind a pile of crates. "Hello?" I called, my voice surprisingly steady for the amount of adrenaline pumping through my system. "Who's there?" I didn't get a verbal response, but I heard a familiar rustling noise. The sound of something soft being shifted that I recognized from the other times I heard it during my exploration sessions. I blinked. Is this whatever's been making that noise? Hello? I called again, taking a step towards where I'd seen the movement. When catastrophe failed to strike, I took another step and then another. I've heard you making sounds up here for a while. The rustling happened again, accompanied by a couple of those tapping footsteps. What is it? I'm not here to hurt you or anything like that, I said, trying my best to come across as reassuring and friendly. I'm just curious. Did you put these crates here? I got no response for a few moments as I got closer and closer to reaching the edge of the room. I stopped before I reached the crates stacked there, shining my flashlight into the wide gap between two crates. If it was you, then what? I started, but stopped as something stepped out slowly from behind the box stack to the right. A pale, human face. No eyes. Far taller than any human should have been. I backed up a step and felt my hands start shaking. This thing's face rode the edges of the uncanny valley. It looked human, but it didn't move. It didn't emote. It lacked anything organic aside from its shape. A white oval caught in the beam of my flashlight. I was completely lost for words. Hi. The face moved. But it wasn't just a face. The mask-like visage was attached to a tall creature, easily twice my height, shaped like a bird with a long neck bent like a vulture's. Their entire body, aside from their long legs and feet, were covered in brown feathers, neatly preened and soft-looking, and their back was hunched, placing their face on a level with the rest of their body. I scanned downward from there. Their legs were long, stilted. Their feet were strangely small when compared to the rest of them, the nails sharp and clean, the source of the slow, even tapping footsteps. Their wings, instead of being folded like a normal bird's, hung down at their sides. At the joint where the claws would be on a pterodactyl, there was instead a pale set of human hands. Their movements were slow, calculated. They tilted their head for a moment, thoughtful, and then started walking towards me. Hey, I didn't mean to, I'm an intruder or anything, I said hurriedly, holding my free hand up and starting to move back very quickly. I can leave if you, whoa! I stumbled and fell, landing hard on my ass. I sat there for a second, startled. But as the thing approached, I very quickly became more concerned with them than with my fall. I struggled to think of bargaining chips that I could use to get this thing not to hurt me as I scrambled backwards on the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trespass or anything. I'm not. I promise I'm not here to hurt you. I bumped into something and realized I'd reached the stack of feather-filled crates in the middle of the room. The water from the leak on the ceiling landed on my right shoulder, and I jerked away from it in an instinct. It smelled foul, the stench of rot hitting my nose like a truck and further confusing my brain. The creature was too close to me to escape the other side, so I pressed myself against the crate behind me, trying to get as far away from them and the leak as possible. I squeezed my eyes shut. Please don't hurt me. I prepared myself for whatever means of attack this thing would utilize. To my surprise, though, an attack never came. Instead, They patted me on the head. I opened my eyes, surprised, as they lowered their hand. The feathers rustling, they observed me for a moment longer, head tilted, then bobbed it a couple of times as if to assure me. Without further ceremony, they turned away from me and walked back towards the crates they'd first emerged from. I stared at them for a moment, then stood somewhat shakily. All right, cool. Did you put the crates here? They stopped and turned to face me. For a moment, I wondered if they even understood English, but then they nodded at me. All right. They turned back and kept walking towards the crates. I hesitated for a moment, then followed them. If you don't mind me asking, I said, still somewhat nervous, but a little reassured by the creature's actions. Why stack the crates like this? Are you just organizing? The creatures shook their head as they made their way around the crates. I followed behind them, not too closely, but closely enough to see what they were doing with my flashlight. Oh, and what for? If you don't mind me asking, I added, repeating myself just in case. They turned back to me and held up a finger, as if to say, wait a moment. Then they pointed to the flashlight in my hand, then a small stack of crates next to us. I blinked at them. What? Oh, here. I shined my flashlight on the crates, trying my best to illuminate as many as I could. They nodded, seemingly satisfied, then bobbed their head back and forth, scanning the pile. If you're looking for another feather crate, there's one right there, close to the top, I said, somewhat tentatively, pointing to it. They followed where I was pointing and looked up at the crate, then nodded happily at me. I nodded back with a nervous grin. The creature began to climb into the stack, easily scaling it with their long, steady legs, using the crates like stairs. At no point did they lose their balance, no matter how precarious they appeared to be perched on the thin ledge. When they reached the crate of feathers I'd pointed out, labeled with the same block letters as the others in the center of the room, they placed their hands to either side of it, and I realized how overall frail they looked. Suddenly I wondered if they'd even be able to get the crate down. I'd be careful if I were... I started. But to my surprise, they lifted the box with ease. They climbed down from the crates with the same grace they used to scale it in the first place, then stepped around me and the other crates, making their way back to the center of the room. Again, I followed them, shining my flashlight upon the stack of boxes. I watched as they started to climb, and I suddenly realized that they'd arranged the crates in such a way they acted like a staircase, enabling them to make it up higher up the stack with ease. I watched them silently as they climbed. When they reached the tallest part of the stack, they stopped and tilted their head, seemingly thinking. After a moment, they placed the box in front of them, and then shifted it from left to right, not satisfied with its exact position. I recognized these as the scraping sounds I'd heard from below in the previous expeditions. Curious, I glanced down at the crate nearest to me and nudged it with my foot, or tried to, because it didn't budge. The crates of feathers were apparently very heavy, too heavy for me to move at all with one foot, but not too heavy for the masked creature to carry. You building something? I called up to them. They adjusted the crate a couple more times, then nodded at it, seemingly satisfied, before looking down at me and nodding again in response to my question. What is it? Stairs? They nodded at me again as they walked down their makeshift steps, steady, never wavering or stopping to catch their balance. I frowned a bit. Stairs to what? They reached the bottom and pointed at the ceiling. I raised my eyebrows at them. Isn't this the top floor? They shook their head and pointed again at the ceiling more emphatically. There's another floor. I started to ask, but then stopped as I looked up, bringing my flashlight beam with me to see more easily. There was a hole in the ceiling. It wasn't what was unnerving about it, though. It was what I could see and what I couldn't see. It scared me. The light from my flashlight just seemed to stop when it reached the ceiling, as if refusing to go past the edge of the hole. Beyond that, there was nothing but a silent, oppressive void. Nothing but shadow, darker than the night sky outside. Nothing except a pair of perfectly circular white eyes. I was paralyzed with a sudden dread. My mouth half open where it had stopped when I was speaking. My flashlight beam wavered slightly with my trembling hand. I asked in a shaky whisper. The masked creature simply looked at me and shrugged. They didn't seem afraid at all. Are you building the stairs to get up to that? They shook their head. Are you... I swallowed, my mouth dry. Are you helping it get down? They paused. They nodded. Something lives in the warehouse's attic. And it drooled on me.
Ugh. Gross.
I'm writing to tell you how I really feel.
Oh boy.
You probably didn't notice, but for the longest time, I've always been there for you. I want you to know what I've done.
I remember this one.
And I hope by me opening up to you like this, you will hopefully feel the same way. And we can be happy together.
This is relaxing. I'm having a good time.
I remember when we were both 13, when you first transferred to my school. As soon as you walked in, I thought that you were the most beautiful girl in the world. And your tranquil blue eyes crossed mine, even though it was for a brief moment. As you scanned across the strange faces in the class, I knew I wanted to be with you. Forever. But I was heartbroken. Straight away. And you paired off by some other guy to show you around the school. You didn't really notice me much. You were always with your group of friends who were so different to mine. And who am I kidding? I never really had any friends. The one thing that got me through all those years of loneliness was watching you. Admiring everything you did. The way you gracefully went through your day without faults simply left me in awe, day in and day out. As the years went by, you seemed pretty popular with both the girls and the guys, and you were sought after by all the popular guys in the whole school, even the older ones. You shrugged them off. The girls loved how you looked after yourself. You always had your makeup and hair product, which made you admired, but hated. It's sad. It's human nature to get jealous, and we're all guilty of this crime. What they ended up doing, however, was far out of line. Saw as they pushed you when the teachers weren't looking. Shove you into any nearby hard objects, which more often than not was a wall. When you stumbled and slammed into the wall, the teachers would simply turn and say, "Watch where you're going, dear," and then go about their business, blissfully unaware of what actually happened. Witnessing it happen every other day burned me up inside. Watching you have this torment for being better than them, it was a punishment to watch every time it happened. I hoped it would die down, but it got worse. I saw when the bullies would knock your drink over when you least expected it, just because the most popular guy asked you out. I was there when they set your bag on fire in the woodworks class because they thought that you were condescending when you tried to help them with their work. And I caught a glimpse of them one time when they actually threw you to the ground outside of the school gates, and they kicked you until you cried. Simply because you tried to tell the teachers about what they were doing. After that incident, they followed you home. Usually, they wouldn't do anything but yell abuse at you. I wanted to fix it. What I knew was there was 3 main bullies that were consistent. Of course, I knew of more, but they seemed to do it out of peer pressure. The main culprit was that narcissistic whore, Bethany. Beth was simply jealous of everything about you. All the things I mentioned that made you great burn her up inside. She used to be the center of attention, and my God, did she love it. All the guys wanted to be with her. All the girls wanted to be her. The only difference is that she abused that attention for personal gain. She slept with most of the guys who showered her in gifts or had their mommy and daddy to pay for everything. She only hung around with girls whom she deemed lower than her. And she did this so they won't be a threat to her God complex. But slowly over the years of you being in school, she eventually lost her reputation, and by then, all the attention was on you. The second who had a disgruntled grudge against you was that asshole Chris. He asked you to the school annual dance in front of both his friends and yours, and you simply rejected him like many others. But what made his instance different was that he ran off crying because he was publicly embarrassed. In school, that meant a lot. He denied liking you and lost all his friends and reputation, so he took his frustrations out on who he thought had caused all of it. You. And the last person was Julie. She had it bad for you ever since the guy she liked always talked about how amazing you were, while not paying her any attention. Even after she performed some, well, let's say, desperate deeds for him. During the last week of school, I knew they had something special planned for you, so I took it into my own hands to deal with it because well, I love you. And I didn't want your last few days at school to be ruined. The first person I convinced to not mess with you anymore was Chris. He was much stronger than me, being in all those sports. Plus, the steroids meant that I wouldn't be able to take him in a simple one-on-one fight. But in the end, that would be his downfall. I knew where he kept his steroids. It wasn't hard to figure out since our school's security and reputation was low. There was no need to hide it. I got his locker combination by simply saying I forgot mine, and the teacher gave me a list of everyone's combinations. Yeah, that's right. They have no sense of security in this school. So I cracked open his locker with ease, leaving no trace of it ever being opened. Found the next shot that he was going to use and squirted a little bit out, then pulled the syringe plunge back to where it was, leaving a considerable-sized air bubble. Now, I figured Chris is no doctor, nor does he have any clue how everything works altogether. He just injects himself and trains in the school gym. Bought a pass for the gym and pretended to train. He eventually came into the gym, laughing hysterically with his new friends. Enjoy it while you can. It's not going to last long. A thought that creeped up into my head. He went to his locker, and not long after that came out in his training attire, with a determined look on his face. He was ready to start. He was fine for a while, but eventually slowed down. He had a puzzled look on his face as his body slowly gave up, and eventually the cardiac arrest set in. He was on the floor. People tried CPR, but there was no defibrillator around, and since it was a school filled with teenagers, well, who would expect a heart attack in a place like this? I smiled, and I walked out before the paramedics had even arrived. It was already too late for him. Working my way up the list, Julie was next. She was always jealous of the way every guy liked you. And I silently slipped through her window without her noticing. I knew her parents were out, so if she made a noise, no one would immediately come to her aid. I pounced on her while she was asleep, pinning her down. I tied her hands to the bedposts and then her legs. I pulled out several jars from my bag, each one almost black. But upon closer inspection, you would see small movements. They were full of all the creepy crawlers that one would typically find in the bottom of anyone's garden. I took my time, filling these up with every insect I could find. I wanted her to understand all the pain that she must have felt all the times that she had shouted at you, hurting you, making you feel lower than you already are. So I propped her mouth open with one of those little plastic rings that doctors would use for a long procedure, and I slowly poured each jar down her throat.
Ugh.
Every time her screaming was muffled a little more by the buzzing and scuttering noises and the clicking of carapaces that the bugs made as they adjusted to their new home. few jars in, and I could feel the bugs in her stomach, which was where I had been sitting the whole time. By this time, she was pretty much passed out from the pain. And when this happened, I'd wait. I'd pour water on her face and slap her until she responded. And for punishment, I'd take off the ring from her mouth and pour water down her throat, making her swallow all those little insects, causing them to go into a frenzy of panting. Eventually, during the 5th jar, the pain of all the insects, those burrowing into her organ, plus all the internal bleeding, caused her to pass away. But not peacefully, mind you. And I saved the worst for last. I had something special planned for Bethany. She was the worst to you. She made your life a living hell, and this was unacceptable. No one as perfect as you should have ever had the displeasure of knowing these people, so I carefully set the pieces. And I waited. One day I got a head start. I just skipped the last class, but no one noticed, not even the teacher. This shows how much I was noticed in school. No, by this time I had memorized her route home and waited in an archway. I knew she walked past this area every time. I waited and thought about what I was going to do and how it was all for you. Although I didn't have to think so much because I already had it all planned out. When I caught sight of her, I grabbed her, and I pulled her to the ground. She was kicking and screaming, but in that point in her journey, no one was ever around. The archway had led to an abandoned, derelict church. I dragged her away from the path to the building so that no witness could intervene or find her body anytime soon. I did my routine of securing her arms and legs to a post, so I knew there wouldn't be that much of a struggle, and after that I gagged her. I knew she'd make a lot of noise from what I was about to do. I slowly pulled out my knife, making sure that she caught sight of its shiny glimmer. I placed the point of it onto her lower leg and smiled as she reacted to the sharp point of the blade. I pushed down, making sure the wound was clean as it slowly, oh so slowly slipped into her flesh. It took a while, but eventually the knife handle was touching her skin. I took my time pulling it out, making sure that the wound didn't rupture that easily recognized crimson liquid. Oh, that would have meant death. That would be too easy. As soon as that type of knife exited her body, I immediately wrapped the slip with a bandage, applying enough pressure to cut the bleeding down to a minimum. Then I placed the knife a little higher up her leg, doing the same thing. I stared into her eyes. She helplessly watched me do this over and over, all over her body. After each stab, I'd say a remark about how you didn't deserve what she did to you. Eventually, her whole body was nothing but red bandages. She was barely conscious as I slipped the final blow right into her heart. I can imagine you're screaming about now. In fact, I know you will be, and I'll be close enough to hear it. And by you stopping, I know you've gotten this far into my letter, so I think I'm going to make my way in. You know, it's pretty easy to get into your house after the last few times. You probably thought it was your parents who left this note in your room in the first place. No, it was me. But please don't be afraid. No noises downstairs, okay? It's only me. You can put down your phone. I know by now that you've got it in your hand. I've already cut the phone line. I've already jammed the cell signal. Don't bother calling your parents. If you haven't done so already, I've already silenced them. Please, you can stop your screaming now. Now, I'm always right outside your door. You can unlock it. Please. And soon it'll just be you and me. Forever. Lots of love. Signed. Your secret admirer. And I wanted to tell you all thank you so much for listening to tonight's story, or watching tonight's story if you're on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, that means you're probably on the podcast that's available on iTunes, on the Google Play Store, and is now actually available on Spotify, and doesn't use as much data. So, hey, that's a thing. If you guys aren't listening on YouTube or Spotify, I have no idea how else you could have found me. Unless you found one of those books on Amazon. You know, the Creepypasta Collection, Volume 1, Volume 2. Those are things, too. Oh, well. I don't know how you would have heard me there, seeing as this was recorded, 2 years after those came out. Oh. Well, anyway. Thanks for listening, folks. And sweet dreams.
That's a pretty good size. He's still huge. But he's not so huge that when he stands on his hind legs.
Saturday 3rd, June. Me and Mel went shopping today. Afterwards, we went to McDonald's and saw Jack, Annie, and H. We sat with them while we ate.
Yeah.
It was nice.
That's pretty good.
Afterwards, me and Jack sat and talked. Because we were on the same bus. He was flirting. He was doing it with Wednesday, 21st. Dear Diary, today was boring. Nothing really happened. Mel's brother told us about a book called Rasper Book. It scared us. And then told us a bunch of ghost stories. I didn't see Jack at school or Holly. I think they were skeeving off. Okay. Thursday, June 1st. I saw Jack today. We talked in math. The whole class. We hardly got any work done. Mel's brother said me and Mel could go to his party tomorrow night. I can't wait. I'm nervous though. We went to the park again. Just me and Mel.
Oh, there's so many bear noises.
I wish Jack came out. I can't wait for tomorrow night. Hey, Friday, June 2nd.
Oh, he's over
Just
there.
got back from Kevin's party. Their parents were out, so there was booze. I had a fun time. Me and Mel danced for ages. When almost everyone was gone, Kevin
He just
started
went back
talking
to
about
sleep.
that book again. I was scared. They said that they could get a copy of the book because his mate knew something. They asked if I wanted to read it. I lied and said I did. I suppose it can't be that bad. Love you, diary. Faye. Also, I got drunk. But shh. Sunday, June 4th. Diary, I'm so mad. Me and Holly had an argument. I hate her. On MSN, she said that I was flirting with Jack. She's a fucking bitch. After we came home from the party we go to for Sunday dinner sometimes, Mom had a surprise for me. A puppy. It's not just Mom. It's Ryan's too, but mainly mine because I'll be the one who takes it for walks and stuff. New puppy. Coco. I didn't choose that shit name. Right. Love her. Monday, June 5th. I love Coco. He's a bit too weird. He always jumps on me and stuff. Today was a happy spot. Both Holly and Jack told me. Me and Mel just think she's jealous. We also got a new teacher, Mr. Pierman. Like, Pier Man? He doesn't seem so strict, which is good. Hey. Oh my god, it was awful. I went to Mel's. Kelvin was there too. No friends. They had that book. We sat in a circle, and we read a page and passed it on. First page was a word page. After that was things I thought no one could do. We only got through 2 pages. Even Kev and his mates looked freaked out. I don't like it. I don't want to sleep. I want to make it mad. I don't know what to do. I'm so upset. The things I said were nasty. How could someone do that? Faye. June 7th, Wednesday. I didn't sleep well last night. When I shut my eyes, I kept imagining things. I don't feel too well. I'm down with the flu. Coco is too greedy. Keeps licking me, and his hairs get everywhere. School was okay. Mel said Kev is reading the book again tonight, but I'm not going. In math, Jack said sorry. Tuesday, June 8th. Today was okay. Fine, but good. I got some sleep last night and didn't have any sick dreams. Me and Jack are back to flirting and talking. Holly doesn't know, but oh well. Mel told me Kev...
It's not supposed to be
I
open.
went to his after school. Kev was in his room. He came down once and looked like he had been crying. I think his girlfriend might have broken up with him. I asked him if he was okay, and he snapped at me and went back to his room. Me and Mel spent ages talking about Jack and Liam. She confessed she likes him. I love Jack. Friday, June 9th. Me and Holly had another argument. She told me to stay away from Jack. Well, fuck her. I'm going to Mel's for a bit. Bye. Saturday, 10th. I don't know why I went to Mel's. We started reading the book. I can't even think without mental images of what he did. I have the book now. I'm gonna burn it. I feel sick. Tuesday, 13th. I haven't been to school and I haven't burnt the book. I don't know if I should. Holly sent me a nasty email. I had a dream about killing her. Kev tried to kill himself. Mel came out to see me. She told me. I killed Coco. He wouldn't stop jumping at me. I know it was the only way. I haven't been to school. Mom thinks I'm depressed because I cry all the time. I miss Jack and Mel. I'm mad. I think I'm demons now. Tell me to kill Holly. Mom can even if it means I don't have to get Jack. I don't sleep. I don't see pictures. Burn the book tonight. Every time I realize I kill people, I hurt people. I can't take it. Mom says I need to stop, but I can't stop. I cry all the time. Can't stop. I can't stop. It pisses me off. I see all my dreams. In the daytime as well, I see dead bodies in bed with me. Try not to, but then I can't sleep. I can't take it anymore. I haven't eaten. I'm hungry, but I'd be sick if I do. I just want to go. I want to leave me and Mel. I need to bring the book out of it if it wasn't there. I'm so mad. I'm mad. I think I am. He thinks I am. Mom thinks I am. He tells me to do things all the time. I'm scared. I'm scared. I think that's why I'm so strange beauty. He's always here. Why me? What did I do to deserve this? This book is evil. I woke up outside of Holly's house with a knife. I didn't use him. William told me not to do. He tells me it was Peter.
Okay, I actually like it a lot. The bigger the area is like... It's like I wanted to include some trees. I love Infected Town. Oh, it's my favorite. Guys, we are in for a treat. This is one of my favorite stories.
My name is Blake. If you have no idea who I am, then don't worry. You won't need to know anything about my past to read this, and if you want to skip the intro bullshit, feel free to skip ahead. Here's what's funny about life-changing experiences.
I
really fucking
love this story. So if you look up above, the story is Infected Town Case File number 1, The Hole. I love this story. It's so good.
Of course, I'd been gone for nearly 3 years. My bank account was okay, and I managed to track down some of the stuff that my landlord hadn't sold. But I was broke, jobless, and sleeping out of the old pickup truck for a solid month there. I took the opportunity to cut ties and make a fresh start in my new town. So it worked out okay for me. But I guess what I'm saying
I think I
is
want to
if
put a
I had
rock,
criminal record,
like a bigger rock
college
over
degree,
here.
or even fewer bucks in the bank, that would have been...
A body or two
Utterly
here
rough.
with another torch.
They never mentioned that. At the
Maybe
end of
some
the
more
apocalypse, when the
shrubbery?
hero beats the big bad and begins
Maybe
his
I'll move
journey
the
home,
shrubbery.
They never show the fallout when he actually gets there. Not that I'm a goddamn hero.
I'm still debating. Maybe I'll put like another rock here to kind of match
Once I
this
settled
one.
down
Does
and
kind of look
find grainful
a little
employment,
off,
I
so
tried
I
to
might
live
put
a normal
another rock
life.
to make it look
Get
better.
up, coffee and a cigarette, go to work, come home, smoke a joint, fall asleep, wash, rinse, repeat. No friends, no Claire, no family. Yeah. I had an apartment and a job and money. It sucked. Didn't enjoy the stability. Thought a lot about the town, the mold, the monsters. Even kind of longed for them. At least when I was there, with Liz. I was never bored. Possessed, terrified, amazed, sure. Sometimes all three, but I was never fucking bored. Barely lasted 2 weeks before I started looking for freelance work online. I have a degree in graphic design. I quit my job almost as soon as I found any. Broke my lease, bought an RV. I'll never look back.
This story.
Money's tight.
So much. It's
Sometimes
so good.
I can't sleep from the nightmares. I get lonely every so often, but I'm happier now than I've ever been. Even before Infected Town. I'm on the road a lot. When I can't sleep, I just drive. When I'm not hunched over my laptop working, I'm on the hunt. See, that's the thing. Infected Town haunts me. The mold and the creatures and the entity. They were so real I forgot at times that they were supernatural. And it got me thinking. What else is out there? And how prevalent are they? These creatures we don't understand. How much magic is in this world? That question plagues me. Forums like No Sleep are all well and good, but you can tell stories for hours. I want to live the stories. Call it an itch, an addiction, whatever. It's what drives me. Because I think that if I don't use what the entity did to us to get stronger, it will end up killing me. Listen to me. Waxing dramatic. Obnoxious. What I came here to say is the hunt is proving fruitful. I started with Craigslist posts in my area, different websites. Usually my message was the same. Tell me your story, no matter how absurd. Show me what you got. I'll listen. I'll believe you. The local response was impressive, so I branched out to the not-so-local. I get hits almost every day when people experience the unexplainable. They want to talk about it, and I figure you guys might want to hear about it. A couple months ago, I was contacted by a paranormal research group called the Institute for Higher Knowledge, which does pretty much what I do, but with a lot more money behind it. They offered to pay my gas and lodging bills if I help them keep up to date on what I find. No strings attached. Like a field agent or something, but I'm not actually employed there. Anyway, that's when I started making transcripts, making this shit official and all that. Whenever possible, I travel to where these people live and talk to them in person, and I always try to visit the scene of the incident. Got files on a lot of the shit that I've explored, and really interesting ones. I call them cases, like I'm some sort of hot shit paranormal detective. I'm not. There's no fucking detective work on here, trust me. But
Come on, just
I have
fucking
been all
grab
over
it
the country. Met dozens of people.
and go.
I don't always record them, but I hear a lot of stories, and yes, some of them are your run-of-the-mill ghost, demon, Sasquatch, alien yarns, maybe even most of them. Those are great, don't get me wrong. They're not the stories I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you the weird ones. Note, this will probably always stick with me because it was the first real abnormal one. This also marks my first time
Please,
transcribing recorded
please,
interviews. So the style might get a
please
little bit
stop.
different. I used initials. Mine are BE. Case number 4, The Hole. Location, Seattle, Washington. Date, December 20th, 2016. Witness name, Sam D. All last names are omitted for privacy. The relationship to the case, the tenant of the building of apartment 108 contacted me about this one on
Why does it
Craigslist.
keep grabbing the
We're
tree?
sitting in Sam's tiny living room nursing cold beers. Like most of the building, this room is dim and dusty. Even with the curtains thrown wide and every bulb illuminated, it feels like we just can't get enough light in here. Sam lights a cigarette, offers me one, which I accept. He's tall and skinny. Peaky complexion and long, greasy hair. His eyes are a little wild. His hands shake as they cup the lighter to his lips. He inhales the first drag of his cigarette with a deep and satisfied drawl of a man who would gladly embrace the more meager of comforts. I say nothing, waiting for him to start. I've learned over the past few months that if you just wait, people almost always talk to fill the silence.
So I guess it started, I'd say maybe half a year ago, maybe 6 months. Don't really know though. I mean, but I think the first time I heard anything about it was around the 4th of July. Natalie, she's on floor 3. You should talk to her too. She's the one that invited me down there. I think she found it first. Her or Maggie. They're real close. So, but anyway, one of them found it. And then Nat told me,
It's not bad.
And I think it just kind of spread through the building. Everyone knows everyone. There's only a dozen or so apartments, and it's pretty tight-knit. So now most of us go down there every day.
Every day?
Well, yeah, man. You got something like this in your own building? You're gonna want to visit it every chance you get. We got a wonder of the world down there.
So just... Can you describe it? You said it was...
A hole. Yeah, it's a big old hole. It's in the basement. Fucking mysterious. No one knows where it came from.
Like, could it be an old well or something, or a sinkhole? I hear those...
No, man. No way. Its shape is totally wrong. It's like... You'll see it. More like, you know those sewer grates in the sidewalk? Kind of that shape and size, but without the grate over it. Rectangular, very straight, even lines.
Weird.
I know. The sides look like they're concrete, water-stained. Maybe have some moss or something growing on them. So maybe it was a well or something. But that's... I don't know. That's pretty fucking unlikely. Excuse my French.
No, speak as much French as you want.
Thanks, man. Anyway, we measured it one time. 8 feet long, 4 feet wide. Corners are perfect 90-degree angles. And as for how deep? No way to tell, right? I mean, we've tried. We started with just tossing like pebbles and shit down there. They'd plink against the walls, but then they'd just get swallowed up. It's so fucking dark down there, man. You throw a rock or something like a big fucking stone, you know? But as soon as it falls the first 5 or 10 feet, you can't see it anymore. It's just like whoosh and it's gone. Swallowed up. Almost like there's liquid or water or something down there. But there's not. We've hung ropes with buckets and everything, but nope, it's just empty air. Just empty darkness. It's fucking weird, man. It's cool though. So we tried to figure out how deep it was a couple times. Started with like throwing bigger shit down there. Bigger rocks and shit from the garden. We never heard anything hit bottom. Then my buddy Marty had the idea to bring his kid's toy. This big light up keyboard thing. Where if you press a button on it, it played a nursery rhyme song. It was his kid's favorite toy. I feel kind of bad about that. But we had to know. We had to like gather data, you know? So we switch on the keyboard to like one of those demo tracks and it lights up and starts playing and we toss it down the hole. And dude, trust me, it was so weird. So I said, how's it really fucking dark down there? Well, we could see the toy's light blinking on and off for a few seconds. But once it went maybe about 50 feet, they completely disappeared. We probably should have still been able to see the lights, but nope. It's like there's a threshold where all light is just fucking swallowed up. Or maybe the tunnel curves, I don't know. Maybe there's science behind it. Anyway, the really weird part is, we could hear the song kept playing as it fell. Fucking Ode to Joy, it never stopped. That fucker played the whole song for way too long. It got pretty quiet and echoey near the end. I guess because of how far away it was. But that keyboard never hit bottom. We probably even could have heard it if it kept playing, but the song ended. The piano was pretty good too. Like maybe this long across.
Sam shows me a space about 2 feet between his hands.
It would have made a huge crash when it hit bottom. But we never heard anything. I don't know, man. That shit is really fucking cool to me. After that, we tried with a rock tied to some fishing wire. We measured something like 1,000 meters before we ran out.
1,000?
Right? That's like 10 football fields. Fucking crazy. No bottom. We've dropped a bunch of shit in there. Tied shit to ropes. I wanted to try with a video camera next, but then Maggie put a stop to that. She won't let us drop anything down there anymore. Says it's... Anyway, she says it's not right.
What's not right? Throwing things down a hole?
Never mind, man. She just She's protective is all.
Protective?
Forget I said anything, man. It wasn't just Maggie anyways. Dropping shit down there could be dangerous for other reasons.
Like?
Well, I mean, this thing is cool. And I don't think it's, unsafe or whatever. But I don't know, man. Ever since we threw the keyboard down there, me and Marty have been, hearing it.
Hearing what?
Fucking Ode to Joy, Joyful, joyful, we adore you, la da 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 da.
Song the keyboard was playing.
Yeah, specifically the song the keyboard was playing. Exactly. It sounds just like it did when we tossed it down there. The tinny, fake keyboard demo music. It's weird. It started by... I heard it first in my dreams that night, playing kind of soft in the background. Woke up with it in my head. It's stuck in my head all the time now. I dream that song a lot.
I love this
But then
story.
a couple of weeks later, I was taking a shower and over the noise of the water, I thought I heard it. Fucking Ode to Joy. Like it was coming from the pipes, maybe. I got down on my hands and knees, put my ear to the drain. It was really distant, kind of garbled. But it was there.
I love it.
Since then, I've been hearing it in all kinds of white noise. Fans, running water, It's really distant, almost too quiet to hear. Almost seems like it could be my imagination, but Marty hears it too. And now other people are hearing it. In the shower, over the sound of traffic,
Jesus.
Yeah. So that's why we don't throw things down there anymore. Especially I don't know how to describe it. Maggie calls them activate objects. Things that make noise, stuff with batteries, also phones, cameras, nothing with personal stuff. Books. She says personality could be a problem, whatever that means.
Huh.
Yeah, she's kind of confusing sometimes. But you'd be smart to listen to Maggie. The whole building knows that. Lady knows her shit.
Can I speak to her? I mean, you said that she's the one who found it, right? I'd like to hear about it.
Her or Nat, yeah. They found it. Yeah, let me text her.
I'm curious, have you guys told anyone about this? This seems like something that would get media attention, or you think the city would be interested. Now, doesn't Seattle have a shitload of underground tunnels? Could this be something to do with those? This building is old.
No, well, a couple of us talked to the property manager, Jim C. He went down to look at it, but he said he'd handle it on his end, but we haven't heard anything about it since then. That was maybe a couple months ago.
Okay, I think this room's pretty much
it's for the best, though.
cluttered.
None of us want a bunch of reporters swarming around here. The whole it's too special for all that shit,
I guess.
You'll understand when you see it. Oh.
On that note, would now be a good time to head down there for my first viewing?
Well, maybe not tonight. I didn't mean tonight.
Oh, you sure? I gotta see this shit for myself.
No, I know.
Isn't that why you invited me here?
No, it's totally is just... Maybe not tonight.
Well, could I talk to Maggie then? And we...
No, she's not. I gotta talk to her first. She won't talk to you.
Why?
Why? She's weird, man. I don't know. I'll talk to her. Just give me till tomorrow. Trust me, dude. I'll get you down there.
Or we could just go right now. It's only one floor down, right?
No. Fuck. Sorry. No, we can't. It'd be disrespectful.
How is it?
Disrespectful to Maggie. To the building. Trust me. You go down there now, you're gonna get the cops called on your ass for trespassing. Just let me talk to Maggie and we can go see it tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. No disrespect meant.
I know that, man. I know that.
Sam suddenly seems eager to have me gone, so I leave shortly thereafter. I don't even finish my beer. I consider going downstairs to find the hole myself. There are a few people in the lobby. It isn't blatant. They look like they're just loitering around, but I have a feeling I'll be stopped if I approach the basement door. Date, December 21st, 2016. Sam's ghosting me today. We won't answer my calls or my texts. So much for getting to see the damn thing. Makes me wonder what he was hiding. Why he needs all this extra time. I've avoided any crazies so far besides that lady in LA who was convinced her gothy neighbors were devil worshippers. So maybe old Sam is going to be the first. But hey, benefit of the doubt and all that. I'll talk to the manager of the building. He lives off-site, and Sam mentions that he's seen the hole too. Interview 2. Witness name Jim C. Relationship to case. The landlord and building manager since 2006. Jim C. receives me in his office in downtown Seattle. He's probably in his 60s, thin and wiry with mean blue eyes. When I ask, he tells me in a brisk and well, harassed kind of way, that his company manages 5 different sites around the city. Then he demands to know if I'm a journalist or something. He relaxes when I say I'm not, but now he's even more suspicious. He doesn't want to be recorded. I record him anyway.
So can we wrap this up if you're not here to inquire about rentals?
I'm interested in the building.
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I talked to your tenant, Sam D., about some kind of old well in the basement.
Oh, Jesus, not you too. If I hear one more word about that goddamn hole, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Okay, some of your tenants have been complaining about it.
Complaining? I fucking wish. They talk about that hole of theirs like it's the lost fucking city of Atlantis. For the first couple of weeks, I got a few of them asking if it was a construction project or something. No, I says to them, no construction going on in that building, far as I'm aware of. Better not be anyway. Finally, it got so bad I took a trip over there to check it out myself. Those people. Yeah, that building is full of fucking loonies. Every single one of them. I mean, what are the odds of that? You fill 14 different apartments with 14 different families, and everything seems normal. For years, some of them, you think you got lucky. You think they're pretty good tenants. But it turns out all of them are fucking crazy.
I don't know. This hole or whatever it is. I mean, you have to admit, it's pretty interesting. I can kind of see why they're excited about it.
Have you been down to that basement, son?
No, well, not yet.
That explains it. There's no fucking hole there.
Sorry, what?
That's right. There's nothing there. I've checked. It's just, you go through that door off the laundry room, there's just an empty, half-finished basement. There's no goddamn hole. There's never been any goddamn hole. But you ask any tenant in that building, they'll insist there is. They'll insist it showed up 6 months ago, just appeared out of nowhere. They'll try to show it to you. 20-odd people. Every single one of them with the same story. Even the kids. Fucking crazies.
So, okay. So, what is this? Some kind of group delusion?
Whatever it is, and before you ask, it's not carbon monoxide, lead poisoning, or mold. I had that place inspected months ago. It's an old building, but it's safe.
And these people, you knew them before?
Oh, sure. Some of them quite well.
And they seem, mentally healthy. Mentally all there.
I never noticed anything off. Sure, 1 or 2 of them have always been a little rough around the edges, but they're good people. Good tenants. The lady in 306 is a second-grade teacher, for Christ's sakes, and a couple of them are students at the U. It's not a building you'd expect to turn into an insane asylum.
Huh. Well, I wonder. I'm cut off by the shrill ring of my cell phone. Shit, sorry. I fumble it out of my pocket and go to end the call when I see the contact name. Sam D. Shit. I gotta take this. I rise out of my seat, already heading towards the door. Thanks for your time. Jim waves me off, turning back to his work. I answer Sam's call as I'm pushing through the building's glass door. Hello? Hey, Sam. I'm glad you... No, I'm just on... Oh, shit. She does? Yeah, no, I can't... Give me 10 minutes. I'm on my way. Interview 3. Witness name Maggie M, Natalie W, Sam D. Relationship to case. Tenants of the building. Apartments 309, 306, and 108 respectively. Maggie M has offered to hold the interview in her living room. I don't know why I'm surprised. The way Sam talked about her, I expected someone hermetic or at least unsocial. But Maggie is the gorgeous woman of around 35. Vivacious, with fiery red hair. She laughs loudly, curses often, and smokes like a chimney. Also present is Natalie W., who Sam tells me first showed him the hole. Slightly younger, slightly quieter, and far more serious than the other girl, but perfectly pleasant nonetheless. Maggie's hand rests casually on her knee throughout our conversation, so I assume they're an item. Sam's here too. He hovers around behind the couch the women are seated in, looking down and restless. I have to wonder if there's some recreational drug use going on here, maybe meth. If what Jim C. said is true, maybe this whole damn building's on something. We end up talking casually for over an hour before the hole is even discussed. Maggie is charisma personified. If not for the fact that she's clearly taken, I'd be tempted to make a move. I forget completely why I'm here. I enjoy myself. And then Sam says this.
Oh shit. Were we gonna show Blake the basement?
The mood shifts. Maggie's laugh trails off as she turns to give Sam a look that I can't catch. Natalie leans forward, clearly excited.
Yeah, what do you say, Mags?
Maggie turns to regard me solemnly, thoughtfully for a moment. I feel unaccountably nervous, like I'm waiting for an interview or a stay of execution. You could hear the muffled clink of my fingernails and this
recording as I tap it restlessly against my glass. Finally, Maggie's mouth splits with a wide grin and I relax. My sigh is embarrassingly audible. She winks at me.
How about it, handsome? Think you're ready for it?
Think it's about goddamn time. Nat and Maggie burst into laughter, which on tape sounds a lot more like cackling than it did at the time.
Yeah, I think so too. You seem alright.
We start to move as a group towards the door, starting the long hall down to the basement. I keep asking questions and recording for the duration of the journey. You guys are pretty selective with who you choose to show this thing to, huh?
People are narrow-minded and selfish. We'd do best to keep it out of the hands of those who would use its power to do harm. You can't be too careful.
Hold up, I'm sorry, Maggie. No disrespect, but I mean, we're talking about a hole here, right? I agree, it's weird, some kind of anomaly, but what power could it possibly have?
What a question.
You'll understand when you see it, Blake.
Yeah.
They always do.
Well, looking forward to it, I guess. How'd you find this thing anyway?
Natalie found it.
Oh yeah? What happened?
I was doing my laundry in the basement, like I've done 1,000 times. I've lived here 4 years. Nothing even close to this has ever happened to me. I had no idea our building is special.
Maybe that's part of it. The way it took you by surprise. Maybe that's how you know it's a real miracle.
I think so. It must be.
So you were doing your laundry?
Yes, there's a door down there. You'll see it. It leads to an unfinished portion of the basement. I guess a storage space? It's right across from the washing machines. And before then, the door had always been closed and locked. I've tried it a couple times out of vague curiosity, but no, it was always locked. I never really thought about it. I figured management kept, I don't know, cleaning supplies in there. But that morning, as I did my laundry, I felt something. Like, if you could feel a whisper, physically feel it, not hear it with your ears, actually feel the whisper envelop you. Soft, but strong, like it was calling me.
Beautiful.
And I turned around, and I saw that locked door was standing open. Just a little. Just a couple inches. I'd never seen that before. And at first I thought, that's kind of creepy. I didn't like having my back to it, so I went to check it out. But as soon as I got closer, it didn't seem so scary anymore. It just seemed new. I opened the door wide. It's very
Stop it.
dark
God
in there,
damn, I'm
as you'll
clicking
see.
once.
And that's the first time I saw it. Of course I got Maggie right away. Things like this rarely come into people's lives. Almost never. We decided we had to share it with the rest of our neighbors.
Yeah? Things like this?
It's
Okay,
mythical.
don't know why. I'm right
Foresighted.
fucking on that dirt pile.
Perfect.
Keeps
Divine.
wanting to grab
Too
the tree.
concrete. Measurable dimensions, length and width, and a third unknowable depth. Like the faces of God. It means something. It has to. You don't keep mythical secrets from those who could learn from it. We aren't old men in white robes with closely guarded, Kabbalistic secrets and vast hoards of wealth. We are a new kind of student. We believe everyone should see.
But you don't want media attention.
Everyone within reason.
We enter the lobby and I realize that I'm being herded like a lamb. Maggie's out front leading the charge, but Sam and Nat are closed on either side.
The tree
We
is
pass two
so
lieutenants and
far.
one who lean against a wall, chatting. You headed to the basement, Maggie?
Yep, come along, won't you? This is Blake.
The newcomers fall into step behind me, and I have the fleeting thought that I'm effectively barred from escape on all sides. I brush this off and watch as Maggie steps forward and opens the basement door. It creaks as she does so, and on tape the sound is very loud, very deep. The groan of a sunken ship, buffeted by a tide. An ominous sound. I feel the change as soon as we step foot upon the basement stairs. The atmosphere is suddenly thick, it's heavy, like we're moving through a dense fog. It's dim everywhere in the building, but the darkness takes on an inky quality here, substantial, almost as if it was a living, breathing thing. It encroaches upon the wall lamps and pushes into the lobby. At this point, I get excited. The only place I have ever felt an atmosphere shift nearly this intense was in Infected Town, which feels completely different than the entity did.
But simultaneously, it's exactly the same. The auras of two distinct supernatural things, unalike in flavor, but auras nonetheless. My body erupts into goosebumps. This is real, I think to myself. This is real and powerful and dangerous. Possibly even evil, if evil exists. All my doubts about the whole anomaly are eviscerated before I even get my first look. You can't fake an atmosphere like that. I think Maggie senses my excitement. I feel a hand on my arm, cool and gentle, and I watch. Her lips curl into a smile. None of the others seem as unnerved by this place as I am. Maybe they're just used to it. Maybe it doesn't seem as malicious to them as it does to me. If I'm picking up Maggie's not-so-subtle vibes correctly, whatever's here, it's making my hackles rise and my fight-or-flight instincts kick in. It is exactly what these people see as some kind of spiritual experience. Pretty blind, if you ask me. Who the fuck am I to judge? We descend the stairs in silence and reach the basement.
In there.
The laundry room is spacious, tidy, and should be well lit by afternoon sunlight streaming in through the high windows, but opposite the washing machines, a door stands wide, beckoning, a shadow on the wall which instantly draws the eye. Sludgy ink-black darkness seems to pour through it, nearly as substantial as smoke. It somehow dims the effect of the sunlight. This room is substantially darker than the rest of this dark building, no matter how many windows it has. I wonder briefly what the hole's purpose is. Does something live inside of it? Something old and deep? Is this hole itself alive somehow? Does it have motives, desires? Is it inanimate, or does it think the way people think? I'm suddenly gut sure that I will know the answer when I see it. I'll understand. I cross the laundry room, still flanked on all sides by the tenants of this dark place. People who already know and understand the whole. No wonder they're entranced, I think. Power like this mesmerizes, so it attracts, and mere humans who are drawn to its web, from my experience, rarely escape. There we go, waxing dramatic again. We stop in front of the door, and the darkness inside seems to writhe in anticipation. I can barely see the room beyond. Shadows coat and cling to every surface.
After you.
Maggie waves me inside. I step into the hole's chamber, the tenants following close behind, silent. I linger in the doorway, not wanting to fall into the pit in case its edges are closer than I surmise. The room is very dark, with rough stone walls, packed dirt floor. And for a moment, that's all I can make out. Blinking rapidly, my eyes slowly adjust to the darkness. And I'm able to see it.
Isn't it beautiful?
I don't respond.
It feels lonely somehow. Lonelier every time I visit. Like it wants something.
Like the hole wants.
But I come down here every day. We all do. Spend hours with it. Shit, why's it gotta be lonely?
I think. Maybe it wants more than that. I feel that it wants to be close to us. Closer than we are right now.
I think I want that too.
Murmured agreements from the others.
How do we do that, Mags?
Give me time. I'll think of something.
As they talk, the group moves around me, leaving me by the door to head deeper into the room and form a loose semicircle. I'm thoroughly unnerved by the conversation, and their attention is completely preoccupied. Their eyes are all fixed down into the hole, converging on the same distant point as though staring into a black abyss. As I watch them, I notice the pale, sickly sheen across their foreheads. Their manic expressions. I notice for the first time how sick they look. The waxy skin, the black circles under wide eyes, the deep creases in their smile lines. Obsession personified. Soon the group falls quiet, one by one. The silence rings in this recording. Eerie and complete. The 5 tenants' gazes are still fixed downward. Down into the depths. But the cogency leaves them. Their eyes go blank, their mouths go slack, their shoulders slump. It's like they're completely entranced. More than that, it's almost like they're listening to something. It's a long, silent moment as the 5 people stand swaying in the dark room. I'm in the doorway watching with confusion and mounting horror. I can imagine them doing this a lot. Every day. If Sam is to be believed, it seems normal for them as they were doing anything strange at all. It's just a part of their daily schedule. Get off work, go to the apartment basement, zone out with a hole for an hour. Then, and
Maybe it's the trick of the light. Maybe I'm so wound up I imagine it. But I swear, suddenly all 5 of them look up at once. No communication passed between them, but at the exact same instant, all 10 eyes flick upwards. Together as one. I'm already about to back out of the room when this happens, but I freeze under their collective gaze. For a long time, the group watches me with animal intensity, and I stare back. I see Maggie nod almost imperceptibly to something I can't hear, and through the darkness I can barely make out that her lips are moving in a silent litany. Where the other mouths hang slack, hers curves upward in a greedy smile. Where the other eyes are dull and unfocused, hers are sharp and shining. Slowly she raises her hand and reaches out to me. I slip backwards out of the room without any more ado. I turn and head quickly for the stairs, and by the time I get to the lobby, I'm running. It was a relief to get out of that building, into the light and normalcy. The darkness was pervasive, oppressive. I left Seattle immediately, like I was running for my life. For days after, I felt the hole's aura clinging to me, oozing through my pores. Whatever presence is in that building, it's something real, something even a hard-headed skeptic would have trouble scoffing at, and it's something bad. Otherwise, I don't know what it is.
Love it.
What to define it as, a creature, an anomaly, a beast. I don't know exactly how it affects the tenants of that building, and I don't know what it wants from them. But I do know that when I walked through the door and peered through that darkness, all I saw was a plain dirt floor in an unlit but otherwise nondescript basement room. There was no hole there. There's nothing else to the story besides this. A few months later, I Googled that apartment building just to see if anything popped up, and none of the tenants ever tried to contact me after I left without a word. I had a feeling they were sort of used to my kind of reaction. Not a lot popped up on the search pages besides an article on a 3-year-old boy who'd gone missing from there a few weeks ago. He'd been staying with his dad, who was also missing. Mom thought he'd kidnapped him. Piqued my interest, so I called Jim C., the landlord, and transcribed our conversation. Case number 4, the hole, addendum. Date, March 10th, 2017. Phone call with Jim C.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. C., this is Blake E. We talked back in December about that building.
Blake! How are you, son?
You remember me?
Of course I do. I'd never forget you. How much you helped me.
No, I think that you might be...
After you came in to ask about the hole, I figured I'd go back to that building to check it out again. See if there was something I missed. And there was, sure as shit. Couldn't believe it myself. But sometimes I guess it takes more than once to really see it.
Hold up. You saw the hole?
Of course I did. It's there, plain as day. I'm on my way over for a visit right now, matter of fact.
It
gets lonely, you know. Now that the building's empty. The hole gets so lonely. I visit every day, but I don't think that's enough anymore.
Jesus Christ, Jim. I don't know what you're thinking, but...
Oh, I know you worry. Everyone worries. But I tell them, and I'll tell you, there's nothing to fear. The hole is... It's special. It's really something special. It's... Son, I don't use this word a lot. But that hole is something sublime.
You gotta be kidding me.
Don't believe me, huh? Can't blame you for that. But you will. Just come back and visit sometime. You'll understand when you see it.
No, please listen to me, okay? That thing is bad news.
Well, it was great catching up, old friend. Thanks again. You really helped change things around here. I just got to the building, so I'd better head inside.
Jim.
You want to come up and visit sometime?
I will. Jim, if you turn around right now and go back home, I'll go to Seattle by tonight, and I'll come visit. You just wait for...
I'd better go. Don't want to hold things up. It's an important day for me. For us. I'll talk to you later if I'm still around, I guess.
Jim, Jesus!
Bye now.
I called an anonymous tip to the local police, but I don't know if they ever sent anyone to check on him. I was in Kansas at the time. Driving back to Seattle wasn't feasible. and I haven't heard from Jim C. since. That night I started looking up the tenants I knew by name. News sites, social media, whatever. Sam D., Margaret M., Natalie W. Missing, missing, missing. Happened 2 months after my visit, apparently. Some kind of mass exodus. But I have to wonder, if there's no hole there, then where do they go? But there aren't any answers. Or at least not answers I'm willing to learn, because you only understand when you see it. And I think by that point, it's already too late. That's it for now. I have more cases, though. A lot more. And I'll be posting again soon. To be continued.
I love that story. It's so good. Ah.
I can't remember how long ago I had him. Before I was born or on the day of my first Christmas? I don't know. He's always been there for me. I would carry him everywhere with me. Lose him in the malls and cry for my mother to find him before he would be gone forever. We both lived in a secluded area. No city life, polluted air, or crazy people walking by your home. I lived where there's nothing but trees, fresh air, and the only crazy people are wild chickens running by on the road. But I didn't tell her what he told me. Unbelievable how active a child's imagination is. I spend my day outside and he would come with me. Sometimes I would forget him outside and he'd be somewhere in the dark. I remember begging my mother and asking her to go fetch him for me. Instead, she would send my father to go find him. I wouldn't dare leave him in the dark by himself. He gets so scared of being alone. So nearly 20 years passed since high school. My best friend and I keep in contact. He's just been married with this girl that he met a few years back, and I got married too. Moved to the filthy city to find employment. Found a home for us and our daughter named Scarlett. Oh, and I could say a million wonderful things about her. But I don't want to take up your time. She's 10 years old. Like every other girl, there's nothing but toys, glitter dolls, and dress-up clothes scattered all over the floor in her room. Her mother doesn't seem to mind her mess since she's very untidy herself. Here and there, she would try to get her to clean her room. I wanted to pass down my bear to her. He's gotten very old. His white fur changed to gray. One eye is bigger than the other, possibly going to fall out. And the stitches to his mouth are gone. Nothing visible there anymore. He used to have a voice box. I think he got ruined by water or something. Never worked. But I think she won't mind. She enjoys having something with so much sentimental value bestowed to her from her father. She treats the bear so delicately. She even sleeps with him, claiming that he's the softest pillow ever. I would see her talk to him, laughing and giggling. I thought it was, well, cute, because that's how I was back when I was a kid. My wife finds it eerie. Spring turned to winter, and I noticed a change in my wife. Once she was this lively, beautiful being, and then she started to get colder, lifeless. She used to light up the room when she walked in, but now she tries to slither her way out, avoiding her own family. I tried comforting her, suggesting that we can go get mental help for her. She would scream in my face over and over, implying she isn't crazy. Just think of our daughter. Do you want her to know that you're suffering mentally? She would slap me across the face. Don't you dare diagnose me as crazy, you worthless. Before she could say anything more, I pushed her against the wall. As she tried to wiggle herself out, Dad? I let let go. Staring blankly into her mother's eyes, I slowly started turning my head towards Scarlet. "Don't hurt her," she whispered, afraid that she would make any more noise. Her mother spun herself around and took off downstairs. She left me with our terrified daughter, leaving without anything comforting to say. My wife and I haven't been talking since that fight. She suffers alone in the bedroom we once shared. When I'm in the kitchen cooking lunch for Scarlet, I could hear her talking to somebody. One day I heard her again. I knew she doesn't carry a phone, and both the house phones are with me. I wonder who that might be. An affair. I hope, I sarcastically thought to myself as I was making a snack for Scarlet. "Daddy, where's my bear?" Scarlet said. I lost him a while ago and I can't seem to find him." All right, sweetie. Let's go find him." I put the butter knife and bread down. PB&Js have to wait, I thought. She went the opposite way that I was going, and I walked past me in my wife's bedroom. The door was left partly open, and I heard her giggling, a full-grown woman giggling in the room by herself. It was odd. I peeked inside and saw she was talking to the bear. She finally reached that breaking point. "My bear!" our daughter exclaimed, running into the room, reaching for the bear, only to have it pulled away from her by her mother. Startled, she quietly said, "Thank you, Mommy, but I would like my bear back, please." Quivering by the bedstand, her mother looks at the bear, grins at him, and gives him back. "Take care of him, honey," she says. Scarlet ran out of the room. I stood at the doorway. You know, after what I'd just seen and heard, I do think you need psychiatric help. Then I quietly closed the door. From on the other side of the door, a vase smashed against it. I'm really considering a divorce, but I can't do it. I love her. I love her so, and our daughter needs her. Needs both of us. I try to hold her hand to let her know that I'm here. She pulls away. It would hurt when she would tell Scarlet that she would have
I want more. I want
early.
tree stumps. That's what I want.
Scarlet was at her grandmother's for the weekend, so my wife had the courage to come out of the room this evening. She was doing dishes and still happened to be talking to herself. Stop it. Stop it. It wasn't like this before, I heard. I was at the other side of the kitchen wall listening.
Yeah, that's good.
I wasn't like this before. I loved my family more than life itself, and now you pushed me away from them. Wait, what? I thought. She's crying. You monster! You admitted you pulled me away and made my family desert me, you bastard! She started throwing glasses off the counter, throwing pots and pans around. Come out here and prove you're alive! Screaming at the ceiling, wielding a knife insanely, I ran to her, wrapped my arms around her. Donna, stop it! Do you have any idea how insane you look right now? She turned to me. Placed the back end of the knife to her lips. Panicking. Shushing me. He could hear you. Hear you through the vents. He wants to kill me. Tyler, he wants me gone. Whimpering, shaking, stricken with fear. I've never seen her like this before. So fragile, so vulnerable. I cupped her pale face in my hands. I looked inside her eyes. Honey, you can't live like this anymore. This is painful for me to watch what you're going through, I cried. I'm going to call the mental institution. You're going to get the help you need. Whimpering, no, Tyler, don't. I couldn't save you, Donna. Maybe someone else will. Silence filled our home. Wails of the sirens, police cars outside. They were told there was a domestic disturbance here. I told them my wife is mentally ill and a doctor was called in on the premises. Schizophrenia, he claimed. She's suffering schizophrenia. She gets delusions at times, correct? You claim that she has hallucinations of someone coming after her? This is pretty common in some cases. Angered, she begged, "Don't listen to him, Tyler. This doctor is shitting out lies and you're eating it. I'm telling the truth. Someone is trying to kill me and he's coming after you and Scarlet too." I shot back, "Who is? Huh? Who did we piss off so badly he's literally going to kill us?" Stunned, she replied, I can't tell you. He'll hear me." Looking over the ceiling, I hesitated. "Please help her," I begged. The doctor nodded, and the policeman put her in handcuffs. "No, Tyler, you guys are in danger. Burn him. Burn him while you can." Kicking and screaming, her anger descended into tears and cries. My beautiful wife, the love of my life, slipped through my fingers and down to her own personal hell. I didn't want her to go, but I didn't know how to help her. What should I tell Scarlet? Will God be my wife's savior? Or I couldn't be. So many questions, just so many left unanswered. Scarlet knew that her mom needed help. Never bothers mentioning her. She doesn't want to believe that her mom's mind is sick. Possibly, it might make her break down into tears. She would talk to the bear at times, just not happy talk anymore. Summer rolled in. Scarlet took up drawing. She draws more often now. She prefers to be alone, though. I'd really love to see her work, but she never shows me what she's drawing. Solitude. It's now learned at a young age. One day I answered a phone call at work. "Is this the father of Scarlet Pollock?" "Yes, speaking." "Yes, good. Well, something's happened in gym today, and we would really like to talk to you about a certain subject, and a social worker will be involved in this." A social worker? What the hell happened? "Please, Mr. Pollock, it is best if you're present. We'll be expecting you in a bit." Click. And the dial tone rings. Just left hanging with that feeling anything could happen. And it won't end so well. I barged into the office door. "Where's Scarlet?" My voice risen. Startled, the secretary points the direction where my daughter is. I knocked at the open door. "I'm Scarlet's father, and could I ask why social workers are involved when I'm doing everything I can to take care of her?" Agitated. No, irritated that these scums are accusing me of neglect, I stood there motionless, waiting for a response. "Well, Mr. Pollock, since you do have confidence in greater parenting skills," the principal said, "why does her entire back and behind her legs look like she has 50 lashes?" She stood up. Scarlet spun around and I could see the blood seeping through her white gym shirt. She lifted the shirt halfway up. My poor little girl. There's nothing but dark. Straight wounds running up and down, horizontal too, all along her back and behind her legs. A little infection is starting inside of some of the wounds. How did this happen? How could I let this happen? My baby girl, I could feel the lump in my throat growing and growing. I'm about to cry. "Scarlet, how come you never told me?" "Daddy, I was going to be in trouble if I told you." "Honey, without telling me, I would have had no idea what's going on. Right now, you were hurt. You didn't tell me." I interrupted her. She was holding back her tears. The social worker spoke. "Mr. Pollock, do not be oblivious to your own actions. We will place her with your mother for now until the court will decide if she would be safe in your mother's care permanently."
Oh my god.
Foster care.
Like,
Is this really happening? Daddy,
how
I'm
come
sorry.
I can't
So
fucking
sorry
click
you were trying to
anything
protect us, it
but
was
the
too late.
bear?
I was trying to save you from him. He's a monster. Maybe it's my job to save you, to protect you. I fell to my knees, life escaping me. The social worker held her hand. "We'll stop by your home, grab all the things you want, and you will stay with your grandmother for a while." Scarlet turned to me. She let go of the social worker's hand and she gave me one last hug. "I love you forever and always, Daddy." And she faded away from my vision.
I understand the situation of, looks like the abuse and all that. But,
I was sitting in her room. It's clean
goodness.
for once. Her room defined her personality so
quite-
well. Pure innocence, carelessness to the world, beautiful ballerina
It's quite
princess.
horrible to
I'll miss them both.
just
so dearly.
have that happen. Not even on the bear.
See my old bear sitting on the shelf by himself. I got up to pick him up from there. I stared down to him. It's just you and me, friend. Like old times. I see a picture on the floor. Finally get to see one of Scarlett's pictures. I bent down to pick it up. The picture shows her in the bed crying. And the bear was on the ceiling. But he isn't just on the ceiling, he was hanging off of it. 6 black legs were drawn attached to him, and the bear's mouth was open with 2 fang-like things drooling out of his mouth like an ant would look like. Scarlett drew a giant ant living inside of my bear. Just then, I felt some liquid running down my arms. I heard my daughter's voice. I love you. Forever and always, Daddy. It sounded faded. Distorted. It was the bear's voice box. I slowly began to look up, and in my hand, I stared at the bear. The fabric of the bear started to stretch, cotton pieces falling out, holes were being made everywhere. The dark red flesh starting to peel through, and all at once the bear's body was ripping and tearing apart. It was the unidentified insect or arachnid spilling out of the fabricated shell. Only the bear's face hung like a mask. It was growing, that disgusting thing pulsating in my hand. It's growing bigger. I let go, crawling backwards to the other side of the wall. This thing, with thistle-like hairs growing from the top part of its legs, and this liquid covering its body like something that just hatched from an egg. When the thing stood up, it looked like a mutated praying mantis, hunching over me. What the hell are you? With its insect limbs, it pulled off the last piece of fabric, and there stood the horrors of mutation. Its face was a deformed child grinning. Its skin texture and stretched eyelids couldn't pull enough flesh to properly grin. I, your friend, since you born into world. Its voice static, still coming out of that old voice box. I love you. You gave me home. I fed off you. Love to survive. I was larva in bear, and grew like human fetus. He continued. I need get rid of your stuck through my flesh. My children need home too. What are you? It cackled as it spat out more clear tar, gluing me to the wall. From day you born, your newly born nightmares held an interest in your bear. Tyler. They took form and birthed me. I am your living nightmare. As I opened my mouth to scream, I felt her larvas being stuffed down my throat.
I'll tell you right now that my story doesn't have any dramatic climax or any cathartic resolution. Don't bother reading it if that's what you're looking for. My story is one very specific moment in my life. One which, try as I might, I cannot negate as a trick of my exhausted brain played on me, or a momentary lapse of reason and subsequent plunge into childish fears. I think fear of mirrors must be fairly common in this day and age. I remember when I was young, I saw one of those compilation TV horror shows, the ones where there'd be a different scary story between commercial breaks. In retrospect, it wasn't the scariest thing in the world, and if I saw it again today, I would probably invite friends over or we would quash over collective fear by mocking the bad acting or ridiculous storyline. All I remember of it is that in this story, a man was constantly being tormented by a disfigured, murderous psychopath, but he only saw him when he looked in the mirror. The whole story was a typical song and dance of the man catching his stalker in the mirror behind him, turning to face him and finding nothing there. Maybe the reason I remember it so well is because it was shortly after I had heard my mom died. I say heard because I never saw her body. I was watching TV, a different show, when I heard what sounded like porcelain breaking, followed by a loud thud coming from the kitchen 2 rooms away. The sudden noise was oddly unsurprising, but I remember craning my head to see my mom's legs sprawled on the tiled floor. I couldn't see any more of her. The door frame was in the way. Luckily, I suppose, my father ran in first, calling her name somewhat frantically, as I stood up but did not advance out of what I imagined was fear. I remember him telling me to stay where I was. The doctor told us a virus had gotten
Where'd
into
that
our
go?
house. I remember my father protesting that he hadn't even heard of that before. Neither had I, but the concept of death itself was fairly new to me, and I remember being filled with an overwhelming sense of existential fear, as if I or anyone I knew could suddenly crumble into a pile of lifeless dust at any moment. I don't think I was a very fearful child, though. Not more so than most. And even my uneasiness about mirrors didn't exactly trump my other fears of spiders or being in cramped spaces. I guess it made sense that mirrors are a source of fear for people. One of those defining signs of self-awareness is whether or not an animal recognizes itself in the mirror. Maybe we still retain some primal belief that what we're seeing really isn't us, but some sinister shadow self. Not to mention all the scenes in horror movies that use them. A character bends down to splash water in their face, and when they lift their head back up, their face is distorted in some gruesome way. I had just gotten home from a party at a nearby frat house. I lived in an old Victorian house that 4 of my friends from school and I rented. I was the only one home, having left the party early, if you can call 2 in the morning early, and my roommates were still out. I ran upstairs to my room, exhausted and wanting nothing more than to lay on the
Why
bed
does it keep
and
doing
the
that?
rest of the world leave behind me, but I didn't. In rare form, I decided to take a few more steps down the hall to the old, poorly designed bathroom 2 of my roommates shared with me. It was lit by a single fluorescent bulb, casting the black and white tile in a sickly, near green color. I ran a thin strip of toothpaste on my toothbrush and gave my teeth a once-over before spitting the slightly brown spit and foam down the sink. When I looked up, I saw her. Standing behind me in the bathtub with the
Yeah,
curtain drawn
key
wide open, her
one is
mother's
fine.
mouth hung down as if screaming, but without any sound. I could tell it was my mother, but she was the grotesque shadow of how I remember her. Her eyes were either completely gone or simply black in color, and the sockets were vacuums within which nothing reflected. Her skin was so pale it was almost blue, and her dark hair looked drenched in water, hugging her scalp tight and falling in front of her shoulders in thin strips. Her mouth wasn't exactly screaming so much as hanging open. Impossibly open, much further down than a person's jaw can extend. She seemed to be wearing a thin white nightgown drenched like her hair and clinging to her body. Her stick legs looked like they were going to buckle under her weight, while her arms reached back against the walls. I must have only seen her for a second before turning around, screaming and falling backwards, slamming hard against the tile floor. The tub was empty, there had been no sound, and now as the echoes of my cry dissipated, I could only hear my heavy breathing. I don't know how long I lay on the floor of the bathroom, the fluorescent bulb dully buzzing as I became too frightened to even move. Eventually I heard the downstairs door swing open as a parade of drunk college boys and their floozies poured in from the night. They found me on the floor and thought it was hilarious that I was so drunk I had almost passed out in the bathroom. I never saw her again. I never want to see her again. And every day I wish I hadn't. There are myths of people being scared to death, or being haunted by dreams of a single event for their entire lives, and I've had dreams too, but they aren't what haunt me to this very day. When someone you love dies, you tend to forget everything bad about them, and eventually your fond memories of them just coalesce into a fondness you share with everyone else that knew them. But that's not how I feel about my mother. I was too young to have endless loving stories about her, and so all I can remember is her face that night in the mirror. My story doesn't end with me taking my own life, or anything dramatic like that. I thought about it, though. I tried putting a length of rope across my neck one day and squeezing, just to see what it would feel like, but I would never go through with it. It isn't so much that I want to live. What bothers me the most is that I don't want to know for sure what happens when I die. Nobody does. But what I saw that night in the mirror makes me think I do.
Driving home from a friend's house, you sit at a red light when you hear a familiar tone from your phone sitting in the passenger seat. A text message. Probably from your friend. You always leave things at their homes. Being a responsible driver, the light still red, you open the message and wait for a moment for the image to load. Suddenly a photo pops up. Red. Obscured, strange contrast, and no text accompanying it. But the light is green, so you close your phone and go back to driving, wondering vaguely what that was, and who would have sent it to you. Perhaps someone accidentally took a picture of the inside of their bag or pocket and sent it to you. You're still caught wondering as you pull up to the next light, also red, and another little tone from your phone. You flip it open, hoping for an apology from a friend, but find yourself waiting as another photo loads on the screen. This one, still mostly red, but textured now with scraps of blue, yet still indiscernible. This time, it takes an impatient honk from behind you before you realize you can pass through the light and be on your way home, closing the phone and continuing on your way. You sit, uncomfortable now, as the tone rings again, at yet another stop signal. You pause, hesitate, and then open the phone. The picture now is suddenly much more clear. That scrap of blue seems to be the ragged edge of a bit of denim, half blood-soaked and laying across a pile of entrails, torn straight through the back of the human torso. You can only see from the bottom of the shoulder blade to the tops of the thighs, but this is unmistakably human. Blue-white spinal bone, smeared in blood, tubes of intestines trailing out between ragged-looking spinal tissue and going out from the frame of the picture. You choke back a throat full of bile and throw the phone back into the passenger seat, happy to be on your way again, and dreading the knowledge that you won't be able to not look back and hear that tone again. There's some relief as you realize there's no more stoplights before you reach your home. But as you pull up to that red stop sign, the bottom of your stomach drops out, and you feel a cold sweat build in the back of your neck. You've already picked up the phone even before the telltale little tone has told you that there's a message. The cell vibrates in your hand as you flip it open. Your mind gone on autopilot, driving home with your eyes on the screen as the newest photo loads. Intestines piled almost artistically to the side of the body. Scalp ripped free and no hair discernible. And that sickening contrast of darkening red on blue. For some reason you expected that, even as you taste bile in the back of your tongue. Is not as close or obscured, flesh torn apart by God knows what means, torn denim and blood soaked so far into the threadbare fabric of a hand-me-down couch. The one that you have in your living room. You pull your car into park, hands shaking as you make your way up the front door. You can't stop yourself now. Your body's just doing as it normally would, but your fingers frantically scroll down the screen, finding no name, no phone number, and a time dated on the message 3 minutes from now. You put the key in the door as you try to shrug off your denim jacket. Have you ever wanted answers? A burning question in your mind? Well, here's your chance to ask it. So you want an answer to a question. There's an omnipotent being that I know of known as Void. Void is a mythical creature originating in the hieroglyphics of Egypt. He's portrayed as a dark angel similar to the angel of
Damn,
death.
we did a lot.
This isn't their exact name. Some call him the Darkness, some the End, some religious individuals even go as far as to say Satan himself, but this isn't important, so let's just refer to him as the Void. This is what's essentially going to happen. If you complete this ritual, Void will bring you into the Void, which is just basically a dark plane and will answer any question you want, big or small. Want an answer to your math homework, or if intelligent life exists elsewhere, where to find them? Or if multiverse theory is correct. Ask away. No consequences, no catches, no lifelong curses, just the answer. What if you fail? No. He'll bring you to that empty void. And he'll keep you there. For eternity. He won't even let you die, just eternal darkness in him. But let's not try to think of that. Let's get into the ritual. Here is how to get this done. Write a letter on a neat, perfect sheet of clear, white paper. Handwriting doesn't matter. What does matter is your grammar and spelling. You'll understand any language as long as you don't use two different ones. Now, even if you use it or don't indicate, be polite. If you insult him or write in an informal manner, it won't work. So no foul or demeaning language, even if your intent is to compliment him. I'd recommend that you proofread it beforehand. No, you're not allowed to typewrite. After you have your letter, do not fold it. Get it wet, wrinkle it, or anything you like. It has to be clean. The exception is that you have to put sage into it. But don't forget, after you put the sage is when you crush it into a ball and then you burn it. Burn it until it turns into ash. And after that, ingest it. Don't try to drown it out with water. It has to come in dry. If you've done all this correctly, the ritual starts at 12 a.m. Do whatever you want before 12. Just make sure that you're asleep before the A-form time. If you suddenly get cold feet and want to exit out of the ritual, just don't be asleep by 12. Whatever you do not fall asleep. He will bring you into the room. If your soul is brave, and you'd like to continue, then be asleep. You'll suddenly be jolted awake at exactly 12. Don't open your eyes. Your position better have been
5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
You have to maintain your position once you wake up. If your arm is under your pillow and it's hot, well, too bad. Make sure that you went to the potty beforehand. This counts as moving if you pee yourself in fear. Don't do any bodily functions, like yawn, sneeze, cough. Getting hiccups is like a death wish. Try sleeping under a blanket so that he might not be able to see you that long. Just remember to stay still. And don't move. I'll assume you're sleeping straight on your back. At 12:30, you may be bored by now. You might be thinking this would be easy. How wrong you were. Your door will suddenly open. And it feels present. At 12:45, you'll start hearing footsteps coming closer. Don't worry, he won't touch you. Don't fear, or do fear. This is dramatic for sure. At 1, you might be getting confident, until Void starts to mess with you. At around 1, your nose will start to feel a sensation. It will twitch. It's okay. Start to feel itchy. He's doing it. Don't scratch, don't. Maybe twitch it against your pillow or bed if you're sleeping against it. It'll only get worse from here on out. At 1:30, the itch will get even worse. Your nose might twitch some more. Try to prevent this. You might even start to feel itchy around your entire face. At 2:05, this is where it gets fun. 5 minutes after 2. Water will come from your reach. Or wherever you sleep. Sheltered or not, it will start. It's just an occasional drop on your face. By 2:20, it'll just start dropping every 10 seconds. At 2:30, the itch will you might even feel a mosquito bite on your leg, giving you a sudden urge to itch. Ignore this. 3:33, Void will start to get desperate and start talking to you. In translators, you might say things like, "Okay, I understand. See you at home." Yeah, we can't do anything physical to you or anybody else unless you fail. At 4, Void will start to break things. If you have a computer or a gaming console, it will sound like he's tearing it apart. He can't take or break anything valuable. Just don't look. At this point, the itchiness might become unbearable. Don't itch. At 4:30, the water will become a steady stream. Your cushions might be gushing with water. If you're sleeping with your nose up, the water will get into your system. And that's what gets most people. The water is powerful. Try to mixture of mold and water. Ignore the scent. Ignore the itch. Don't move. 5 a.m. 1 hour. Void's desperation is just as immense as itch. You will feel the heat overwhelm your body like the entire house is on fire. The water won't even cool you down. You just start sweating, but that's okay. The heat won't get any worse. Just don't open your eyes. At 5:30, in the darkness of your eyes, you'll start to see illusions of Void. Seeing his face, seeing him in the corner of your eye, they're not real. Don't run. He couldn't hurt you if he tried. At 5:45, there's only 15 minutes left. The sweat, itch, and fear will be too much the most. Void's voice will start to get even louder. He will be shouting and insulting you. "I'll kill your whole family." He'll start to insult you personally. "You're not good enough."
Yeah, those rocks are a little off-putting. These are okay. Those ones are like, why? Maybe I move them closer. Trees, though, I actually really like. I love the stumps. I love that there's one bigger tree kind of in the back there.
5:55, everything stops.
But there's obviously no trees here because he's just too big.
Don't relax. It's about to get even worse. Nothing will happen for the next 4 minutes. Prepare for the worst. At 5:59, everything will start again. The fire will start. He'll start talking and just shouting louder than a gunshot. The illusion will break. Your loved ones, your mom, your dad will scream, "Help us!" The itch will feel like blisters on your skin. The urge to itch will overwhelm any human being. These aren't real. None of this is real. At 6, it stops. You might doubt yourself for a second.
Huh.
You've done it. You've beaten Void. Now all this for a question? Yeah, unfortunately so. No good or bad consequences. Like I said, just the answer. He'll congratulate you and ask you for the question. Stay in the Void as long as you want. If you like eternal darkness.
I actually think it's
if you want to leave,
pretty decently lit.
He'll send you back into your bed or wherever you slept on. This might traumatize you. It very well should. But like I said, this question has to be worth the risk. Or not. Proceed at your own risk.
Charlie the comedian is going places. That's the punchline, but I'll be damned if I can't figure out a proper setup. What the heck kind of setup could I bring to the table for this? I mean, it's funny. But it's kind of dark if you think about it. I don't know, maybe it's too intelligent? Do you think I should take my name out of the punchline? Make it less selfish, more general, so the people can empathize with it better? The cabbie simply looks at me as I Gatling gun questions at him. He had asked me in his broken English what I did for a living in an effort to make small talk, and I think I may have exhausted his linguistic skills already. He just stared forward and didn't respond at all. I was about to ask another question when the cab stopped, and he spouted the only other words he clearly knew, which consisted of dollar values for the ride. After plopping some crumpled bills into his hand, I grabbed my one small suitcase from the other seat and stepped out into the cool night air. And loud, annoying sounds of the Los Angeles airport. It had to be almost midnight, and the noise this place was making was like 3 goats and a herd of elephants mid-coitus with some excellent reverb. I stepped through the sliding doors, ticket and ID in hand, check in with one of those amazing technological wonders, a self-kiosk. After it yelled at me in several different languages other than English, and warbled for 10 minutes about how I may or may not be Charlie Masterson, it finally vomited out my boarding pass. Wonders of the modern world. Hauling my ass to the security check like a cracked-out Miley Cyrus. Wait, is that redundant? And not only redundant, wouldn't it be running away from security check if I was...
Cool. Okay, I actually really like it. There are a few tweaks. For example, I kind of want another pillar over there, maybe? Like another big rock pillar, because it,
the joys of airport security. Removing our shoes in order to
I don't know.
avoid the stank of each other's
This pit
the chucking of
here
imported
is a little bit weird to me.
little plastic tubs, and as I struck
So
my
either a
way to the
rock,
giant
maybe just a
capsule-like
rock.
detector,
Maybe just a big
and
rock
they
to go
tell me
right
to lift
there.
up my arms, I decided to make a couple of double points.
And
Hey, it's the middle of the night. I bombed in LA,
I might move those
and I'm
rocks
all but broke. You
closer,
gotta find the little things to keep you smiling.
and those rocks closer over there, like towards
The
this
machine
little rock
and the
pillar.
TSA agent didn't quite
Because
agree.
I kind of figured, I kind of wanted to test it out to see would a little bit of rocks spattered around an area look okay without being tripping hazards. And the answer is no. They need it. I'd say it looks better as an open space with stuff scattered around it.
And I could see his Sasquatch butt crack.
But
He let me go.
it's pretty cool.
The delays had given me just enough
I like
time
it
to run again
a
at top
lot.
speeds to the gate.
A lot.
This is where that Miley joke would have been much better. I barely managed to get to the door just as they were closing. Bustling through, I try to find my aisle seat. I don't know what kind of double-edged sword this was, but in this flight of jerks, there were 2 empty seats in a row right next to the emergency exit. Hooray! I get to sit unmolested with no one next to me. Damn it that I have to have the idea that if something were to happen, I have to help out with getting these jerks to safety. I flop into the seat and let out a massive sigh. Red-eye flight out of this place and back home to Portland. Charlie the comedian was going places. After stowing that little suitcase under my seat, I settled into it. I wiggled about like a dog with worms trying to scratch his balloon knot. You know, gotta unscrew the last person who was sitting here. I shut my eyes and exhale a bit, and re-inhale the plane's air.
Really nice.
I hate airplane air. It doesn't smell rancid or anything. It's actually like the opposite. It smells sterile. Like I'm in the air conditioning system of a hospital, but unlike a hospital, it's not free or roaming. It's pressurized. It's pressed up on you like a big invisible iron lung, filling your lungs with the breath of life, but still smothering you all over. I don't know how people deal with it, but to me it's annoying. It's frustrating. This is fucking maddening. I hate it. Fucking hate it. Vaguely aware of my cabin mates. They're rustling, they're crying, they're low murmuring, they're snoring. I hear someone coming out of the lavatory, sniffling and coughing.
I remember this story now. I figured I'd heard this story before, but I couldn't quite remember it.
I'm rustled out of my headspace by a man's voice.
Excuse me.
My eyes go up and see a middle-aged man in a Hawaiian shirt and jeans. Oh, jeez. He's sitting next to me. Great. There goes my one last little bit of silver lining. You jerk. Am I gonna get ass or crotch? I ask with a sarcastic smirk.
Excuse me?
I take a look at the guy and instantly realize I'm not gonna like him. Hawaiian shirt, jeans, sunglasses over his forehead, sitting on a military cut. He's not exactly ugly, but it's clear he's had his face beat the hell out of over the years. It's clear he's athletic, but he's got this big girth around his shirt. It's like looking at someone's hard-ass retired dad. I don't like him. You know, you're gonna shove your crotch or your ass in my face. I want to know if I have to get a magnifying glass for a gas mask. I realize my irritation and my predisposition towards him are guiding my mouth, and he's clearly picking up on that based on how he glared down at me without answering. I let out an apology and retract my legs. Sorry, man. I'm just having a rough night. Guess I can't even be a comedian in or out of a gig.
Your apologies accepted.
He states flatly and walks through, giving me a face full of ass. At least he didn't fart. He plops down with a harumph. Again, man, I'm sorry. Let's not have a shitty flight next to each other. Name's Charlie. I put my hand towards him after he's done putting on his seatbelt.
Victor.
He says, gripping my hand and shaking it. It's like shaking hands with a shaved bear. Good God, I thought he was going to break it off with his calluses. There's a joke here somewhere about severe friction burn, but I'm going to take the high road. I smirk a bit as I notice the annoying sound of a cat getting strangled while trying to speak Vietnamese at the same time. Oh! Wait, that's the trashy-looking stewardess telling us the safety features of this POS 74 something something something. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. Hey, I'm a comedian. Not a person who pays attention. God, I hate this air. I hear her blather on about the emergency exit, and if you feel you can't perform the function that we need to ask to be moved. Hey, this plane is full. Might as well not even bother. Plus, I have Victor, the jerk face sitting next to the door, anyway. Well, Victor, looks like it's up to you and me to save these people if we go down, I remark, trying to lighten my faux pas.
Judging by how you look and our first impression, I'm guessing I'll be doing all the work while you mouth off. Last thing a plane in danger needs is some guy who thinks he's a comedian.
Well, this plane does have a comedian. I mean, that is what I do for a living.
Really? Tell me a funny joke then, Chucky, the comedian.
He cuts off his response with a series of coughs. Does he have the consumption or something? Okay. Well, how about this? I bombed so hard in Los Angeles, I'm surprised I didn't get a full cavity search and sent to Homeland Security for being a weapon of mass suckage. I smile wryly as I do.
Huh. You're right,
he says with a slight wheeze. Told you I was a comedian. I beam a bit.
Not about that. About the mass suckage.
He faces forward and plops his head down on the window. Dick? I think to myself as he coughs again. As I watch him attempt to evacuate his lungs, I see a disgusting red blotch on his neck. Aw, ew. What is that? Is that the herp? I'm going to convince myself it's the herp. That way, when I talk about this ass hat on stage, I can have even more conviction. I shut my eyes as the plane gets ready for takeoff. The air is just suffocating. Sitting next to Coffee Hurt Man over here is no way helping me out. Just a few hours, I'll be back on terra firma, sucking in Portland. I awake to a sound. I realize I dozed off. How long could I have been asleep? People are murmuring amongst themselves loudly. Jesus Christ, what part of red eye don't you get? This air is still just as oppressive as ever. Clean, but still thick and heavy. I wonder if people blathering on are chewing that air rather than breathing it. I hear the sound again, and I notice that talking isn't what woke me up. It's Victor. I look over and see that he's face first into his air sickness bag, up-chucking in a symphony of sloppy wet clumps and garbling noises, loud and obnoxious as his vomit is just flying out of his mouth into the bag. He pulls away and a long, food-laden rope of drool just hangs from his lips, slithering down to his Hawaiian shirt. Perfect camouflage. You okay over there, Victor? I ask cautiously.
The fuck does it look like? No, I'm not okay.
I notice bits of snot and food are resting on his upper lip. Clearly, he used every hole to get his stomach empty.
I fucking hate flying. Stupid job has me doing it, though.
Ooh. What do you do? I ask.
None of your business.
He doesn't even finish the retort when he's back in the bag, letting loose some serious violence. Oh god, that smell is horrendous. Like he ate a dead squirrel, shit it out, then ate it again. With some Arby's. I shudder as the stink fills my nostrils, mixing with the sterile smell, mixing with that great pressure of air, mixing with that sound of all the idiots yammering and his upheavals. I see that rash on his neck. At first it was gross, but now it was sickening. The rash had covered just the side of his neck when I first saw it, but now I see it covered his entire neck and lower jaw. And worse, it was populated with little tiny pustules, small and white or yellow things that undulated with each of his retchings. I swear, at some moment those things could pop. What the fuck was wrong with him? Worse, is it contagious? Yeah. Going through puberty there, bucko? I asked timidly. He attempts an expletive and instead pukes. Okay, I can't handle this right now. Too much. I get up and I walk to the lavatory. Somehow, the lavatory of a plane always seems to be less confined than the actual cabin, which makes no fucking sense, but hey, nothing in this world does. Like Victor's stomach pyrotechnics and his... What is that shit on his neck? I relieve myself and wash up. Toss some water on my face, wipe down. I look into the mirror at myself and try to smile. It's hard. It's hard to smile, but hey, I'm a comedian. I gotta smile. How can I make someone else smile if I can't? I force myself. There we go. Charlie the comedian. The sucky comedian who screwed up his chance in LA.
All right, let's take one last look, shall we?
I wipe the moisture from the rest of my face and straighten up. Then, my suspicions about Victor get a hard kick in the balls. There on my neck. Red. Bright red. A rash right on my neck. That was there before, right?
What do you think?
Right? Razor burn. Yeah. No. That was razor burn. No. It's too late for that. This time of night, I would have noticed it by now. No. No, Victor gave me something. Whatever is fucking him up is now getting ready to pummel me. God. Fuck. Okay. Let's get some control, Charlie the comedian. You're gonna get home, get this thing checked out at the free clinic, go bomb somewhere else, but at least be home. Oh, god damn this air. This unsufferable, sterile, chunky air of the airplane. It's in the lavatory too now. Okay. I walk out of the lavatory. I want to sigh, take a deep breath, but no. I'm not gonna let this air back into me more than I have to. Make my way back to my seat. My seat right next to Victor. Victor the vomit machine. Victor the man whose neck is covered in pustule rashes. Victor the dickhead who probably gave me something. I sit down and he's no longer puking, thank God. He's asleep, just laying his head against the emergency exit door's window, just awkwardly stretched, since the window is a good few feet from the seat. Awkwardly stretched out, giving me the full view of his nasty-looking neck. Just giving me every raised bit of skin, every globe of yellowish pus, every bit of whatever infection he's given me. God, I don't know. I'm gonna shake him awake and ask him what he has. God, oh, this air sucks. I reach out, grab his arm, and give him a shake. Hey, man, I need to know what the fuck is on your neck. Just as I finish the last word, he snaps his face towards me. I think he says, fuck off, sheepishly, but I'm not listening. No, all I'm focused on is that one of those pustules burst open like a water balloon on his neck.
That's a little off-putting. Then again, that should fix once we do the
defense system. I feel the warm stream slide slowly down his hand, leaving a wet trail.
Vocabulary is escaping me right now because I'm getting tired.
My hands fly to the sick bag as I feel my throat engorged with the contents of my stomach. I feel bile and stomach acid mixing with food, filling my mouth and nose as it hurls out of my face into the bag, heaving repeatedly in sloppy wet chumps like Victor.
You're supposed to be dead.
Just like Victor. I pull it and God, I can smell the air through my own vomit. How can I smell through my own vomit? I look to Victor. He's back to sleep, leaving a clean pus wound on his neck. The hole breathes where he breathes, opening and closing as his neck rises and falls with his breath, breathing in this goddamn air. How could he be so calm and sleeping when he's clearly diseased? God fucking damn it, I don't know what he's giving me. I don't know if I can take another second in this air, this sterile air. What's he giving me? What's he infected me with? Just sitting next to me. God! How much worse is it now that he's touched me?
Cool.
We're gonna end up infecting this entire plane. This sterile air-riddled plane. I gotta get away.
Yeah, it looks a lot better. Looks a lot better.
To go. Lavatory is filled with the air tube. The cockpit is filled with air. Below deck is filled with air. It's pressurized air. It's everywhere. It's circulating. It's circulating this disease of Victor. It's giving it to everyone. There it is. I'm incubating in it. The only safe place is inside. It's the plane. Outside. Silver lining! Ha! We're sitting right next to the damn emergency exit. Motherfucking silver lining. I fling my hands through the door's emergency handle and yank it up as hard as I can. See you in the funny pages, jerkasses. Enjoy your disease. I'm getting the fuck out of here, cause Charlie the comedian is going places.
It's really cool.
In my old age, I've seen a lot of things. Some things I'm
Ooh, Midnight Train. That's kind of a long one.
As a boy, there wasn't much of a damn thing that could sate my appetite for the world around me. Everything in reach, I had to get my hands
Pretty good, though.
Take it apart, study it.
My natural curiosity is what got me into the many scraps and situations of my youth. I remember when I wasn't any older
Awesome.
than 6.
I think it's really cool.
It was the fall of...
Why did the torch go down there?
Me and several of the local boys were playing a game of hide and seek. And Denny Lewis was a seeker. A damn good one at that, so... I took
Whatever,
it upon
it's fine,
myself
I
to
guess.
find a damn good hiding place.
Maybe it's because it's too low. Maybe that could be why.
The hayloft. I remember the hayloft outside of our barn, and figured I could hide myself among the many bales of hay.
It's just off-putting to me.
Maybe even push some of those bales around like I had times before when I wanted to build a fort. Get myself a perfect
Probably fix some of that later. We're not completely done with this level yet.
Denny started counting
But
from 100. And I took off,
we've pretty much got everything in it that we need to,
smelling like
up until the point where we need to put the entrance to the tomb itself. Other than that, though, the entire area is pretty much cluttered to my liking. I have all of the
looking like he was trying to pick himself up.
enemies, the loot,
I had no idea what I was
other
seeing, but I
clutter,
learn
and
my daddy was doing.
I really like it. I really, really do.
When I was 14, when me and Sandra Higgins made our way
I
up
don't really remember all that much about the old Golgan's Lair,
to get out of the rain.
but
She shook the water from that beautiful
you know, this is really good. I like it a lot.
I noticed my eyes stuck on her nipples poking out like little buttons in the cold, wet air.
I put some more of those lights up there too.
That she liked to wear and spread her creamy white
But yeah, I really, really, really like it.
there, and the smell of spring rain. Old horse shit.
So,
I made love for the first time. Beautiful girl she was.
what's it called again? Navmesh. That's right, Navmesh. Doesn't even say it, but I know that's it. Yeah, Navmesh.
Daddy.
Okay.
My little young voice rang out, echoing
Oh.
over the dusty wooden walls.
Mute it. Okay. Okay. So, one thing that I'm going to... So, we're going to be streaming again tomorrow, by the way. We're going to be streaming again tomorrow. Now, what all do we need to do? Well, first things first. What should I do first? Actually, one thing I'm going to do right now because I'm right here. Yeah, you two already start dead. It's the skeleton that doesn't start dead for some reason. So you're gonna start dead now. I think it's just so off-putting how these two guys just I don't know, fall the way that they do, I guess. What if I put them higher? I'm okay with that. That looks good. Stop. That's okay with me. Skeleton falling dead isn't a big issue. I was more concerned about the other skeleton underneath that platform, though. Okay, so everybody's dead, and they're dead in a pretty unique position, which is what I wanted. You. You don't need to be so weird about it. Very strangely contorted. Um, I'm willing to give that a try. Okay, stop. There we go. Oh yeah, I think I said I was gonna do. Damn it! All the fuck. Do you mind? There. I think that'll do it. I think that'll do it. Midnight Train is way too long. I had to mute that so I wouldn't really get distracted, but okay. I'm really happy with how everything's turned out. We still have a lot to do with this specific level, but not nearly as much. So, tomorrow we're going to stream again. Not for as long, obviously. But tomorrow streaming again. What we're going to do is I'm going to build this area that goes it basically goes to a door that goes into the next level. You know, just like a little entryway with a door, like a Nordic door that goes into the next level. Then, pretty much next week, after I do that, tomorrow, then we're going to be doing nav mesh, trying to do our best to not only learn about it, but perfect it on this level. So that our our enemies don't have a weird issue where they're, you know, not attacking us because there's no nav mesh for them to walk on. But other than that, we started cluttering. Oh, when did we start cluttering? I don't know if it was last week. Oh, it wasn't this past week, but the week before is when we started cluttering. And we're pretty much done cluttering the level. And I'm really happy with it. We did a lot today, a lot. I'm really proud of it, proud of myself. And I'm excited to see where it goes. Like, this just feels really good to do because it's been 5.5 hours. I've been having a great time. What I want to do as a job, man. I want to do it as a job with Bethesda, best game studio in the world. And I'm just really excited to continue. So, yeah. I'm done for the day. I hope you'll have a great night. See you all tomorrow, and hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have Golgan's Lair done. All right, we'll see you all later.